What it do? What it do? What it do? We in the building. We back. It's a three-peat. We back in the building once again.
Oh my
Back
Loyal to
to
the
back
game.
to back.
God.
Loyal to the game. The co-host, Drico Bay.
Spread love. It's the Brooklyn way.
Definitely. And none other than the goon.
We in the building, baby. We in the building.
We in the building. That's what's up, man. That's what's up, man. You know,
3 days in a row, boy.
man, I don't know what's going on, man. Drico was complaining earlier.
Man, y'all
It's
was coming
Drico's
for
fault we
Drake,
back
man.
on here. It's Drico's fault we
Y'all was
back
coming for
on.
Drake, man. Y'all
You know,
crippled and
Let
Drake
me
name.
yeah,
My
he
God,
came off like we jumped him yesterday. I,
y'all
this
jumping.
what I'll say. This is what I will say. Seeing how he handled himself yesterday, Drico Warrior. Because I
he
didn't
handled himself
I
like a
didn't even
gentleman yesterday.
realize he felt jumped until he said it
Yeah,
today.
Ah,
y'all trying to get out of my man's,
I
man.
just took the band-aids off, man.
He was like, "Damn,
I
you
was
fucked me
leaving.
up."
Yeah, I was coming into the hospital and Caleb Plant was leaving out the hospital. So
Oh
that's
my
how it was.
gosh.
Here we go. Every
You see
time I
that? You
start
see
talking
that?
about
You see
boxing,
my
Yeah,
influences on my brother?
yeah,
You see that was so subtle. That was
yeah.
something I would have said. You know what I'm saying?
Leonard
you see,
Ellerby was holding his hand.
oh
oh,
shit,
here we
oh
go. Here we
shit.
go.
Yeah.
This is
Here we
how it
go.
Caleb
starts.
Plant
This is
gotta
how it
blame
starts.
Leonard Ellerby for that butt whooping, man. He gotta blame Leonard Ellerby.
Why I
No,
gotta
he got
blame
to.
Ellaby? Why I gotta blame Ellaby?
He got to blame
Ellerby put
Andrew.
that battery in his back.
Nah, man, he got to blame Benjamin Franklin and all them damn millions he took. I'd
Wait a
have took
minute,
an
bro.
ass
Wait a
whooping for
minute.
that amount.
Drake, Drake.
Yeah,
What is it?
yeah.
What is this he got on, bro?
You see what I
What is
have
that he
on?
got on, bro?
Listen,
Is that
listen.
another
I'm
art
glad.
man product?
Oh,
Is that an art
I'm
man
glad.
product?
I'm glad. Listen, I'm glad that you see it, but this is lead.
is
That's
that
gonna.
Boots on there?
You're attacking this too quick. We in the prelims.
Oh, oh,
Okay,
Okay,
we in the
okay,
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 prelims.
okay.
I,
okay,
You got
but
that.
I see
okay.
you ready. I see that you are ready today.
Oh, I'm
The
sharp.
goon is
I'm
ready
sharp.
today. I like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's get through this right
Goon is
here real
on
quick.
point.
Okay, I see. I see. All right. So yeah. Drico definitely held it down yesterday. I didn't
He
know
did.
he. I didn't even.
Yeah,
He held his black eye well. I didn't know he even had one. Until he admitted it
yeah,
today. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
But
yeah.
I looked at the whole show, bro. I looked at the whole show, and he went
uh,
for like it was a 3 hour show almost. He went 2 hours and 45 minutes of just getting heckled and ridiculed on that
his
mug,
stamina was
dog.
up yesterday.
He
Hey,
was
I
catching
use
it from all
Blu-ray.
over the place. He's like, dog, who hit me?
Which one of y'all kicked me? You know what I'm
I
saying?
use Blu-ray. See, that's what Blu-ray do for you. It helps your stamina and everything. Help you get through it. What
Y'all
up, Mr.
crazy.
Montrez Jackson, Rico Brown, and Dontre Williams? What it do, y'all? Salute.
Salute
Salute.
to the good brothers. Yes. Says, yo, what it do? Canelo need to fight Facet, Benavidez, or Demetrius Andrade next,
Yeah,
or Charlo fight Boo Boo. We getting ready. We That's a great segue. We getting ready to get into it. So,
I agree.
yeah.
all right.
What?
So,
Montrez Jackson, did you want to come on and show? Kwame gave it the green light, man. If you wanted to come on and holler, bro. I'm sorry to cut your wisdom off, brother.
no, you good. You good.
You can go ahead and finish, Kwame.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. So,
Hit Bo Mac up, man, so we can jump Kwame ass tonight, bro.
hey, I'm with it. Whatever. I can
Yeah.
handle. I can handle
Shout out to
smoke
Brandon
and a
Farley, though.
debate, and I know Bomac a
Fearless.
hell of a talker. I know I can't out talk him, so I ain't gonna even enter that part of it with him. You know what I'm
I'm just
saying?
gonna mute the
Because
mic when Bomac come on. I'm just gonna
that
mute.
I'm gonna lose, but I know exactly
Wow.
how to go. I know how to hold my own against that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
so
Let's
anytime
get to it.
I'm gonna set it up with Bomac
the
sometime this
invitation
week.
is open. Bomac, please understand that I am the black Skip Bayless when it comes to Bud Crawford. So anytime you
Yes,
want to
you
sit
are.
across there,
Yes, you are.
skip. You know,
Is you?
I'm ready. So today, topic is today. What's going on with the Charlos, bro? What's up?
What do you
What's up
mean?
with the Charlos, bro?
Wow.
The Charlos.
What do you mean?
I'm just
What's
I'm
wrong
just
with it?
speechless about the Charlos, bro. I don't know what's going on with these guys. It's just always some weird
It's
energy.
been the
Like
same thing the
always,
whole time, bro. Like they ain't switched up yet.
it's true though. At least they're consistent. I tried to be like, okay, you know what? Errol, my dude, Derek, my dude. I had picked Lubin to beat Charlo, but that ain't
I did
happening. You
too.
know what I'm saying?
I did.
And
I
then
did
when
too.
I told Derek straight up, like, yo, I picked Lubin. He was like shaking his head, like. So I was just like, okay, I'm a, I can't say like wholeheartedly I was a believer, but it was like, okay, that's part of the team. So I fucks with Jamel Charlo, and by default, then you got to fuck with Big Charlo. But every time you see this dude, like he is something. Like
All the
after a
time.
while it get
All the
old.
time.
After a
Yeah,
while it
I've
get
seen it.
kind of old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like you an adult, bro. Like it get old, and it's like what is going on upstairs where you would tell Jared Hurd that you would kill him
Kill him
and
and his
his
girl.
woman,
Yeah, that was wild.
like over some boxing stuff, like you know what I'm saying, and that led me, you know what I'm
Kwame,
saying, yeah.
Kwame. I don't mean to interrupt you, but if I may, you know what's weird with what you just said? It
What's that?
seems like they do that to anybody that challenge them to a fight. Like what? People not supposed to challenge them, and they got
Right,
belts. Like I don't understand it, bro.
right.
They get real bent out of shape about that.
Yep, facts. And it's like, it's bro, it's boxing. I mean, it's the business you in. I get it. It's like you may want to throw on that alter ego like kill or be killed or whatever, but understand this is a sport, you know. And to me, I just feel like that energy could go back to giving Castano a rematch. You know, everyone be wanting to everyone be wanting to call Floyd out. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Pope?
What's going
Everyone be
on,
wanting to.
fellas?
What's up, Steve?
What's going on?
What's up?
Yeah,
Sure.
everyone be wanting to call Floyd out. You know,
Hey,
like, oh, I want to fight Floyd. If Floyd come back, I want to fight Floyd and all of that. But it's like Floyd was on a different level. Where the hell Drico went? Floyd was just on a whole different level, like as a fighter, and he never made it personal. It was business for him.
Yeah, just
It was always business. You know, and it's like, okay, Charlos, we y'all have a gimmick. Al Heyman, Marcus Well, he did the whole thing. Y'all twins in boxing. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Then y'all was at 154 and y'all was champions at the same time. It was just like Heyman is just good at what he do. It's just a great way to market and shit. But you know, I can't knock Jamel, but I'm saying Jamall, bro,
Don't want the big fights.
when you gonna fight somebody?
It's like he don't want the big fights.
You know what I'm saying? It's like that barking, right? All of that barking, and it wasn't Jamall who was the one who started any of it or whatever. It seemed like Jamall became the big brother in a sense in the situation. You know what I'm saying? And to me, it kind of seemed like he calmed it down. It probably would have got a lot more crazy if Jamel was there just by himself. You know what I'm saying? So I respect that, but they're a package deal. So when you ask about the Jamel Charlo, you have to ask about Jamal Charlo. You know, and I can't say nothing about Jamel Charlo because he fight the best in his division. He gonna fight the best in his weight class in his division. That's what he does. So I can't knock that. But what I can say is all that super aggressive energy, he could put that into his craft. Like, because his shit still got a lot of holes in it. Like you got power, but we saw a lot of holes in your shit against Castano.
You can be and Tony. You can be outboxed at times.
Mm-hmm. You know, so it's like take that energy and redirect it into getting better. You know, just keeping it real. So I'm disappointed with that. And then I got to give Jamall heat because, all right, bro, when you gonna fight somebody? I
yeah.
You've been at 160 for a very long time. Like,
Mhm.
you know, all of this shit about Canelo. Everyone's trying to hold out for the Canelo sweepstakes and not fight anybody and all of that. Okay, that's cool. I get it, but on the flip side, that's just showing me you looking for just a payday. Like you're not looking to be the best in the world because he could have fought somebody already, and all the shit he talked about with Benavidez, that's one of the parts that with the pump faking I don't like.
Yeah.
Because right now he's screaming, "Oh, I'll fight Canelo, I'll fight Canelo, I'll fight Canelo." First of all, Canelo gonna beat your ass. Number one. Yeah. Canelo gonna beat your ass, right? Because he's gonna be very comfortable with the little simple shit you do. Because he don't have a lot of dimensions to his game. A big part of his dimension is how big he is and how physically big he is. But he doesn't have a lot of. I don't feel like he has a lot of weapons in his arsenal. He got a decent jab. He could land a heavy.
That's about
Yeah,
it.
yeah. He could land a heavy right hand or whatever. But Canelo, you know how Canelo be. Canelo start doing this and timing shit and getting your rhythm and throw some shit and fuck you up. And I could see that happening with him. His shit was just leaking in his last fight against a guy. I forgot that guy he fought. So I'm just saying, if you're gonna be talking shit about fighting Canelo should be like, you know what? Since I'm fucking with PBC right now, okay, Benavidez and Charlo, I'll give one of y'all a fight, but y'all gotta fight each other first. Whoever wins, I'll fight.
Charlo won't do it.
And that's not. That's where I'm at with it, because if you could come up to 168 to fight the guy with 4 belts, right, with all the belts, then you could come up to 168 to fight the guy who didn't lose his belt to anyone but lost it on the scale. So
Charlo versus Benavidez or Canelo in Texas is a big fight.
Facts.
And Charlo won't do the fight.
That is a big fight.
Facts.
He just like to talk about fights. That's who he is. He hasn't proven nothing to me.
Salute to the Art Man. You see what I'm saying? My man, he said he liked the hoodie.
Man, Art Man still around, bro?
Yeah, what you mean he's still
Art
around?
Man still around, man.
You see his picture though, right? You see all them packages, and he holding them like stacks on stacks.
Art Man shipping and handling out here.
Yes, sir. Salute to Art Man, man. Art Man got talent, man.
Get that TC gear, Art Man.
Man, he got all that. He ain't biased, man. It's a business. You want the TT game? He sent it to you. He sent it to you.
So let me ask y'all this, Kwame. So they go to Canelo's fight to not try to get the fight with Canelo, but to fight somebody else that ain't even there to fight.
Bingo.
Hey, dude, they treat. I told Keon this early on his show. They treat Canelo like he's shown up. They just want to kiss his Converse.
Oh my goodness.
They do.
That's
they just want to kiss
his showing up.
They want to kiss his Converse or drink a Corona with him. That's it. They don't want to fight.
He is showing up, though.
So, bro, what you saying is basically they just want to be mentioned in the same name with Canelo, but they really don't want to do none of that heavy lifting.
Nah, they don't want that work. They don't want that work. Nope. We can't even get him to fight Boo Boo Andre, bro.
Oh man, what? That's the truth, though.
Oh, it's true though. It's true though.
Damn, we begging for them to fight one of them to fight Boo Boo Andre. It's 2 of them. We can't get one of them to fight.
Yeah.
Well, that we can say the same rules go to Canelo, because ain't Canelo kind of ducking Andre too?
True.
Hey, you know what? You know why we really can't say that? So let me say why we can't say that so much. Because he putting in other work. Good work. Quality work.
The work that he putting in, like a stretch, like a 3-4 fight.
That's a nice stretch of work, bro.
Yeah. I'm talking about the what I'm referring to is before this. Not right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
That little stretch that he went in, I think we was all uneasy about the caliber opponents that he was facing at the time.
Mm-hmm.
We was, but the thing is he got a body of work. He got bodies at the bodies. So when you got bodies, a lot of people give you a little bit more grace. But when you ain't got no bodies, you don't get no grace.
Right. And
J
I think
Rock
that's
is
what
his
the
best
thing with
body,
Boo Boo.
right?
I think
With
what the thing with
Jamall.
Boo Boo is the same thing.
J-Rock.
They Canelo and them feel like they probably ain't gonna be able to sell that fight, but we want to see that fight just because of styles and shit. But you know how Canelo is.
Well, what you mean by that? Like not
As far
certified.
as
So you
like
think
they had to drag him to get in the ring with Triple G. Remember, it was all that with the weight and all that. Then he
but
finally
that's a
fought
different.
Triple
But
G.
okay, go ahead, finish. Finish. But because I
That was
have
just
a
basically
response
it.
to that.
It's like it just seems like it's a catch when he finally fight somebody that we wanted to see him fight.
Okay, so I used to fall under that category too, but I've changed up on that. Two reasons why. Number one, that sounds like a bunch of Oscar De La Hoya shit. Because with
Could
all
be.
of these
Could be
fights,
though.
now, we starting to see fights that we want to see out of Canelo, and ain't all these stipulations. We know, everyone's be mad at Floyd, and then they mad at Earl with all this A side and B side. But the
Yeah.
first person, the way that Floyd even exposed A side and B side was all the shit Oscar did for him to fight. 10-ounce gloves, choose the ring, choose the everything.
I mean, but everybody. I mean, that stuff was always happening. It was just behind closed doors. Like it wasn't never really
Right.
getting out like that.
Right, but you have people who are like stars and then like mega stars or whatever, and they're gonna exploit that more
Yeah.
because
Yeah. True.
they're collecting. So it's like what I seen De La Hoya doing to Canelo. What he knew best to keep it because that's all he had left. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, Al took all his fighters. Him and Schaefer. So with Canelo now also, and you look at Triple G was a killer back then, and he was a true 160 pounder. And Canelo wasn't a 160 pounder, like he wasn't yet. So they were just being careful and putting him up there. I don't think because when it came to how Canelo fought Triple G in the second fight, I can't ever think that a person who did that to Triple G is like scared or
ducking
want
smoke.
all this. Like what?
Yeah.
Like who he need to do that against?
Right.
As much as people don't want to admit it, and I had said this on the show, it was either yesterday or the day before. Canelo ruined Triple G. Where's Triple G been at after that second fight?
I think he's getting ready to fight now.
He about to fight in December, right?
December.
He almost got knocked out with a body shot by a guy. Jamall Charlo walked through with ease.
Oh yeah, Derevchenko. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, but you got to look at the style that he got, the wear and tear on his body. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
People like that don't really last long in the sport.
Triple G is a come forward fighter.
Yeah, but the thing was with Triple G, right? He had iron chin. He could take blows, but he had enough shit to knock you out in the process. But with Canelo, he still took all them blows, but he took them blows for like 24 rounds.
Pride, baby.
Yeah, he like Canelo really beat like I say at least a good 5 years off Triple G. In that second fight,
he was catching that boy with some flush shots.
You remember what his face? You remember how black and blue his face looked after the fight? He was fucked up, bad, like real bad. So, and then we see him come back. He the power they say is the last thing to go, but he ain't active like that, like how he was before. Because he could be fighting other guys that are easier fighters,
a lot,
right? Yeah. Kind of remind you, even though people say what they say about EJ and Mikey Garcia, is the same type of pattern you see. Mikey fighting a lot. You get punched in your face a lot for 12 rounds. That should be worse than just going to sleep, bro. The guy Mikey would have never lost to that guy that he just lost to before.
When you on mute, Drico? We can't hear you.
I just think it's I don't think he got up for that fight, man. You can just tell by even at the weigh-in, bro. He just looked like he probably trained for that fight, man.
You talking about Mikey?
Mikey.
Man.
He was probably not sure of himself because he went into what was that exhibition with Eric Morales, who El Toribio, he like 70. He was getting beat up in that. So he probably, fighters know. Fighters know. They get in the ring, they got to put in the work before they get in the ring, and they know themselves. And you take a loss like that, psychologically, it's a lot. But then if you take a lot of punishment too, it's like, so my thing is, I won't think Triple G wouldn't fight Jamall Charlo. He's just too young. Where Triple G is in his
I
career
think
right
that'd be a
now.
good fight for Charlo, though. I think
I
that'd be a good step up.
I think it'd be a great. I think it would be a great fight, but I don't. I think he'll beat Triple G. I think Triple G is a
I
shell
think
of
he'll beat
himself.
Triple G too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
he'll
he.
beat Triple G too.
I think he'll beat Triple G. Triple G's a shell of himself. But on the flip side, he need to fight some damn body. Whether it's Triple G or
Well, who do you want to see him fight? Who do you want to see him fight?
I want to see him fight Benavidez. That's who I want to see him fight. I want to see.
I mean, he
Canelo versus
talked
Benavidez.
all that noise. He need to get in there
Right.
with him. He talked all that noise. Now you
Facts.
just back up.
Yeah.
Facts.
Man, don't be running out there talking all that noise. Y'all know how I used to go when we was at school. You talked all that noise. It's time to fight.
Facts.
They gonna be like, there you go, right there.
Look, Bruce.
Yeah, there you go.
You're right about that. Yeah, there you go, right there, bro.
What's up,
You're not
Travian?
losing to Benavidez either.
What's up,
Travian.
Travian? You hater. I see your
That
post today.
Benavidez fight will be a good fight, man.
Yeah, but he gonna stop Benavidez.
I
You
don't
think
know,
it's
man.
Benavidez?
I don't
I don't
know,
know,
bro.
Benavidez.
I don't know. I don't
I'm
know.
not giving no
Benavidez
fighters
ain't got no
credit for
defense.
nothing they might do possibly because they ain't been in there with nobody. Nope.
True that. True.
He ain't proved to me that he could beat somebody like Benavidez. The best fighter he beat was who? Derevchenko?
Oh, you talking
Yeah.
about Jamall? Oh, you talking about Canelo?
Jamall. The best fighter Jamall beat is probably Derevchenko.
Yeah, I don't
It
know
is.
if Jamall could beat Benavidez.
I think Canelo beats Benavidez, but I don't think Jamall can.
I think
Canelo-
I do too. I think Canelo get him too now.
Yeah,
At first,
Canelo's-
I think Canelo gonna do that body. That body soft as Mikey Garcia's.
And that body is flabby. He got
Yeah,
flabs.
that is an area of concern for me. But on the other side of that, Benavidez can fight, and he's big too, and he can punch.
He can fight.
He got combinations.
fight.
Canelo,
he can fight.
He do got
Canelo gonna
combinations.
be so much faster than him with the
Yeah,
hands.
Canelo
No,
gonna get that.
Benavidez will be faster. Canelo's gonna be probably a bit more methodical, just more experienced. But the thing is,
He gonna time him.
I can tell you,
Yeah.
he's gonna be timing.
He gonna time him all
He's gonna
night,
have
bro.
David,
Gonna time him
where he's
all
gonna be
night.
scared to punch, bro, because he's gonna be scared.
Yep. Canelo stops your offense by him pressing you either offensively or defensively. So he can slip the punches and come back with the counters,
And he's still
or
gonna walk
he
him
can
down.
lead
He's still gonna walk him.
and walk you down.
Fight
Yeah.
spurts too.
Man,
Yeah, for real.
Benavidez fighting backing up is a travesty. He's done.
He gonna be in trouble if he bagging up. He's in trouble.
He's in trouble. The fight's over. The fight's over.
Yeah.
He's dead man walking. He's a whole punching bag.
I agree. I agree, bro. I agree.
okay, we got to see it, man. I feel
Yeah,
like
we know.
Benavidez. I feel like Benavidez is the only one who got a chance at 168. And with Canelo becoming undisputed, man. Whew.
I would have liked Boo Boo if he was active, an active Boo Boo, but
Yeah, I can't take Boo Boo.
yeah, I can't because now he can't even take a punch hardly now. Like,
He going to sleep.
yeah, that's what I can't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Boo
I already seen him on
Boo ain't been
Canelo.
active. Charlo ain't been active.
Right.
Triple
Canelo-
G ain't been active. Them dudes
Canelo-
ain't active. Canelo fight 3-4 times a year, man.
Canelo beat the
Canelo
shit
very
out of
like
Boo Boo.
clockwork.
Very
Like
active.
clockwork. Yeah.
Yeah, Canelo beat the shit out of Boo Boo.
Boo Boo with ice. All them bitches.
Canelo defense is nice too.
Yeah.
All right.
You know, we
Hey,
keep
salute to that guy.
we keep saying it's levels to boxing, man. Canelo's right now on all Madden. And them dudes is just coming in and they all Madden, bro.
Oh man. Okay.
Yeah, just like Floyd was when he fought him. Floyd was on all Madden.
Bingo.
Mm-hmm.
Canelo going to respect Benavidez power.
Yeah, Canelo just has
He
too
gonna
much.
get all those shots.
He has too much experience. I feel like the only way Canelo's gonna lose is he has to fight somebody who's just like bigger and skilled. Like they're a bigger person and they hurt him or something. But when it comes to experience, like No one's even coming really close to him with experience. Think about who he's been in the ring with: Floyd,
I know.
Mosley,
So why wouldn't you tell that kid
Cotto.
why wouldn't you tell that kid from Brooklyn to leave him alone? That young kid.
Who you talking about?
What's his name? The dude on the top rank from Brooklyn got dropped the other day. Start with a B. He was knocking everybody out in the first round. Then he finally
Berlanga.
Yeah, you know he keep Canelo name in his mouth a lot.
Man, I ain't trying to see that. He a bum, bro. Man, he a gimmick, bro. Like, please, I saw him sparring with Lubin. Lubin beat his ass up and
Lubin was rocking his ass,
beating his ass. That was just a gimmick. They was putting him in there with dudes who was driving Amazon Flex during the day.
Yeah, we get it. You know what I'm saying? Matchmakers to make you look good.
Right.
Let me get one thing clear. He ain't from Brooklyn. He from the Bronx. Let's get that clear. Let's get that understood.
That's why I was confused. He was like from Brooklyn. I was like, who?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
He's a little bit nice right now.
So but Berlanga, look, he has promise, but come on, man. Canelo.
He got power, but that's about it.
That wouldn't even go past 5 rounds with Canelo.
Man. He was trading with him. It was a phone booth fight.
That wouldn't go past 5 rounds with Canelo.
Very funny.
Canelo would knock him out in like 4 rounds.
I agree.
Was going backwards and was a punching bag.
It was a phone booth fight.
Salute to my brother Keon, Everything Boxing. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel.
Good,
I'm pretty sure everyone here is subscribed there, so you got one of the hottest channels.
I'm on it.
But
what's up, Kay?
Keon be spitting bars.
But listen, I was so disgusted with Jamall Charlo and what he said over the weekend. I basically I have my avatar, when I had to change it to boots, I had to get Jamall out of there, bro. Cause I had to get him out of there. I'm ashamed of Jamall Charlo right now. Like, why would you?
Bro, they've been on that.
No, but it's a different level. Like, okay, I understood. Tank said something about them being on drugs. They was on 100. Like, I understood that. But you gonna tell a dude who's just talking about boxing that you gonna kill him and his woman?
Yeah, they crazy. They are.
That was out of pocket.
That goes down when Mike Tyson said what he was gonna do to Lennox Lewis.
Yeah,
he said he was gonna eat his kids. He ain't say he was going.
Bro, but it's the same thing though. It's the same thing.
It just sounded weird, but Mike just sounded weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, he needed some medication at that point. It didn't come from, you know what I'm saying? It didn't come from an evil place. He was like, yo, I'm gonna eat his kids. Everyone was like, yo, this thing is crazy. No one looked at it like Mike Tyson's actually threatening to go to Lennox Lewis's house and eat his kids. But this dude is gonna tell this man, I'm gonna kill you and your woman.
Yeah, that was over.
His word.
Yeah.
His word.
Shout out to Taiwan Terrell. Shout out to my cousin Travion Crawford. Nebraska in the building, ain't they? Omaha, stand up.
Brooklyn, Nebraska is in the building. Brooklyn, Nebraska.
They good in Brooklyn. They good in Brooklyn, son. We good in Nebraska. Trust me.
We'll step in the ring on Saturday.
Keon said Travion a troll.
Travion on y'all ass. No homo.
Hey, they got their own thing going on because he told Keon he said Travion think Keon ducking smoke. And Keon said he ready anytime.
Oh.
That part.
What, in the ring?
I think is it y'all talking about the ring, Keon, or Travion or just on the telecast?
Travion's not allowed on telecast. He's not allowed.
Here we go.
Because the pressure is gonna come too hard, and Bud is going to just stop paying his cell phone bill. He ain't gonna have no data.
Oh, he said on the book. He said on the book.
On the book.
So,
you see?
Yeah. So he ready.
That's the problem. That's the problem with being related to a world champion, man. See, that's the problem. But hey,
What?
look, if y'all guys go get it in, get it in.
So I mean, what they go put up a stream and debate 1-on-1?
I don't know. What y'all gonna do, Travion and Keon?
I like
What
to
is
see it.
pop?
Must see TV.
Yeah. Can I promote?
Oh, I guess he want to fight. Look, Travion. Let
Yeah,
me
Kwame, shut up.
take my camera off so you can
I
see
told
me.
you I want to spar your ass. I can
Let me
knock that stuff out of you.
let me come on the camera so you can see me. Look, nigga, I'm a tax paying fat nigga who's married. I'm not getting on fighting no young nigga on Facebook or sparring nobody who hanging around Bud Crawford every day. So you can forget about that. If you want to smoke, you hop your ass on here. We could debate, and I could cook you. You know, because you know you got a lot to say. You could come on here. You know what I'm saying, and you could get this smoke.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay. Hey, listen. On another note, they say that Travion is the boogeyman out there in Omaha in that gym.
Oh God, here we go.
I ain't lying to you.
I'm lost,
Did he
bro.
spar? Did he the boogeyman? Did he spar Brian Nelson when he came to the gym?
I don't know.
I'm just asking.
That's in Omaha though. I don't know about. They say they called him the boogeyman out there in Omaha at the gym.
So he the Michael Myers of the shit.
Yeah.
Let's make a deal. I come on, you come in the ring. First of all, pause. Right? Because that sounded crazy when I said it. we gotta work on some of your phonics, brother. But that's the negative. I'm not getting in the ring. I'm a fan.
Taiwan say he wants some too. What y'all trying to do to my brother here now? Taiwan
listen. Just be happy I made some of y'all popular, okay? Just relax.
Oh,
You know, I made a lot of y'all guys popular. Just you know, relax. All we need, look, I'm trying to behave myself. Today. I'm not here for,
What you mean?
that.
Yeah, man, he ain't here for that, man. He just promoting fighters, man. Hey, man, everybody.
They always want
Hey, Travion, man, Travion, he ain't here for that, man. That's the Charlos, man. If you want to do that, the Charlos, man. They ready at every fight. They want to fight in the ring. They want to fight out.
In the ring, out the ring.
He said Bruce said for me 8 and triple AARP rules.
Yeah.
Nigga funny as fuck.
The fuck?
Man, I don't think the Charlos want to fight. I think they some squares, man. I mean,
Salute
you know, they
to
take
man,
care of
Chad, boxing and sports. Much
What's up,
respect.
man?
They take care of their stuff in the ring, man, and they should leave the ring, man. Because when they come outside the ring, because Hurd slapped the shit out of one of them, man, and they ain't even do nothing, bro. They would have needed security.
Wait,
they stop her in the ring, though. They'll stop him in the ring.
You said he slapped in the ring.
Hers a heavy bag, so
yeah, he ain't got no defense. His face is his defense.
A couple of years ago, that would have been a good fight.
Yeah.
But man,
like when he beat Lara, but other than that,
yeah, hers done.
Yeah, he took too much punishment.
Yeah, it's just
he
I
lost
don't know,
to his
man. And shout out to can y'all hear me? Shout out to Ben Israel and Bruce Goins, that guy. Yeah, okay, John Kramer. Yeah, I just think them Charlos should leave it in the ring, man. They not. They ran from somebody else too outside the ring, didn't they? When they was beefing with Tank and AB.
That was Danny.
Yup.
Danny Jacobs, he was looking real like I ain't gonna
lie.
Danny
did walk up and check his temperature, and he didn't look at
his temperature went down when Danny walked up on him.
Yeah, that thermometer changed, bro.
All the way down.
Yeah, you remember when you remember when Tank and AB was going back and forth with them too?
Yeah, well, Tank.
Yeah, and then you know, every time you hear about him, what Jamil talking about it. I think he was talking about he was a shooter on something. He was talking about he was a shooter or he got shooters. Like, come on, bro.
They gotta leave it. They gotta leave that.
Like he flipped into Tupac mode or some shit.
And they gotta leave that in the ring, man. You know, because outside of the ring, bro, nobody believes you. You need more people. You know what I'm saying? So
Leave all that tough talk inside the ring, man. That's where you do your damage at. Outside of that ring, man, you let that man slap you, man. And then you let them get out that stadium, bro. You would need the National Guard, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. If somebody put their hands on somebody else, bro.
To keep it 100, I was waiting to see like if he was gonna try to jump over his brother.
But Drico, he should have got slapped for saying he gonna kill him and his girl.
For real.
Yeah.
But more than that.
He really deserved more physical than this.
What happened?
You there?
Yeah, we here.
Oh, he cut off. But yeah, Herb did the right thing, man. I agree with Herb. They had him in the corner. You got to come out the corner, you know. So yeah, he should have smacked the shit out of him. You know.
I agree.
But
look though, my temperature changed on Charlo when he fought Tony. You know what I'm saying? And like I seen Charlo out talk everybody. You feel what I'm saying? But then when he had a nigga in front of him that like, bro, I don't care about none of that. His whole the dynamics of his shit changed. And then he became the docile one. Like all the opponents that he fought. You know what I mean?
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah. John Applegate, what's up?
But you know what? None of that matters when you get in the ring and he handles business.
Oh, facts. He handled his business.
He looked possessed when he got in the ring.
But he was getting outboxed in that fight.
Yeah, he was.
Again.
Yeah. But that's what kind of makes him exciting, is because he could be losing the fight and then he could win a fight by knocking someone out. Tony, Tony got work on his whiskers, man. You know what I'm saying? He was winning, and they weren't going to give him the fight anyway, because when you looked at the scorecards, to me, it was
I seen the scorecards. It was crazy.
It was lopsided for Charlo. I was like, what fight?
And it's a fight that Tony was actually winning. Like I told y'all, I said I ain't feel that Tony won the first fight. But so let me, since I have you in here, Trayvon, I'm gonna address some of you said why I call you a hater, because you made 2 posts today, right? You made one post about Spence's eyes, right? That he's drinking, which is whatever, and then you made another post today talking about how Spence said he wasn't going to come to any of Bud's fights, but now he coming. So my question, right? Because I know this is going to start up a whole topic and get Drico involved with this too. But my question is, right? When is he right? When y'all tease him about, horses, right? And going to the farm instead of saying I'm gonna fight Bud right after his fight with Danny. Now he's saying that he's gonna come to the fight, right? And it's like, y'all got a problem with that. So, like, don't y'all want to see the fight happen anymore? I'm a little confused on that, because according to y'all, Spence been running. According to y'all, you know what I'm saying? You said Spence been running, but the only side I constantly keep saying that they over the fight or they don't want the fight is your side. So, I'm just trying to figure out, what do y'all actually want the fight to happen, or what's up? I say the same thing about the Spence fans, though. Do they really want to see that fight happen?
I don't think the Spence fans want to see that fight happen.
You see
what weird time.
KP, you see what we go through? You see what I go through? You see what they do?
Well,
Bud fans want to see do his people want to see the fight? They the ones constantly saying no, right? Now we're asking them, what's up? Spence is going there. Why y'all mad that he going there? Then they say to us, oh, we don't think Spence fans want to see the fight.
Hey, man. We was just talking about this yesterday. We was talking about this yesterday before Spence said he was going to his fight. So this is what I said yesterday. I'm gonna say it again today. This is the last fight that they got. It ain't no other fights. This is it.
Y'all been buying the same shit for 4 years. When did y'all go jump off that shit?
I ain't buying none of it. I just told you yesterday, Drico, what it was. I said this is the fight.
Spence said that 4 years ago, bro. When we gonna get down to it?
What are you talking about, Drico?
Okay, hold on, Drico. Hold on, Drico. Let's address it all. So the car accident happened after Sean Porter, right? So they couldn't fight. Right. 2020, they couldn't fight. Right. Now it's 2021. The guy had his retina detached. He lost the Pacquiao fight. He can't get that back. So the only fight that they can make is Crawford.
Okay, how long Bud been had that belt?
Come on, man. Now we're gonna go all the way back to 2019.
You went all the way back. How come I can't go all the way back?
No, we know he had the belt, bro. We know what they said when they met each other, right?
What did Spence tell him, though?
We know what they said when they met.
He said, "You get a belt, we gonna fight in 2025," or did he say, "You get a belt, we gonna fight"?
Yo,
what did
man.
he say, bro?
So you complaining about how he not giving you the pussy 2 years ago?
No,
the pussy is here.
I'm just giving
the
you.
pussy is here.
I'm giving you.
I want it now. I want it now. All the goofy shit.
I just asked
either
you
they give it.
they go.
Draco,
Draco,
either they give me what I want, or I'm not buying.
No, I asked you when was they gonna fight, and I said Spence been saying that since 2018. That's all I asked.
Hey, I'm telling you this. Shit, hey, I'm not buying none of this shit. This is what I'm telling you, Draco. If they don't give me, Draco, if they don't give me that fight, which should be next, because don't nobody give a damn about Ugas, right?
Right.
That's the fight. That's the only fight they can do. They not fighting Boots.
I agree with all that, bro. But he been saying he gonna fight Bud for 4 years. I understand the car accident. I understand the babies. I understand all that shit. Don't take 4 years, bro.
Yeah,
come on, let's keep it 100, man. We got to be 100 if we gonna talk. We gonna talk, bro.
First, Drico, come on, bro. Like, let's be realistic. Cause see, I see what you do. You done took it and turned it into a thing of when did Spence say get a belt, bro? We talking about them fighting now. Like, I'm not gonna get sidetracked by that. You trying to
well, when is they fight? The reason I said that is because Spence said the same thing 4 years ago, bro.
But
he said the same thing 4 years ago.
But bro, there's a lot of things that are different now, right? Isn't Bud getting ready to fight a PBC fighter? Right? Ain't he getting ready to fight Sean Porter?
Y'all moving the goalposts.
How are we moving the goalposts? It looks like everything is being set up for it to happen. Pacquiao's out the way. Everyone was trying to fight Pacquiao so they could get the payday first without having the big risk of those two guys fighting each other. Let's keep it on. You talking about 4 years? They asked Bud after his last fight against Brook who he wanted to fight. He said Pacquiao. They said Spence, more than Spence. He said more than Spence. So why are we acting like one guy is doing something different than the other guy? Both of these guys is trying to fight Pacquiao first before they met and fought. Both of these guys are trying to do that.
Let's excuse Pacquiao. Let's get him out the way. The same thing is happening over and over again. That's why I say y'all still buying this shit. He was hurt. He said, get a belt. We gonna fight. He got hurt. He said, okay, he got a belt. TC got a belt. Now he hurt again. When?
Bro, he can't help if he's hurt. I mean, do you think he ducked a payday with Manny Pacquiao? I mean, you get hurt, you get hurt. Keith Thurman has fought less than Errol Spence and had just a little bit of shit clean out his elbow. Errol Spence was launched out of a fucking car, and he's fighting more. He fought more than Keith Thurman.
Spence keep getting hurt though, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? How long you gonna chase him down? Like, come on, man. Before you get hurt again, Spence, can you get a fight out you, bro?
All right, so what we gonna say, Drico? The man say he's showing up to his fight, right?
Do you see all the deflection?
Hold on, forget the deflection. The man say he's showing up to his fight. If Terrence Crawford beats Sean Porter, who do you want to see him fight besides Errol Spence?
Who I want to see TC fight or what?
That's what I just asked you. Can you answer that?
Yeah, I want that. I want that to happen, bro. That's gotta happen.
Then. So what are you talking about there?
Right.
I'm talking about how long is y'all gonna stay, regardless of what I want to happen. That's a whole different subject than what's happening. You see what I'm saying?
Drico, what I said, Drico, I said the same thing yesterday. I said if they don't give me that fight, I'm not buying.
But right. So, but what that got to do with what we talking about? Spence said the same thing 4 years ago, right? He got hurt. Get a belt, he got hurt. Then he said, okay, we're going to fight 60-40. What happened? He get hurt again. What are you
talking about? When was he hurt? What are you talking about?
His eye.
No, but you just said he said get a belt, then he got hurt.
Then he got hurt.
He said get a belt. Here, bro. Four years ago, I'm going to break it down to you. 4 years ago, he told TC to get a belt. Your man brung that up. KC brought that up. He got in a car accident. Okay, that how long was he out? 9 months. Okay, cool. Whatever.
No,
We give him
he
a year.
wasn't out. No, let's stop it. He was out
We
14 months. So let's
okay. We
stop
give him
that.
2 years. We give him 2 years. We give him 2 years. Okay. No, matter of fact, we give him 3 years. Okay. Now, when he's back, he's supposed to fight Danny for a tune-up, right? Who should be next after that tune-up? Who should have been next after that tune-up fight?
Hey, the man just said he wants to go straight to him. That's what it sounds like. So if he going straight to him, I can't give him no excuses
He
if he lose
hasn't
the
fought
fight, bro.
anybody. He hasn't fought anybody since Danny either. So I'm still, again, I'm lost. Well, where you going? See, let me tell you something, KP. Drico has an alter ego, right? Whenever anyone from Nebraska shows up in the chat, you see Taiwan is out there and Travian out there, he turns into Johnny Cochran. See, he turned into the world's best bud defense attorney.
KC,
and when
wasn't I like this yesterday?
That's who he was. He's Johnny Cochran.
They wasn't in the chat. And I'm still like this today. I'm going to be like this tomorrow. I'm going to be like this next week.
As soon as you bring up something about Bud, right, he's going to change the narrative and then argue about that narrative. You see, he said, what about him going? What about Spence going there in 2 weeks? What's the problem with that? Then you want to argue about get a belt from 4 years ago.
No, what I'm saying is Spence be capping. I don't even think Spence going to show up at the fight, bro. Spence said he told y'all, he said, I'll be back in 4 weeks when he had the retina surgery. Come on, man. It's going on, what, 4 months now? Did he mean 4 months? No. Y'all got to stop and think, bro. When is y'all going to say, damn, wait a minute now, Spence. You done said you was going to fight TC 4 years ago. That didn't happen. Now you said you was going to be back in 2 weeks for this retina thing, 4 weeks for this retina. That ain't happening. Bruh, his cap is big as Abe Lincoln's, bro. I'm just giving it 100. If TC was capping, I'd say the same thing. I'd be like, man, TC.
No, you won't. No, you won't. Because I called you out of that yesterday. And you
what
did
did
the
TC
same
cap
thing.
about?
What you mean? What he capped about? TC's the one. You talking about Earl need to make a concession for them to fight, and Crawford's the only person who said if the money ain't a certain way, there ain't no fight. He didn't even talk. He said 60-40 my way, or there ain't no fight.
It takes two to tango, though. That's a true statement. It takes two to tango.
So what happens when you decide not to tango? Drico, if you and I going into a business venture or something, and I'm more popular or I'm hotter at that time in that business, we supposed to go into business. I say, hey, let's do this, and I split the shit with you 60-40, and then I know that your last couple shows it was kind of fucked up, and the management shit over there fucked up, right? And I say 60-40, and then you turn to me and say, nah, fuck that, 60-40 my way, we ain't doing shit. That don't even make sense. And y'all acting like something is y'all acting like we saying something disrespectful. Bob
if
came
you
out
really
and said
wanted
he's
to
losing
fight
money.
Me, if you really wanted to fight me, you would bend a little bit. So you get, I'm not necessarily saying make it 50-50, but you would bend some type of way to make it reasonable for us to fight. You know what I'm saying? 60-40 he's not bending according to TC. He's not bending.
But that's the problem. You doing it according to TC, not according to the history of the business in boxing.
That's all who count when they're negotiating.
Listen, Terrence Crawford didn't write the rules on how fight contracts are negotiated for pay-per-view. You know what I'm saying? Right. He didn't do that. So based on how fight contracts are written, right? It would. I mean, that's at least a place to start talking from. That's not a place to say if it ain't, if it ain't my way, it ain't going to happen. But right after you done knocked out Errol Spence leftovers in Kell Brook, your freaking promoter is out there kicking you in your back. Your promoter out there kicking in your back. Talk about I could have bought a house in Beverly Hills. I done lost so much money. If he don't want to re-sign with me, he should be happy. We want to sign him with the amount of money. But then you're gonna turn around to somebody who got you're gonna turn around to someone who after they did his first pay-per-view, no matter who they put him in the building with, they put 50,000 people in there and they did over 300-something thousand. So he's right.
But why are we worried about that, bro? But why?
Because that's why the fight's not happening. I'm not worried about that. But we have to be realistic because that's why the fight is not happening. And then when you speak to people from the other side who's rooting for the other fighter, just because you believe the other fighter is gonna win the fight, I don't have no problem with that. If you believe Bud's gonna beat Spence, you entitled to that, and it's a based on both of the fighters. I don't see how you could go wrong picking either way based on who you like in your preference. That's not the issue. But when you think just because your fighter is gonna win the fight, that he's allowed to ignore all the business has ever been done in boxing before, but from people bigger than him, from people like Floyd who took less money, to just go out there and say, if I'm pound for pound, if I'm pound for pound, listen, if I'm pound for pound, right, and I want to prove I'm the best, and I know that I'm confident that I'm going to beat you because I know I'm just better than you, then shit, let's do the 60-40 and run that shit back.
But bro, did Floyd take less money when he fought Gaddy?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so that's not traditional. He bent the rules, didn't he? Floyd bent the rules, so we can't say what's traditional, bro. Because Floyd wanted to make that fight. Gaddy was talking tough. Floyd said, "Let's make it happen."
But Floyd is not. See, that's the problem. See, you're gonna do that, and we're gonna straighten out the characters. Floyd is Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford is Floyd in the situation. Bud Crawford is the guy because Floyd never sold any pay-per-views when he fought Gotti. That's why that was done. Bud Crawford, he had at that time 4 years ago. If you really want to talk about 2018, he didn't even have a flop with Khan yet. He only had the pay-per-view with Post Star, which did 50,000. Which
y'all can't bring that up. Y'all can't bring that up. Y'all can't bring that up.
But we have to because listen,
you can't bring that up.
I'm gonna tell you why we have to, because Drico went back to 2018. He went back to 2018. If those two guys were gonna fight back then, let's just say, for instance, Earl said, "Oh, Bud go get a belt." Bud got a belt, and they was gonna fight. How was the fight gonna get made? The fight was gonna get made. First of all, one's with PBC, one's with ESPN. It's gonna be joint. Number one, which is an issue, which means it has to be on pay-per-view. Right? It means that. So now you have to go by the rules of how pay-per-view fights are negotiated. This dude did 50. He did 50,000 was a flop. They lost money. The first time Earl did a pay-per-view, he did over 360. So if this dude is telling you, all right, if we're gonna get it done, I'm offering you 60-40. What's the price? You gonna sit up and tell this man after your shit was a straight flop, like, I get all the money, or fuck it don't happen. And then when Spence say, okay, I'm gonna be there in 2 weeks, y'all got a problem with that.
But bro, you think that fight really gonna flop, bro? Honestly,
I don't. What fight you talking about?
It don't. Listen, it don't matter.
And TC.
Of course, I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna flop.
No,
I don't think it's gonna flop at all. But also going back to 2018, it probably would have flopped if Bud wasn't on ESPN getting those high ratings. Before that, people didn't really know. He was so disrespected in the sport, being such a great fighter, that when he became undisputed, they still gave Boxer of the Year to Lomachenko.
So you think
we know what that is, though.
Yeah,
but that's my point. So how do you sell that guy immediately? How do you that's what the networks look at. Yes,
hey man, good product is gonna sell itself. I told you how you sell it. You just say, hey, this guy 6 champion world titles, three division world champion, moving up to take on the boogeyman Earl Spence, the Olympic pedigree, but the boogeyman of the division, the gym rumored to have it. That's how you promote that fight, bro. That fight actually would have been easier to make in the past than it is now, because they didn't have the names and the credentials that they have now.
No, Earl done moved up. Now.
It should be easier now.
Yeah, it should be.
First of all,
Earl just moved up and got a couple of necklaces. He turned diva, and that's what it is, bro. Like we gotta just call it like it is.
I'm just saying. First off, they couldn't make that fight back then because there wasn't enough money to satisfy paying ESPN, and it couldn't be done. That's what I'm trying to When
it's all about marketing, bro.
Bro, the marketing don't mean shit.
Yes, it do.
When you walk, you could go walk into an executive who has a 3-4 real money budget. Say, oh, the guy that tells Al Heyman from Fox, okay, I'm gonna give you a $500 million budget for boxing this year. You can't walk in there and ask it with marketing and say, oh, I want to make this fight with these two guys. That person is going to say, okay, show me the numbers. Show me why I'm going to give you this money and how I'm going to make my money back. That's what they're going to do.
It's all about promotion. I just gave you the promotional tactic right there. You know what I'm saying?
It's not big, but it wasn't big enough to justify. Yeah, but it wasn't big enough to justify on both ends, Drico.
But they wasn't as big as they are now, though. They're not as big as they are now. You see what I'm saying?
I get that.
If Floyd put on my hat, bro, or whatever, Muhammad Ali had this hat on, and I market this hat right here, and I say, hey man, listen, Muhammad Ali wore this hat. This had to go for $1 million, bro. But market it as me. It ain't going for nothing but $25.99. You see what I'm saying? It's all about the marketing, bro. But look at, for instance, look at all these people. Look at what's the boy name, man? The little Mexican guy we talking about that Canelo kicked out. What's his name?
Ryan Garcia.
Ryan Garcia, bro. He ain't got nobody he fought yet. He's a rock star in boxing, bro. Because of promotion.
He a diva for real.
Yeah, because of promotion, bro. Look at Berlanga. Berlanga ain't fought nobody. He knocking people out, but the promotion is off the chain when he boxed, bro.
Yeah, but
he got backing too, like right, Fat Joe. Yeah,
and then also he's not like a huge main event, number one, and then number two, you talk about marketing, right? One of the most powerful ways of marketing is social media. In the world, period. Like we on social media, very easy to market on social media, very powerful. Ryan Garcia has more followers than anybody from a boxer, maybe other than Floyd. I don't even know, could be up there with Floyd or more. Ryan Garcia on Twitter, followers and all that stuff.
So that's what I'm saying.
But
his promotion is off the chain.
It is, right? But what happened when he fought? Who was the last guy he fought?
Luke Campbell.
Luke Campbell. The numbers was trash. So
well, that's because his antics outside of the ring. Now he's turning his followers off, bro.
He's turning his followers off now. Everyone was listen. He turned his followers off after that, because after he got that win, he had a good buzz and he was talking about he gonna knock Tank out in 2 rounds.
He turned into the same thing Teofimo did.
Yeah, he did. He did a bunch of.
They got no more momentum.
Right,
bro. You can't. There you go again, KC. You can't put that boy up there with T.O., bro.
I didn't put him up there. I said he did the same thing he did. They haven't fought, bro.
What did he do? What did he do what are you talking about when you say?
Don't nobody care about no fighters that ain't fighting, bro.
Bro, what he got to do? He whooped 4 top 10 contenders. Then he whooped.
What year did he fight Lomachenko?
No, fuck all that. He whooped 4 top 10 contenders, and then he whooped the number 1 pound for pound king, which is in Loma. What more did the nigga got to do, man? And then you compare.
He just always conflate everything. Bro.
Wait a minute.
He conflate everything.
Hold on. So you compare Ryan Garcia to T.O.?
That ain't what I said.
What are we doing here, bro?
Draco, stop getting emotional. Carl Thomas, chill, champ. Play the music.
No, because you just put Ryan Garcia
Draco,
in the same thing. You said Ryan Garcia doing the same thing T.O. doing.
No, I said they killed their momentum, bro, by not fighting. That's what I said. You know when Keith Thurman disappeared. You remember Keith? Have you found Keith yet? We looking for Keith. We looking for Keith. We looking for T.O. We looking for Ryan. We looking for Boo Boo. We looking for a lot of people. There's a lot of missing fighters out here.
T.O. finna fight on the 27th, and I bet you tune in.
Damn, I ain't even know he was fighting. My bad.
I bet you gonna tune in.
Oh, shit.
He
fight on. Is that a Saturday or is that a Sunday?
You gonna tune in, KC Pryor. It's jokes now, but you gonna tune in.
And who he fighting?
Cambosis. You know who he going.
I was just training the dude today. Yeah, I was training the dude today. His last name was Cambosis.
There you go.
Oh shit.
There you go. Well, you gonna need to get in the ring with him because Cambosis.
No, I wasn't training him to fight. I was training him to drive.
Training him what?
To drive.
Oh, okay. But don't you put T.O. in that, and don't you put Ryan Garcia in the league with nobody. Don't even mention Ryan Garcia's name unless you talk about popularity. Because he
Man,
ain't doing nothing.
If anything, Ryan Garcia might be more popular than Tio.
He
Facts.
is more popular than T.O.
Facts.
That's what I'm telling. That's what I'm telling Kwame right now. He's more popular than T.O. He's probably the most. Other than Canelo, he is second most popular
And guess
dude in
what?
boxing.
It goes
But
right
his
back to
rating.
what I said yesterday.
But
Spence
guess
and
what?
Crawford don't promote themselves like that, bro. So the biggest the fight is gonna be is now. They need to fight. They don't have no other
Facts.
fight to go to. It
Right.
ain't no back door to run out of. Ain't no
Right.
Keith Thurman.
Right.
Ugas don't nobody give a damn about. That's why they sidelining Ugas. They know nobody want to pay to see Ugas
Nobody
fight.
want to see Ugas fight, bro. Nobody.
They can't sell him in Florida, bro.
I bet you that's who. I bet you that's who Spence fight. Well, we know that's who Spence going for.
If he
The
fight
WBA
him, guess
blocked it
what?
already.
I'm not
He's a
buying.
business man.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. The WA blocked it already. They said he can't fight Spence next, and Ugas
He's
is
just
mad
trying to
about
hold
it.
the belt hostage and wait for Earl to come back, man.
Right. So let's
That's that Al Heyman shit.
but you see what happened though. See, I'm a realist back in. This all started because we don't went off on a tangent. This all started about Earl saying he gonna show up in 2 weeks. So
I
I'm
doubt
just
it.
trying. So I'm just trying to figure out because Drico. See, you see what I'm saying? Drico Cochran went all the way back to a belt.
Oh
He went to 4
shit!
years. He went to Ryan
No, my
Garcia.
thing was how Earl be capping, and then y'all fall right in. He cap and go right in. He can get on here right now and say, back in the back training, and y'all be like, all right, y'all argue. Listen, y'all argue for 2 weeks straight, and we said we're only gonna be back in 4 weeks with that retina. Man, y'all cussed us out every damn thing in the book,
This is true.
and because Earl said
This
he
is
was
true.
no Earl, and Derek said that he was gonna be back training in 4 weeks.
Good point.
Am I
Travion,
lying? Am I
Travion,
lying?
no
Good
one.
point.
It doesn't seem like no one needs to trap Spence to fight, but it look like the fight's getting ready to happen. They out fighting. Y'all doing business with PBC. Now it's like, oh, it could be done. Like everything's going the way it happened. So we don't want to hear none of this. Oh, a 50-50 for me or no fight because he don't deserve 50-50. Because the reality of it is this, and Aaron came out and said this. Y'all had Porter at #1 in the WBO, right? And when Al gave his blessing and told Kenny and them to go over there and make the fight, Bob came out and said ESPN didn't want to pay for it. That's what he said.
So y'all believe Bob now?
Yep, I believe him on that
So
fact.
so when Bob say anything else, y'all don't believe him. But when Bob say this right here, then y'all all
I
of a
believe
sudden
him.
y'all
I
say,
believe no. I
That's what was
believe him.
laughable. That
Look. I
that's what was
believe
laughable to
him.
me, bro.
Listen, no, I believe him on that because the fight didn't happen, and also Kenny Porter had corroborating story. Kenny Porter had a corroborating story, so it wasn't just like Bob said it. Kenny Porter said he went over there and he asked, and he said, "I don't have an offer." That's what his words was. That means that the corporation who's gave him the budget said no. We lost too much money. No, that's what happened. That's what
bro.
happened.
But see, that's a moot argument when it come to TC and Earl, because we just everybody on the panel agreed that they gonna make money off of that fight, bro.
Yeah, but Aram is the one who said that they want to both make a lot of money, and who has money to pay them, and especially when COVID was COVID, we still in COVID, so especially in that time, they couldn't even get people in the rings in arenas. So there's been a lot. These guys, if they're gonna fight, right? If they're gonna fight, if Earl, we should be happy and be supportive if Earl is saying, "Oh, I'm going to show up to the fight." We shouldn't
I
be
believe it when I
saying
see
something
it.
about, "Oh, I believe it." Listen, the only thing I've seen that I don't know what Earl has said he ain't do. He said he wanted to fight uh Porter. He wanted to fight Danny. He wanted to fight Manny, and then he wanted to fight Bud. Well, Manny retired, and he fought them other two guys in a row. So we should be talking about the fight getting made. Not trying to tear down one of the fighters and make one seem like my guy's winning and he's right in the situation. These guys need to fight. And if one of the fighters is making an effort, or at least telling us like, hey, this is what we're gonna do, two more, I need belts, title fight, all this. Look, Spence said he ready. I gotta hold his feet to the fire because I don't want to see him. There's no one else for him to fight. I don't. Who else he gonna fight?
Ugas.
But I don't want to see. No, I don't want to see that. I'm holding his feet to the fire too. Like I want to see him fight Bud. If he said he gonna show up, to the Porter fight, let's make it happen.
That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. And then if TC accept the challenge, but see, that's the thing. TC got to accept the challenge too, because it take two to tango.
I don't think TC needs to accept the challenge. It's a business thing that's holding back. It's the guys behind both of the guys is the issue. And as I said before, I met Steven Espinosa at the Ocampo weigh-in, and I asked him there. I said, is Spence and Crawford gonna fight? How hard is it gonna be to make that fight? He said Floyd and Pacquiao on a scale of 1 to 10 was a 12. He said Bud and Spence would be about an 8 or a 9. He said it all the way back right after the Brook fight because they know what the negotiations is like. So we can sit up and blame the fighters, but until we see, I've seen Spence stay solid on what he said. He said he was going to fight Danny. He was going to fight Porter, Danny, Manny, and then Bud. Well, Manny's retired, and his retina was fucked up, and he missed out on that. So we got to call a spade a spade. It's time for him to fight Bud, period.
So when he threw Ugas in there, he was negotiating with Ugas. He threw Ugas in there before Bud, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
So that was cap right there, right?
Yeah, but he said it's not, because if you go back to originally what he said from the beginning, he said, I'm going to clean up my side of the street first. They wanted to make the fight for
see, now y'all playing.
I'm just saying that's what he said.
See, bro.
Everyone knew that. Listen, everyone and their mama know that Earl was going to try to get all 3 belts and then try to fight, but it was going to be a huge fight for undisputed.
Bro, you just said out your own mouth.
Drico, come on, Drico, man. Stop going back to ifs, buts, and Kenzie nuts, man.
Nah,
we're talking about November 20th.
You just heard Kwame say
November 20th, Sean Porter fights Terrence Crawford. There's only one fight left.
Who was the 3?
There's only one fight left, Drico. We're not talking about no other goofy shit.
Who was the 3 that
this is the finals, Drico.
See, this is the
NBA finals, bro.
Y'all be letting Spence get away with this shit. He named 3 people, Bud being the 3rd one. But
I don't give a damn who he named. He didn't get the fight back out. He didn't get the fight Ugas. So Terrence Crawford is there.
He slid Ugas in there, right? Before
Listen,
Crawford.
bro.
Yeah, he said.
I told you what I want. You ever go to a restaurant and tell somebody what you want, and then they bring you some other shit? Do you pay for that shit?
Bro, y'all running from the facts, bro.
I'm asking you, when you go to a restaurant and you pay for a steak and they bring you some chicken strips, do you pay for the chicken strips?
They ass, they bring me the wrong shit, bro.
Right.
No, so I don't have them problems.
So I ain't paying for it, Drico. That's all I'm telling you, bro.
I don't be having them problems y'all be having, bro.
No, I don't have them kind of problems either, Drico, but I'm just telling you what an analysis.
What we doing here then, bro? All I'm saying is
Spence and Crawford better be next, or PBC and Top Rank might go out of business.
All Spence said he's gonna name off the 3 that Kwame said, right? Bud being the 3rd. But he slid Ugas in there.
No, Bud was the 4th. It was Danny.
Where Ugas come from? So Bud is behind Ugas now?
Yeah, but the only time he was trying to make the Ugas fight is when they took the belt that Manny had and gave it to Ugas. That's when he tried to make the fight. Let's not act like
I wasn't gonna buy that shit either, and I ain't buying it now if they make it now.
Once Manny lost the,
I'm just telling you, stop scratching your head, Drico.
Yeah, once Manny had the belt from Pacquiao.
And I see you got that
from Thurman.
I see you got that dye in there too, Drico. I see you.
Oh man.
Oh, man. Y'all be letting him get away with this, man. Y'all gotta start keeping it a buck, man. Y'all not. All y'all gotta say is yes.
I just told you that's the fight.
Especially it's like Ugas in there.
Wait, hold on. I got a couple of cameras for this one. Did you just really say that, Drico? That was it you that just said? Oh, you could just say, okay, yeah, he did say that. Oh, yeah. Didn't I just have this conversation with you yesterday? Bro, you will talk about 4 years ago before you do that. Are you serious, bro?
You just said that.
Omaha Drico.
Yeah.
Omaha, like Peyton Man. You been calling Omaha, man. You wild, boy.
No, I'm just saying. Kwame just said to name the 3 people, and I just said, okay, well, where did Ugas come in there? That's all. I'm just saying, where did Ugas name come in there?
Ugas came in there when
they can say Ugas. They can say Ugas all they want. They put him in there with Pacquiao, and they found out he can't sell shit. And now they know they can't sell that fight to nobody.
Right.
If Earl say I want to fight Ugas, then what's happening next?
I'm keeping my money.
That's what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. I'm not. Listen. Here's my.
Hey, bro. It's tense all around Kansas City, man. People living outside, man. I ain't paying for that shit.
Yeah. Listen. Here's what I'll say to that. Due to the tour, I don't want to see him fight Ugas. To be honest, I would rather see him fight like his mandatory or something. Due to the fact that he's only fought like one time since Sean Porter, and he's been in an accident and a retina. I think he should get a rhythm fight, a tune-up fight, and then I think he should fight Bud next. That's how I see it. Bud's having a fight. He can have a fight. Then they need to fight next.
I agree with that. But we as fans,
that ain't what he's saying though. That ain't what he's saying either though, Kwame. He sounded like he want to go straight to Bud. So
I'm with him.
If he going to the fight, I'm expecting him to say that's the fight that's next.
Yeah.
Listen, I mean, I did say yesterday I wanted him to take a tune-up, but for the man to put it out there,
right? I mean,
and he sound like he's going straight to the fight. I don't got no problem with it. I just ain't gonna make no excuses. Win, lose, or draw. It's a fight.
Facts.
That's all I'm saying, bro. Like, let's start holding them to the. Everybody, us as fans got to start holding these fighters to exact same thing KC talking about, and I'm trying to display. If
you don't do that to T.O.,
if they do, T.O. got to fight. Who is left that T.O. said he was gonna fight that he ain't fought? He one man though.
Devin Haney.
So, Devin Haney gonna get it next. Devin Haney.
T.O. ain't fought since Trump was president.
He just fought 8 months ago.
Nah, Trump was the president.
He just fought, man. He just beat the pound for pound king.
Since you put it like that,
King Loma.
Yeah.
What he got to do? What do Loma got to do? He fought 4 top 10 opponents, beat him. Then he beat the number 1 pound for pound king Loma. That tank, by the way,
he beat 4 top 10
opponents. Scared of.
Who was the top 10 opponents he beat?
Shit, the 4 top 10.
So you look at the Alzheimer's kicking in and shit.
Just because I don't know, just because I can't remember, don't mean that it didn't happen, bro.
Oh shit! Nah, you gotta come with.
You better stop reading them ESPN ads.
I'm just saying he beat 4 top 10 opponents. I don't know their name. I can't even pronounce their name. The Chinese dude. He beat Loma. Loma is good enough because Loma is good enough because all of y'all people.
Loma's a good scout.
Loma, Comey,
Nakatomi, Comey, and then the other dude. What's the other dude name? Menard.
Magdaleno. It might be Magdaleno.
Something like that. Yeah, see what I'm saying? So I know my shit. I can't pronounce their name. I know my
I can't
shit.
listen. I can't say anything about Tio's resume. I won't do that. You know?
He done ran off some good names. I was just messing with Drico. You know, you got to do that to Drico. If Drico always messing with us, I got to get him.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I'm
just saying, Drico, you be wanting everyone to be 100 when it comes to Spence, but when it comes to Tio and Bud, you don't be wanting to be 100. You want us to be just say this. You know what I'm saying? You say the facts, right? I said the facts are right. The facts are he's the only person. Bud Crawford is the only person out of Errol Spence and Bud Crawford, out of the fighters who's supposed to fight, who said that the fight's not going to happen, or I'm not interested in the fight, or if I don't get the majority of the money, even though I don't even sell pay-per-view well, the fight's not happening. So we got to call a spade a spade. You know, you want us to call a spade on the Spence side, you're going to have to call a spade on that side.
What have I been doing? I'm the most neutral person on the panel. What have I been doing? I said it take 2 to fight. Spence got to bend a little bit, but it take TC. He has to accept that offer. I say T.O. shot himself in the foot when he went against Bob. I said T.O. he'll lose against Josh Taylor, but he'll beat everybody else on down. I mean, I don't know how much 100 I could be about it.
This is the face I gotta have for you when you say shit like that, bro.
That's 100.
You're the most unbiased person.
in the chat, we know that y'all. We know that y'all Boots fans. We know that Boots can walk on water and bend steel.
Oh, here
We
go.
know that Earl. We know that
Here
Earl
we
can have
go.
a major eye
we go.
surgery and heal himself in 2 weeks and go to a championship fight with no tune-ups. We
Here you
know
go.
that.
Right,
We know
right.
that, right?
You see how he makes up the stuff for us and then sells it to the audience? Go ahead, keep going, Trico.
That's the truth. Y'all said Boots is gonna beat everybody in the welterweight division right now. Is that the fact? Did y'all say
Oh, yeah,
that?
I believe that. Yeah.
Okay, all right then. Did y'all not co-sign when Spence said that he had that retina, that eye, and he was gonna be back in the ring in what, 2 to 4 weeks? Did y'all?
I can't go by what everyone else said. What I said was that when people were saying that he was done and his retina was torn, his career was over. I said that I spoke to, which I did. I spoke to his aunt Tanya, and she told me that when he went to the doctor and he got his surgery, they said he'd be healed up in 4 to 6 weeks. That's what I
Okay.
said, right?
So where's the
Now
cat?
hold on a second.
How am I
Now
making
here's
it
no,
up?
no, no, I'm not. We're not saying we make it up, but you make it seem like people acting like he's Wolverine or something. But the fact of the matter is, the fight was supposed to happen this year, right? It's a torn retina, and he's already healthy and healed up quicker than Keith Thurman, who just got bone spurs taken out of his
That's why I
arm.
say the Superman
Right.
thing. See what I'm
So it's
Mm-hmm.
saying?
not about Superman. It's just like he says something, and then
Bro.
the haters jump on it, and then it happens, and then they say, "Oh, the fans believe Superman." We said 4 to 6. I said 4 to 6 weeks. You're gonna go with you can't go with anyone on social media can say anything, but I'm the co-host with you, so I said 4 to 6 weeks. Sure enough, he came out. The people had a problem with what side the patch was on, and then in 4 to 6 and in four to
That's
six
true.
weeks, he came out with a picture showing his eye was doing better and shit, and then people had jokes, but his career not over, and the dude said he ready to fight.
That's
So
true.
look, it is what it is. But what we not going to do? See, KP, I want you to pay attention to what he's doing, so you can see it. What we not going to do is not talk about what this was about, which was you keeping it real about what Bud has been the only one stating that he don't want to fight. Like, we're not fighting because Spencer's never done that, and everything that y'all keep saying about him being scared is interesting. It's like, oh, now he said he going to the fight. Oh, well, he said something 4 years ago. He ain't. Look, from what I see, the stuff Spencer said he was going to do, that's what he's done. He said he wanted to fight Porter, right? He called out. Let's talk facts. He called out Sean Porter, Danny Garcia, and Keith Thurman before Bud Crawford even moved up to welterweight. Let's just be honest about that. Those
Those are
those
facts.
right, those guys ran. He finally got the fights. He finally got the fights when he became the pay-per-view guy. And he's just fought those guys. So like, that's what confuses me about the whole ducking narrative. Is like, oh, he's ducking Terrence Crawford. Now he's fighting those guys, and now it looks
He
like he's
is
getting ready
kind
to
of
fight
sort
those
of
guys.
ducking. He is kind of sort of ducking TC though. He is kind of sort of, bro. Like, we got to
Okay.
give it to, because didn't Jeff Horn had that same belt, and didn't Spence tweet 5 minutes after Jeff Horn won that belt? He said, "Fool, line it up. I want Jeff Horn." That's the same belt that TC got. How come he didn't say the same thing? Line it up. I'm
Listen,
ready to get it.
I
What was
remember.
the
I
what was the
remember
energy
Spence.
change?
I know what energy I saw after that shit happened. I know Spence got on Instagram and said, ain't no nigga from Nebraska can beat me. I'm gonna beat that boy ass." So
Okay, beat
they
it then.
so
Beat it.
there's been numerous times because you acting like, oh, there's this energy change where he's been so scared. These guys have said what they have said, and
Beat it.
and the Buff fans in Omaha, they want to believe it to be one way because it's nothing that Spence could do or not do that's not going to be right. He
No,
want to show up to the
you
fight. It's a problem. If he says he's gonna go and relax with his family, that's a problem. No matter what he say or do, it's gonna be a problem. He said he want to fight. That's a problem. He wants to give you a 60-40 deal. That's a problem. Let's just keep it. Let's just keep it 100. There's nothing that he could do that's gonna make that side happy. But the reality is, no matter what you say, right? Even if or and when Terrence Crawford knocks out Sean Porter, he still doesn't get 50-50. You know, so, and I'm not saying that we should be talking about 50-50 and all of that stuff, but all I'm saying is if we're going to be real and you say, let's just say this or let's just say that, let's just say what's a fact and what's real. These two guys are gonna fight on pay-per-view. That's a fact and that's real.
Yeah.
These two guys are boxers. That's a fact and that's real.
How do we know?
When two boxers, those are all facts. These two guys
we
are boxers.
We don't know if they gonna box or not, bro.
Yeah, but
we don't know if Spence
that's
and
not.
TC
But that's
gonna
not what I said. I'm just stating facts. These two guys are boxers. I'm not saying that they're gonna fight. I'm just saying they're both boxers.
Right.
When two boxers want to fight, there are rules on how all business is done. When it's a pay-per-view, just like with Canelo and Plant or whoever it is, it's the guy who sells the most gets the most. That's how. But that we can't see because
y'all say that about TC now, but just yesterday y'all saying Boots. Yeah, Boots should get it. Why ain't they fighting Boots?
Change the subject.
And I said the same.
To do with Boots. You ain't gonna change
wait a minute. Because I said the same thing about Boots yesterday. I said because he don't have nothing to offer. Now you telling me the exact opposite. You tell me what I was telling y'all yesterday.
No, we're not talking about anything anyone has to offer. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about.
You saying it should be this way because this person brings a certain amount to the table, right? So this is why the split should be like it should be split, right?
That's not what I said. I want you to listen to what I'm saying.
I'm gonna listen close. Go ahead.
Listen very closely. I'm not talking about the boxers.
I want y'all in the chat to listen to this closely too.
Yeah. So I'm not talking about the boxers. I'm talking about the business for boxers in pay-per-view. I'm not talking about any specific boxer. I'm talking about if Mike Tyson and Lennox Lewis had to fight on pay-per-view, how they negotiated a contract. Right. When Floyd negotiated his contracts with whoever he negotiated his contracts. There is a blueprint, there is a formula, there is a system on how that is negotiated. Period. It has nothing to do with Earl Spence or Terrence Crawford. The way it has always worked, and it still works, even when Canelo just fought Caleb Plant, is that the person who has sold on pay-per-view the most and has the highest following that's going to press the button to pay $79.95 or $80 or $100 to the cable company, they get the bigger split. That's how that works. Doesn't matter who the boxer is. That's how all contracts have been negotiated. It just happened with Caleb Plant and Canelo. And Caleb Plant got his biggest payday ever. He got, they're talking about $12 million. Canelo got $40 million in Hennessy rights and all this other stuff. So, but that's just how it works.
I'm not denying none of that.
So my point is, when you sit up and say someone is scared, right? Then you have to, and you say, okay, well, we got to keep it 100. We got to keep it a fact. The facts are that 60-40 or 51-49 is going to go towards the person that sells the most. So when you have a boxer who doesn't sell the most and says, hey, this fight can't happen unless I get the most, just because of what I used to do, which wasn't selling anything, then you have to call a spade a spade. They both have they fault in why the fight didn't happen.
You letting Spence hide behind numbers, man. Y'all letting him. Spence specifically said to Jeff Horn with that same WBO belt 7 minutes later in a tweet, "I'm coming to get that. You fool, line Jeff Horn up." How come he does not have that same energy with that same belt? I sent you that. We went over this. He
didn't say that. No, he said food and made an emoji. That's all he said.
And he didn't say line Jeff Horn up.
And no, he didn't. Everyone said that.
Hold on.
Pull it up.
God damn it. I am. He said line Jeff Horn up, and I'm coming to get that. He said line Jeff Horn up.
He also said to Ugas when he got a strap, right?
We're not talking about Ugas though.
No, I'm just
We're
saying.
talking about Spence. We said, why didn't Spence have that same energy with that same WBO belt that Jeff Horn had now that TC got it?
Yo, these guys is out of control. This dude said Plant deserved $50K for that mediocre performance. That's not right. That guy,
$50K.
Yeah, that guy, he fought, man.
He did.
He made it to the 11th round, man. A lot of niggas
did the
ain't
best
make
he
it to
could do.
the 11th round with Canelo. Billy Joe Saunders ain't make it to the 11th round.
Sure did.
Got his face broke in 5.
Orbital.
Like Mike Tyson said, spinal. He's done. Facts. Oh, look at this. Ben Israel said Drico.
Okay. Can y'all see that?
Barely.
Yeah.
But
Earl Spence called Jeff Horn food and eager to face him next. Y'all see that?
That's a title. Where show me the tweet where Earl Spence said, "Line
come
him up."
on now.
You gotta go. You gotta go look at a tabloid title and tell me this is what Earl Spence said.
I gave you a direct quote. Now you want to tweet that?
You gotta find Earl Spence.
Come on, he said that, bro. Okay, listen. He just said it, bro. Whether it's through a tweet, whether it's an interview, whether he sent it up in a smoke signal through a pigeon. Earl Spence said that, bro. Like, come on, y'all. Come on, man.
Drico, I don't know. Drico got such a good poker face. I don't know. I know he on. I know I got him on the ropes right now, but he's fighting. He's fighting. Right.
No, I'm saying. Listen, bro. He said it.
Right.
Like I showed y'all where he said it.
Right.
I mean, I'm not making this up. Look at Steven. Steven ain't saying nothing because Steven done looked it up already. But that's thank you, Steven.
Look,
I look it up.
A clickbait title, really? You know what I'm saying, Drico? This is an all-time low.
Man, y'all tripping, man. So Spence didn't say that.
This is an all-time low.
You gotta find Spence's tweet. You gotta find his tweet.
Yeah. Where he say line him up at Drico Fever Lopez.
Y'all tripping, bro. Y'all see how y'all listen. See how y'all put the diaper on Spence just that fast. Y'all said, no, show me a tweet.
You see what he does. This is why I love.
Show me a tweet. I just showed you what. Listen,
look what rabbit hole we went down.
I showed you what he said. Like I said it, and then I showed you exactly what I said. On
exactly what you said.
Okay, so now then y'all say, oh, well, show me a tweet. How far we gonna move this goalpost?
No, we're not moving the goalpost. We're saying what you said was Spence said, line him up. He's next. I want to fight him next.
That's what he look. Wait a minute. Let me hold on. Let me.
We gotta get you.
I'm gonna enlarge it so everybody can see this. I'm gonna snapshot it. Hold on. Let me snapshot it.
You're making me feel like I need to go get some readers or something.
I'm feeling snap. Listen. Hold on. Let me screenshot it, and I'm gonna enlarge it so y'all can see it. Okay, wait a minute. Oops.
You'll just show me the title. Or you should open the link and show it should have proof of what Spence said.
Hey, I mean, what all I gotta do, bro?
Like, you gotta actually.
Y'all want me to interview Spence too?
No, it's actually easier to open it up than for you to take a picture and enlarge.
I don't understand so much palmery here on the thing.
I don't understand. I don't understand this clickbait nonsense you're doing.
How is it clickbait?
But we want to see. We want to see.
How is it clickbait? Y'all phones work? Y'all look it up.
Okay, I know. Thanks.
Well, if y'all don't believe me, y'all look it up. Until then, y'all got to take my word, right?
Listen, Drico.
Right? Y'all got to take my word. If y'all don't look it up, y'all got to take my word.
Was it on Twitter?
Yeah, that's a.
I didn't just make this up and write the article. I didn't just make this up and write the article.
Yeah, it says eager to fight him next.
Spence calls Jeff Horn. Spence called Jeff Horn food.
Called him food, right?
Called him food.
Mm-hmm.
Eager to fight him next. Look at the date. Look at the date.
Yeah, where does Spence?
Same day. Same day of the Jeff Horn fight.
Listen. Listen. After a fight, right? After a fight, that's what fighters do. They make references about the fight, or they're gonna say something about the fight.
Okay. How come he didn't say that how come he didn't keep that same energy when TC won the belt?
When TC won the belt, he was doing his own thing. He was going into his own paper.
Live chat. Y'all see this tap dance he doing now? The same belt Jeff Horn has. The same belt Jeff Horn has. TC. I mean,
Drico, we've been arguing about what Spence said about the belt since our first show. Look, I get it. Whatever. The point is, that's 4 years ago. We're in the now. We're in the now where Spence is saying that in 2 weeks he coming back, implying that he's gonna go to the fight with Sean Porter. So they need to make it next. So all I'm saying to you is that these guys need to fight, and once they establish that they're gonna fight, you need to have Terrence Crawford also make some concessions to make the fight and not be on this high horse where has to get paid the most, because everyone knows, like, just out of from a business standpoint, he doesn't deserve the most. So all I'm saying is if he wants to make the fight, he got to come off of that 50-50 or 60-40 my way or no fight. You talk about someone making concession, and that's all I'm saying. We can't just say it's on Earl because he got the leverage. Well, so just because Terrence Crawford says, "Oh, I'm gonna do it this way, and this the way I want to do it," then Earl got to be like, "Oh, since I want to make the fight, and he said that, I got to do it." No, it don't work like that. It may work like that in Nebraska, but it don't work like that. In business, when someone from a business standpoint.
So y'all gonna let Earl just cap his way out of this, right? And then y'all gonna continue to put a diaper on him, right? So when Earl say
he could cap his way out.
When Earl say something, then y'all come back and say, well, he didn't necessarily mean it like that. This is what Earl meant, because business is not made like, no, nigga. Earl said what he said. And that's just it. We can't cut it. We can't cut it. We gotta give it to you just like Earl said. We can't even interpret.
It's funny how you see Steve, how he tried to throw this back on me. That's exactly what I said you need to say about Bud. He said what he said. He's the only one who's constantly saying that he don't want the fight.
He's the only one. Bud gotta agree to it. I said Spence got to come in there.
Yeah, but you sit around talking about someone tap dancing. You don't want tap dancing around all the shit all the time. Bud said that
Bud got to accept the offer. If Bud want this fight to work, he's got to accept the offer. If he's not accepting it, Spencer's got to bend a little bit and make it sweet. If he wants to fight, if he really wants to fight.
So Bud has to accept the offer, but if he don't accept the offer, then Spence got to bend.
Spence has to bend.
It's called negotiations. That's what it's called, fellas. Y'all been saying the word all day. Say it with me. Negotiations.
I'm not having you negotiate for me. Not if that's your strategy.
That's what I'm saying. You can't say just 60-40 and walk in there and be like, I don't want to hear shit you got to say, 60-40. You can't say that. You got to bend a little bit, bro. Like, you got to bend a little bit. It's negotiating. It's negotiation.
First of all, they ain't the ones doing the negotiating. I mean, they have some say in it, but the executives do that. Those guys are fighters.
Bro, y'all telling me that Spence don't have the power to say, make the fight happen? You trying to say Bud ain't got the okay to say, I want this, or no, I don't want to fight? That's what y'all telling us?
Let me address this. He says his is Midwest boxing talk, so I already know you biased because Bud's out in the Midwest. So you saying I'm not making no sense. Crawford can only fight who's willing to fight him, but that's any fighter can only fight who's willing to fight. And Sean Porter, see this. Let's not forget, Sean Porter was willing to fight him back in the day, but the fight didn't get made until now. So y'all keep going with all this stuff like, oh, no one wants to fight him. He can only fight. He fights who he's allowed to fight. He's not in charge of that. Let's just keep it 100.
Who ain't in charge of that?
But he ain't in charge of who he fight. Because if he was, he wouldn't have fought no fucking Mean Machine, no Amir Khan, and no Kell Brook, and no Benavidez. Maybe Benavidez because he got in his face.
See, we can't say that though. See, this is what I be saying. We can't say that because if Spence was in charge, then he wouldn't have to wait on Al.
We're not talking about Spence. We're talking about Bud.
But we got to keep it even across the board, though.
But I'm addressing this gentleman right here, Midway Boxing Talk.
I'm sorry, I butted in. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's what he's saying. He's saying that Crawford can only fight who he wants to, who wants to fight him. That's the same thing with Boots Ennis. That was the same thing with Errol. That's the same thing with Errol Spence. Back when he had beat Kell Brook, he couldn't get Thurman, Danny, or Porter in the ring.
They wasn't on his radar.
There's a lot of different aspects. So that's for everyone. So if you saying someone's not making no sense, that's for everyone. But there's also a business aspect that go along with Crawford too, which is why the fight not getting made. But a lot of people brains it just cut off because they want to just be a fan. So they want to just say,
He just
"Oh,
wants you to
okay,
fight."
this is my guy." So no matter what he said it does, because I believe he's gonna win the fight. He can't do no wrong, even if he's the one saying, "I don't want the fight," even if he's the one that has negative pay-per-view but wants the most money, because you believe he's gonna win, then you think whatever he's saying and doing is right, and it's not right. And the fact is, if you really want to fight, you be honest with both sides. You be honest with Spence. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see how Spence would. I wouldn't say if they went to the table and he said 60-40 and Bud said, nah, I want something a little bit better than that. Say, 55-45 or something like that. Then if Spence wasn't willing to negotiate, or they side wasn't willing to negotiate, then I would call that out. But so I'm also going to call out, if you're not even in a position from a business standpoint to be saying 60-40 or 50-50, or there ain't going to be no fight. Because ain't no one else talking so definite. Like, you don't hear Spence saying 60-40 or it ain't going to be no fight. He's saying we give him 60-40 or 70-30, whatever we decide to give him. But he ain't never saying I ain't going to fight you. He's saying I give you whatever I want to give you. We will fight, but you ain't in control of that. And
So
that's what
Spence is in
what the
control,
issue
right?
is. That's
So
not what the
Spence,
issue is.
so
No.
Spence is in control of negotiations, right?
No. Spence is not in control. He said,
Is Spence
Al,
the A side?
listen. Spence's team is in control, but Spence ain't in
But now we're
control.
playing the word
And
game.
I'm not
Who
playing the
runs
word game.
Spence's
No, no,
team?
no, 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 no.
Who
I'm
runs
I'm
Spence's
gonna,
team?
and that's exactly what I'm saying. So again, right? It's a thing where his side, who is Al Heyman, who runs that side of everything, he's the one who's in control. And the networks, he go to Spence and say, okay, this is the offer. This is what I think we can get. And you have to be patient in business. You don't rush into
And
stuff because you don't get the best deal.
and
So
then what do Spence say?
listen,
Ultimately,
Spence is
who does
gonna
it fall on to
Spence
take
is
that fight or accept those numbers?
listen, once you get into a certain position, right? Because you remember, Spence went from wearing them big goofy glasses in his Dante's Boxing Nation opening to now he got iced out watches and stuff. Once your tax bracket change, you make decisions that make sense best for everything, for the money you're gonna make. Because look at Billy Joe Saunders, look at I don't know about Caleb Plant, but look at these guys. You go in there, you get hurt, fucked up in a boxing fight. You know what I'm saying? You ain't supposed to go in there and take no shorts on your money, because you ain't guaranteed
Well,
to be able to do what you gonna do in your next fight. Or
well, it ain't necessarily taking a short, bro. I mean, you can get what you want by any means, but what I'm saying is when they go in there, it's Spence is really, when he goes in, he's the A side, right?
yeah, his team is the A side, correct?
Who runs Spence's team? Spence,
Well,
right?
PBC runs Spence's team,
Listen, man, if they come to
and
Spence and
also,
if Spence has to yay or nay if he want to get in that ring or not, am I right?
yeah, he has to, yeah, and they want
So
whether he wants
Spence,
to get in
let's
that
get that.
ring.
Spence ultimately has the final. Yeah, I accept that offer, or the final. Nay, I won't accept that offer.
I don't think he has the final. I think he has say in what offer, but I also feel like the networks have the say also, and the offer,
So the
because
networks tell Spence to get in the
the
ring and fight.
the networks tell whoever whatever. The networks tell Al what they expect, and then Al goes to his fighters and tells them what he expects, and that's how it go.
I don't think that's how it go, bro. I think that they come and they say, well, I think Al go to them, negotiate. He come back and say, well, Spence, what you think about this? Spence said, okay, yeah, I'll take that, or no, I'll go back in there and I want this right here, stand stiff and firm. Then he go back. Once that happened, I think they got to
But
fight.
but you
Then they go to the
but
networks and then negotiate. I
so
think that's
so
how that happened.
so yeah, you think, but so what you're telling me is you think that Spence hired a Harvard economics graduate for him to just come in there and say, "Hey, this is what I got," and Spence just says, "Yay or nay," and then he has no input. He's not going to say, "No, we should do it like this," or "This is the plan that we have."
I don't
So,
think I don't think them the dynamics, bro. Like I
okay,
really don't. I think Al come back to him and say, and being making an educated guess, Al will come back to him and say, "Hey, we got this on the table, Spence. You want to accept this?" I don't think that Al is gonna make a decision for Spence and just come back and just be like, "Listen, I made this deal. Shut up, get in there and box." I don't think that's how that work, bro. I don't think Spence gonna go for that. Spence a street dude, and I don't think he's just gonna let Al just tell him what to do, regardless if he a Harvard grad or a gangster. Spence is a gangster too.
Yeah, but
So
he's also whether it's Harvard grad or gangster, this is business at the end of
yeah,
the
but I
day.
don't think
And if a person, why would you not listen to a person who has negotiated the highest boxing purses in the history of the sport? Why if he would tell you, hey, let's do it this way. You see what I did for Floyd and Pacquiao. You see what I did for Floyd and Canelo. There's a way. We're patient. We'll let it marinate. We'll do it this way. You think Spence is gonna go? Nah, fuck that. I'm
no,
a
I
street
don't
dude.
think
Let's
no, I'm
just
not
do it.
saying that, and I'm not saying that, but the ultimate yay or nay falls on Spence. That's all I'm saying. Not Al. It's Spence that's giving that head nod. Yes, I want to fight him. No, I don't. I mean, that's how I would think it would be. I don't think that Spencer just be like, okay, Al, just go handle it all. You got this. I'm gonna fall back, and then he say, oh, such and such came across my table, and you gonna fight him for this amount of dollars, and Spencer say, okay, give me the gloves and lace him up. I don't think that's how that happened.
Well, no, but I was just just having a friendly debate with this brother right here, midway at boxing talk, and he's saying, no, I'm right. Al get the final say so. He gets the final say
No,
so.
bro. No, hell no,
Bro, this
bro.
bro, he
If a
gets the
boxer
final
is
say
doing all
so.
the work, bro, if a boxer is doing all the work, no way in hell is he gonna let somebody else give him the head
Yeah,
nod
but
to get
these
in that
guys
ring and
trust.
risk his life,
Listen,
bro?
listen, listen.
Hell no,
You looking at the small picture because see, you got to understand this. These guys are signed to him. If they go and do the
bro.
wrong, listen to what I'm saying, Drico. If they go and do the wrong thing, right? Say, for instance, Al says, "This is the path I have for you. This is the best way. We're gonna go about it like this." And then one of those guys come back and say, "Nah, I ain't gonna do it that way. I'm gonna do it this way." And then say they lose, right? What happens to you now?
I
Al
don't
don't
think that's
because
how that
Al
happened.
take care of the people. Listen, we all see it. Al take care of the people who go in the direction he tell them to go in. They get paid. That's how it works. They trust him and they get paid. Even
Bro,
look at the Charlos, bro.
bro. They gotta
Look at
the boxers has gotta have that final say, bro, because they getting in that ring and they the one that's getting the wear and tear. They I was this is what I want, Al. Maximize this right here, maximize that, but this is what I want. Then Al go in there and negotiate what they want and come back. And then, but bro, ain't no way y'all gonna tell me, you Midwest, and y'all ain't gonna sit and tell me that Al go behind these people, make all these deals, and then come back and say, lace him up. You fighting TC next. And
that's not
this
what
is
we
what the
said.
money I got for you.
No one said that, Drico. What we're saying
That's
is that
basically what y'all saying.
no,
Y'all say Al got the final say
that's
so.
not what we're saying. You're positioning it as Al just come and bully them and tell them you're gonna do this and it's the fine. No, we say Al has the final say so in a way where these guys trust in Al Heyman. He has the final say so with what he tells them to do because these guys don't go against what he tells them to do
You
because
using
when he
words, but you
I'm
saying
not
that he
using
not
words. You're not
saying that.
listening, see, bro. But if you're not trying to comprehend what I'm saying to you,
But you saying Al tells him what to do. Al got the final say so.
I didn't
These
say
are the
that. I
words
said,
y'all using.
listen. When I say Al tells him what to do, maybe the context is you don't understand the context. When I'm not saying he's bullying them, saying, "Oh, you're gonna do this or do that." Al comes to them with a plan and tells them what to do. I want like he did with Kid Chocolate. He took Kid Chocolate. He told him to drop his belt and go fight and do something else, and everyone got mad. But
I don't think that's how it go, bro.
he told Kid Chocolate what to do, and Kid Chocolate did it. Now, if he tell you, because this is corporate America, this is power. If this guy, this executive who gets you these huge checks, and he says, "Hey, for this or for what I have here with PBC, this is the plan I have. I want you to go do this, and this," and then you go against it, and they have to go do something else. Look at Gary Russell. He don't even get fights.
Well,
You
we
can
know
you can
why
get
Gary.
shelved so easy. So if you don't listen, bro, you can get shelved so easy in boxing.
I didn't say he not listening, bro. But I'm just saying, what the boxers don't have no input in this, bro. Like, come on, y'all. Well, come on, man. If I'm running my business and my brand, and you cut and I say, man, I want that fight, man, and this is the deal I want, Al. Make this, maximize this right here, and blah blah blah. And then he go and say, boom, boom. Al say this, and I say, okay, I'll take that. Or I say, no, I want to take that. Can I do this and make this work for me? Al, the Harvard grad, goes out and make whatever idea that I see work for me along with his input. You see what I'm saying?
Listen,
but
it sounds like
gets the final say so, the yay or nay to whatever goes on, bro.
But no one knows that for sure. And based on what we've seen, right? Again, Mayweather Boston Talk brings up another great point. When Tank wanted to accept the $7 to $10 million from Hearn to fight Tevin Farmer, he wanted to do it because they had a bigger budget than Al and them had. He said he wanted to fight. They said no. He begged for it. They still didn't give it to him. It's politics, bro. They didn't make the fight.
Yeah, we know all that. But then we can go against the rule. We can go against the grain, and we can say, was Al Heyman involved in this negotiation right here with Porter and TC?
I mean, he has to be involved because PBC is being represented by GTB. So yeah,
was Al really behind Porter and TC?
What do you mean? Was he
them making the fight? Was he really behind Porter and TC?
He wasn't behind making the fight because he knows Porter's numbers and he knows Buzz numbers. So he didn't want.
So the answer to that is no. Al wasn't behind it, right?
No, he wasn't against them fighting, but he wasn't behind financing it because it's like, first of all, why would I finance that over here, and I constantly have issues with Bob Arum?
Exactly.
And why would I finance that over here?
So
he's the champion. Why would I finance it?
That little theory that y'all just said just flew out the window. You just shot that down because you said, well, no, he wasn't behind it. So we got it. Al don't have the final say so in these situations.
How could he not have the final say so, bro? Sean Porter's dad said that he had to get the okay from Al to go over the Top Rank to do it.
Well, that's because
if he doesn't have to say so, why would he ask him that?
But you paraphrased and you took the ending out. But the sentence before that, he said that Al didn't want to negotiate. Al didn't want to have nothing to do with Bob and Top Rank, and they went over there on himself. So basically, Al said, "If y'all want to do it, y'all go. I ain't going."
Right, but
am I right?
That's because he has the final say so of what he does with his own shit.
Yeah, he has final. But the boxing, when it comes to fighting, I can say if I want to fight a dude or not. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he doesn't have to pay for it though.
Right, but what I'm saying is some of the responsibility the boxer has to have some type of say so when it comes down to if they want to fight each other or not, bro. You know what I'm saying?
But if if you have the money, if you're a majority owner in a business, if something's your business, you had a final say so. So whether you tell a person, hey, I'm not going to do it here, and you can't do it, or I'm not going to do it here, but you have my blessing to go over there and get it done. That's someone telling someone what to do.
Oh, come on, bro.
It is.
Nah, man. No, it's not. He said, Porter, y'all can go over there and talk to them cats, but I'm not going over there and talk to them. You know what I'm saying? Because Porter's saying, coming back to him, saying, man, we want to get this fight. This is a title shot. I don't got a title. We gonna go over here, man. Al say, well, nah, man, I wouldn't advise. Nah, bro, we gonna go over here and talk. Al gonna say, you can go. It's a whole
different ball game with Sean
I'm not
Porter.
going.
Bro, it's a whole different ball game with Sean Porter. Sean Porter is for everybody.
So now it's a different ball.
Hold on. Well, I mean, am I able to get out my first sentence without you disagreeing? Or are you open to at least hearing what I'm saying?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. So with Sean Porter, it's a whole different ball game because, again, as I said, it has to do with numbers. Sean Porter is not a huge draw, right? So it doesn't make sense for Al Heyman to finance a fight where his star person is Sean Porter, and you can't even get the fight with Errol Spence in Bud because there's no good negotiations going over there. So basically, if Sean Porter says, "Hey, listen, I don't have no one to fight. I don't want to fight. That's a title shot. I'm in the WBA ranking. That's another thing that helped out for having to make the fight because the WBA then is like mandating the fight, right? And then Sean Porter has to ask Al. Al says no. He says, I'm not going to finance it, but you have my blessing to go over there. That's someone telling someone what they
Bruh,
can
no,
do.
it's not. No, it's not.
It is
Who's
telling them
telling who
they can,
what to do?
Because if Al Heyman said you can't go, Kenny Porter said we had to get the okay from Al to go over there. If Al said you can't go over there, you can't go over
Al
there.
said it against his blessings, bro. He went against his blessings. I'm not gonna go over there and negotiate. That was against Al's blessings, bro. When has Al negotiated with Top Rank? When has he done that?
What are you
So
talking about?
Al didn't agree with negotiating with Top Rank. That was against Al's thing.
This is the stuff that Crawford fans do all the time.
No, I'm just keeping it.
You say that Al doesn't negotiate with Top Rank because that's what you're saying now. But then when y'all try to use the Spence Duckett narrative, then y'all say, well, Al has negotiated with Top Rank because he made the fight with Bud and Molina and Felix Diaz, so they've done business. It's like no matter what it is, it's just like y'all take it and flip it.
Bruh.
So it means.
We're gonna talk about this specific one right here. We all know that Al. It was against Al's blessing for them to go over there and negotiate with Bob. We know that, right?
Yeah, but they got his permission. But they got his permission for it. He said, "I'm not." He said, "Listen, when you sign papers with somebody, let's understand this, Trico.
Bro, we understand contracts. We know all of that, right there.
So if you are assigned to someone, then you have to ask permission, bro. If you have a contract with someone, basically has business with you, and they manage you sign them, and they say you're doing, and you don't know what the wording is. If that contract can say all things due here, PBC, Showtime, Fox, whatever, he has to ask for permission to go fight on ESPN. Al does have the final say so.
Yeah, the fighter has some say so though, bro. Like I'm not.
But he don't have a final say so. He has some say so.
No, see, y'all just switched the narrative. See what I'm saying, man?
That's the same thing I've been saying. The fighter has some say so, but Al actually has the final say so. It's business. Yeah, it's like y'all take the mentality like it's the street, and it's not the street. It's business.
No, it's business, bro. Cause you know my line of work. I'm in it all. I was in the street. Now I'm in a Fortune 500 company now. So I'm on both sides of whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever we talking about, we can talk about kilos, or we can talk about multi-million-dollar businesses. And I'm adept to it.
Gotcha. Look at this guy here. He says now he wants Bud because he can't get Uga Strat. I 70-30 Spence. See, these are people who don't want the fight to happen. Do you see what I'm saying? It's no matter. But now y'all say Spence is running. Now Spence says, okay, I'm gonna go to the fight or whatever. I don't need any tune-ups. I'm sure myself, all this stuff. Now it's something else. And that's all I'm saying. It's like, when can people just say, my guy said this or did this, and my guy said this or did this? Everything he said and did wasn't
Spence
right.
got the same Spence got more accolades at 147. His resume is better. He put in the most work. Spence deserved the lion's share at 147, Rod.
And he got two belts.
Yeah, he put in the most work at 147. So regardless of what Spence, TC is the most decorated. We know that. But at 147, where we fighting at for these belts at 147, that's Spence's house. You see what I'm saying? So that he has to come in there, and Spence has to get the lion's share. That's just how it is. I can't even put in no planet in that, bro. Like TC is coming in to Spence's house, so he got to respect that right there. You know what I mean? On the other hand, Spence got to bend a little bit too if he want this fight to happen. You see what I mean? TC got to accept. Spence got to bend a little bit. He can't go in there and say 60-40, I'm gone. He can't do that.
No,
you know what I mean?
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that either. But on the flip side,
he got to.
He can say that, but on the flip side, Arab is not being realistic too. See, because those guys have to agree as well. Aram, and that's exactly why before they said when Manny and Pacquiao and Floyd got made, the person who got it done was like some Jewish executive for HBO. They kept
I
saying if it
agree.
wasn't for this guy, we wouldn't have, this guy, and they said his name, blah 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 blah. This is why we were able to make the fight. So
I agree.
again, they're gonna go through all of that again, and then it's bad blood because he sued the guy last time they did a big pay-per-view fight. With the Wilder fight, they had to go through legal action just to make a written rematch happen. So there's
That's
a
true.
lot of different facets with it. So
I agree with all that.
right. So all I'm saying is that both sides have things that are valid points, and both sides have done or said some things that isn't too kosher in the situation. All I'm saying
Do you
is,
think that Spence has to bend to get this fight made? He has
I
to
think
bend. I ain't saying 50-50, but do you admit that Spence has gotta give on that 60-40 a little bit if he wants to make this fight happen? Can we agree on that?
I think he has to go in there with a compromising or flexible mindset. But I
Yeah, it
also
has to be
feel like,
open minded. Yeah.
but I also feel like he shouldn't be taken advantage of or have himself taken advantage of just to make a fight, because the facts are he's fought tougher fights to get to this point. He has 2 belts and he's fought tougher fights at the weight class, and he's more accomplished. So at the weight class. So if the fight, on top of fighting the tougher guys and being a unified champion, he's also handled his side on the business end of it too when they experimented with pay-per-view. So then he shouldn't have to be bending for someone else who's really their position when they come to the table from a business aspect is not even anywhere in the same stratosphere. But if you want to make the fight, that's why I keep saying again, if you want to make the fight, then yeah, he needs to be flexible, but the onus needs to be on Bud Crawford to be flexible, because if he's nowhere near what Spence has done in terms of being a unified belt holder. It's just like every rule that is a common sense rule in boxing for some reason it goes out the window. If you're a unified champion, you have 2 belts and you are the bigger draw, you get paid the most money. And
No doubt.
that's just what it is. So when you have the other side who has 1 belt at the weight class, and unfortunately hasn't been the draw that he should be based on his talent. And then there's also open risks where his own business promoter and stuff is throwing dirt at him, stating that they can't make no money off of him. That guy can't go to another side where everything is going right for another person and say, okay, I'm the Debo in this situation. If I don't get it, because, back in 2017 or 2018, when I became undisputed in a different weight class, or back in 2016, when I was winning multiple titles in a different weight class, that's you need to. I'm in control of this, and that's all I'm saying. Bud fans have to just come out and just be realistic about that. Without throwing
It,
Spence under the bus, without talking about
it
Al.
is realistic, bro. But the only quirk is what you're saying is it ain't on Bud to bend. You see what I'm saying? Because Spencer's coming in there on the A side, so Spencer's throwing the bone. It depends on Spence. Depends on what side stake he want to throw. TC. It ain't on. It ain't on TC, bro. TC
Well,
is coming in there without a leg to stand on. Am I correct?
right,
TC.
but he's coming in there without. But if he's coming in there without a leg to stand on, and you're admitting it, but he's also stating that either I want half or I want the lion's share. It's not going to happen. But you're openly saying that he's coming in there without a leg to stand
Right.
on.
It's up to Earl to bend.
Yeah, but right. So he's the
Earl got to
one.
bend.
No,
Right.
when you don't have a leg to stand on, you bend. That's like someone.
No, bro.
Yes. That's like some. Listen,
Bro, come
Rico. That's
on,
like that's like
man. What
that's
is
like.
wrong here,
Listen,
bro?
that's like someone needing a place to stay,
How can
right?
TC bend?
Listen,
How?
that's like someone needing a place to stay, right? And your crib is open for them. But then when they show up, even though they don't have a place to stay, they show up and they say, "Hey, you know what? I want to sleep in the master bedroom. I want to sleep in your bedroom. You can sleep in the kids' room and take the couch or whatever." You know what I'm saying? Because back in the day, I was the man. That's what that is. So you
Bro,
telling
no,
me the
that's
nigga with
totally
the crib, you
different.
supposed to? No, it ain't.
Yes,
You
it
you
is.
saying the nigga with the crib is supposed to bend. The person who
Yeah.
has
No, 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 no. If the nigga get the crib, it want that person to stay there, then he got to accept what that person brings. But we talking about boxing. TC don't have a leg to stand on. Earl is the A side. So Earl is gonna say, Earl has to come in there and say, hey man, I want this fight to happen. I want this fight to happen. I want this, that, and the third from TC. And then TC has to accept it or he has to deny it. TC can't go in there and say, oh, I want this, that, and the other, Earl, and make it
yo.
happen or else.
Let's
No, he don't have a leg,
let,
bro.
let me let me ask you a question. Here's a problem too. Where's the promotion for this fight? We 2 weeks away. Where's the promotion
Promotion for what?
for Porter and Bud?
What we what is that? What we
I'm answering a question. Where's the promotion at? What's
shit, you
this
know,
is ES this is ESPN, the
bro,
biggest sports network in the world.
when have they ever promoted TC?
But
This
that's
ain't
my
no
so
unusual.
but that's my
This ain't
point.
no
But that's my point. It's like and dude right here, Jay is saying by the time they fight, they're gonna be the A side. They're not even promoting this fight the way they should.
but I understand what he's saying. I understand what Jay because Spence is he's been out of commission. One fight in 3 years. So what Jay Buzz saying is TC is staying current. He's fighting. Spence is not. So regardless if he fought once or twice, there's still one or two more times more than Spence, and he's staying current. So I understand what Jay's saying by the time they fight, you know what I
No,
mean? But
he doesn't
that ain't the
understand what
case
the
though.
he don't understand what the A side is based on what he just said. Because in order for him to be the A side, him and Porter would have to sell like damn near 1 million pay-per-views or something like that. Or 700,000-800,000 pay-per-views, which we know they're not gonna sell.
Right.
You know,
But bro, we gotta
if
be
him
realistic. We both said we know Spence and TC gonna sell. So that even shouldn't even be a issue. You see what I'm saying? Like that shouldn't even be an issue right there concerning us, because we know that that fight is going to sell, right? It's just a matter of them crunching the numbers and making it good for both sides. That's the holdup right there. The business part of it.
Yeah,
Am
well,
I
yeah,
correct?
yeah. I mean, no, we're not arguing that. We're just
Yeah.
stating that when it comes to the business, the person who need to bend is the person who don't have a leg to stand on. A person who's wrong and strong or can't be wrong and strong. You can't be showing up. You can't be homeless
Bro,
and be showing up at somebody's house and be telling them, oh, well, you know what? If I'm gonna stay here,
you
I'm gonna
using
need
a
this,
different
this, and this.
analogy though, bro. You use it. We
How?
talking about boxing the A side.
What?
Spence
How's
can
it a
come in
different
there
analogy?
and tell Spence can basically come in there and tell TC, I want you to wear pink gloves, pink polka dot gloves, or else I'm not fighting you. Because he's the A side. Spence can make him fight in any gloves he want him to fight in if TC wants that fight. And what? You see what I'm saying? Now, if Spence because
But what you're
Spence has the
stating right
bigger
there,
portion.
yeah. But what you state, what you just stated is the thing you arguing against. That means that he would.
No,
That
I'm
means
telling
that
you,
TC
Spence
would
is
have
in
right,
charge.
which means TC would have to
Period.
bend. Yeah, but which means
Period. So if
which
it's any bending, bro, Spence ain't got a leg to stand on. So Spence can't even bend a leg.
so
He
who
don't got
has
one
a
to
leg to
stand
stand?
on.
You mean Crawford? Because you say Spence don't.
Crawford don't even have a leg to stand on, so he can't even bend, bro. It's all about Spence, how Spence go in there and approach this negotiations if he wanted, because Spence he's the A side, bro. I don't know what else to tell y'all, bro. Like
Listen,
Spence is the A side.
listen, J Rod. I'm just gonna give you a simple math lesson real quick, right? So you say Bud got to sell 1 million, and then you said exactly when has Spence sold 1 million. So you talking about uh A side, right? Which it's evident that you don't understand how A side is decided. So when I say he would need to sell 1 million, that means that he would need to have more total sales than Spence. When you look at what Spence has sold compared to what Bud has sold, Spence has done 3 pay-per-views in excess of 900 and something thousand pay-per-view buys through his 3 pay-per-views. 360 plus for Danny Garcia was like 350 or 3 somewhere around 350 for Sean Porter. Okay. So we already at 700, we're over 700,000 right there. And then when we go with Danny Garcia in the pandemic, that was about 250. So we 900,000, almost a million pay-per-views. Terrence Crawford and his 2 pay-per-views, so 50 with Postal where they lost money, and about 125 with Amir Khan. So we're looking at 175,000. So in order for him to be the A side, he would need to sell about a million pay-per-views, so he have over a million. Because Spence has sold close to a million in total. He would need to sell at least a million. Because you tell he gonna go in there and be the A side. So no one's saying that Spence has to sell when has Spence sold a million. What we're saying is once they go to negotiate and they say, what's this guy's total sales, right, for Spence? So, Al Hammond and them gonna be like, okay, when they go to negotiate, over the last 3 fights, he's averaged this amount of pay-per-views, about 300,000, 350,000, or 325,000, and then totaling up to 900 something thousand. When they go in there with Bud, they're gonna say he sold this amount, it's averaged at this, and he sold under 200,000 total, 175. So he's gonna have to sell that amount to be on the same level, point blank, period. So no one's saying that they have to sell a million at one time, or Spence ever sold a million. But I'm just saying Bud is just so far behind from in that aspect. And that's why I say that he needs to bend because of the stance he has taken. The stance he has taken is if I don't get half, or if I don't get 60-40 like Spence said he wants, then there ain't going to be no fight. So when someone says that there ain't going to be a fight, that means that they need to start to bend for them to even to consider having a fight or accepting. So that person has to bend because the other person is going.
How can TC bend when he don't have nothing to bend?
Well, again,
he doesn't have no power going into this negotiation, bro.
Listen. So again, right? So if a person comes to you and says, "I'll offer you 60-40," and you say he has no power, right? Then he should just accept it. He can't go proud.
No, bro, come on now.
If you don't have no power, listen. Okay,
don't do that, bro.
But that's how those situations work.
It's called negotiations, bro.
You just said he has no power. So how do you negotiate?
When you go in there, but that's why I say if he don't agree, then it's Spencer's job is to bend a little bit, bro. I didn't say 50. I didn't say 50-50.
Sideways shit is this? This is sideways thinking.
I didn't say 50-50, but that's negotiations, bro. You just said 10 minutes ago, yeah, I hope Spence go in there optimistic and have an open mind when he go in there. If Spence say, we already know what it is. If Spence go in there and say 60-40, we already know TC ain't going for it, bro. You see what I'm saying? So Spence come in there and say,
that's the problem. Y'all keep talking about TC like he's like in a negotiation, he's somebody. He's not. Y'all keep talking
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Right, but the way you're going about it by saying that he doesn't need to bend, Spence needs to bend.
Spence has to bend because Spence is the one that has Spence is the A side.
So let me ask you a question. Yeah. If Spence says 60-40 and Terrence Crawford says right now, he says, I want to fight you, I'll take the 60-40. Did Terrence Crawford bend?
No, Earl told him what to do and he just agreed to it.
But that's not. But how's that? That's not.
Because Spence is the one that offered it,
but
right?
That doesn't make sense, Drico, because he's already said
that. It does.
I know it
because
doesn't. Because
Spence offered the lion's share. Spence come in there and he's the A side, and he said 60-40, I'll fight you.
But he's done this, and Bud said, no, I'm not fighting you.
Right.
So again, it's not. You're acting like Spence could just force it on him because he don't have a leg. Spence just tried to force it on him.
Spence can.
But he didn't. He didn't accept it. So he can't. If you can't force something on somebody if they can say no to you. That's not forcing something on someone.
Okay. If Spence come in there and Spence say 60-40 and TC said I ain't going for it, and then Spence go back and say, all right, 55-45. and then TC said, "Okay, yeah, I'll go for that." You see what I'm saying? That's the part of the negotiations, bro. And that TC, I mean, that's Earl bending because Earl want that fight.
That's
I'm
not
not
Earl
saying
bending.
give. I'm
How
not
can it be
saying
him
give
bending,
TC.
Drico? He already offered that, and Terrence said no. So how can that
Right,
be bending? If
right,
Terrence says yes, then Terrence is bending. How can
what,
it be bending? If Earl offered him that in real life already, he's offered that, and Terrence publicly said,
bro? What
no.
good is the A side? Y'all killing the A
Yeah,
side then.
again, but you're going off topic. We need to stay on topic because you're talking about who has to bend in a negotiation. If
Who's the A
someone,
side?
so
Let's
if
get it
someone,
established in
and
the conversation.
we already everyone knows that this is basic. We know that. So
Right,
all we're saying is this: if someone goes to someone and says, "Hey, I want you to do this, 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 and this," right? And
right.
then that person says no, and nothing happens, and they're able to execute no, and they're powerful enough to make no real, then you can't force something on that person.
Listen, is it
Now
anybody?
hold on. And now if that person then looks at the offer again later and then just says, all right, fuck it, I do it, then that person's bending.
That's not bending. That's giving in.
That's what
That's
bending
not
is.
bending, bro. That's not giving in.
So what does bending mean to
If
you?
the only person that can bend in this situation is Earl. He
Yeah,
is the A side. If they
listen,
go to Earl and Earl say 60-40, and Earl say,
you're
well,
using the
no, he
wrong,
say 45-55 and he'll fight you. And Earl said, nah,
bro.
nah.
Which means, you know what that means?
Earl
You're
has
using a
to Earl has to do that's the whole point of being the A side, bro.
but then you're using the wrong word, Drico. It's not bending. You're using the wrong word. See,
To make
because
this fight happen,
listen. You said,
Earl has to
let
bend,
me
bro.
finish. You just said that if Terrence Crawford accepts it, that means he gave in. Then I said that means if he gave in, he bended, right? He submitted, he
No,
bended.
because it's a
Oh, let
difference,
me
bro.
finish,
Because
Drico. Let me finish. Now you said no, that's not bending. Okay, so when a king goes into when there's war or whatever, and the king goes somewhere and they win the war and they meet the leader over there, they tell that person to do what? To bend, to give in. They've lost. Bending is giving in. You've lost. The king will say, you know what? I've taken this over. If you want to live, you gotta bend. You gotta bend to my knee. When you bend, what that means is that you've given in. You've just stated that if Terrence Crawford says that he'll take the 60-40 because he's already not taking the 60-40 before, and he said no, and we don't have a fight because he's not willing to accept that. But now, if he's willing to accept it, he's giving in. That means Terrence Crawford is bending, which means
bro, no, it's
which
not, you can't Terrence Crawford. Okay, let's stop. Who is the A side of this, bro? Who has the biggest amount of the pie? That's Earl, right?
right.
That's
I
Earl.
mean,
So
this
when
is
you go in, and the whole reason why this A side is happening is so that you can say, either I'ma tell him what to do and he gonna do it, or we not boxing. Am I correct? That's the whole point of having the A being the A side, right?
no. That's not the whole point of being an A
The
side.
point of the A side is not being
Part of
able to
being
dictate how you
no.
want to fight.
That's something that's something you can exercise by being the A side. That's not the point.
Okay, whatever
No, no,
word
no, no,
you
no, 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 no.
use,
There's a difference. See, again, because when you
whatever
say,
word you
well, no, no, no,
use.
no, 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 you have to choose your words carefully because the
Come
words you
on, bro.
say
See,
is
now y'all
no,
quit playing
the
the
words
word
that you're
game now, bro.
the words you're saying is what you're communicating to our guests. So you can't say blue and then say, well, I meant green, but I said blue. It's a word game. No,
No,
if
because
you're
we what
if
we're talking about is an A side. We
yeah,
talking about
but
the A side bending. If
what you're right, but what you're
if
also saying is that the point of the A side is to tell the other person, I'm gonna do this, or we not boxing. No, that's
basically
something.
it is.
No. That's something that comes with the position of being in the A side. That's part of being the A side. That's part
Okay,
of
whatever
right.
it listen,
But the point,
whatever it
listen, the
is,
point of when you are listen, when you everyone knows if you are the A side, whether it's A side or B side, however you want to name it, we don't even have to say A side. It's just basically very, very simple. If one person sells more than another person, that person gets the most because that's
bro, the chat ain't slow. They know
right.
what we talking about, bro.
So again, once that if that happens and the other side says, no, I don't want to accept your terms, right? And then later, and you're saying that person doesn't have a leg to stand on, then they realize they don't have a leg to stand on, and then they say, okay, I'll take it. You said that's them giving in.
No, that's Earl dictating what he wants to give them, and they're agreeing to it. It ain't no way. Bro, it's not y'all putting it the way that you saying it. It's the other way around. You acting like, okay, I gotta go in here and I'm gonna bend down and I'm gonna say, I'll take 60-40. It's not like that, bro. Earl is the one that comes out and dictates the whole tone of the negotiation. Earl negotiates the tone in this negotiation, not TC, bro.
That's very. You know what? This is. You know what? I'm really glad this gentleman, Midwest Boxing Talk, came in because
he don't know what the fuck he talking about, bro.
He says, first of all, he's on Terrence Crawford's side, so you can't say that.
No, but he don't know what the fuck he's talking about with this.
Yes, he does. But he said bending has nothing to do with A side or B side. Bending has to do with who really wants to fight more. So this is what I'll say, right?
He just said Bending ain't got nothing to do with it, but he said Bending has something to do with the A side of the B. Come on, bro, make it make sense to me, man.
Hold on. If one person is saying I'm gonna give you an offer so we can fight, and another person is saying if I don't get more money than you, even though I don't deserve it, then we're not fighting. Who wants to fight more? The person who's actually offering to make a fight. You got another person saying we ain't never gonna fight. I'm not even thinking about that fight. This fight is this.
Listen,
this fight.
I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna break it down to you like this, bro. And I'm gonna use the street analogy since we having problems getting this taken care of.
Yeah, but
if I got a cookie, you can't come in the room and say, "Give me a piece of your cookie." You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna say, "Hey man, it's my cookie, man. I'll give you a little bit of it because it's my cookie." You see what I'm saying? I'm the A side. So with Spence being the A side, you're not gonna go and tell him I'm gonna take 60-40. That's not going to happen. Spence is going to say, I'm going to give you 60-40 and you're going to take it or you not. See, that's the whole mix up right there. See, y'all acting like TC is coming in there saying, I'll bow down, I'll take 60-40. No, Spence has to offer him 60-40. That's the only reason why this deal will come through. You see what I'm saying? Y'all putting that wagon before the horse. See, Midwest, you don't know what you're talking about. Spence is the A side. Spence is going to dictate this negotiations. If y'all don't understand that, y'all in the wrong.
Yeah, again, that we've already established that. The point is that if he's dictating the negotiation and the person who is Spence or Spence's team who has the leverage in the negotiation makes an offer and the other person says no, I'm not accepting that, or I'm not fighting. Actually, I want more money than you. I want the same as you, or shit, I want more money than you. Right? Yeah. If that person says that in the public and then decides at some point that, all right, this is the best it's going to get and I really want to fight, so I'll take it, that means that he bent. That means that because listen. If he would have never rejected the offer to begin with, then I would say, okay, maybe what you're saying is correct. But he has already looked at the offer, he's rejected it and said, I'm not taking it, right? So if he then takes it, that's him bending. Because he's already dealt with the offer already. That's like, you know what that's like, Drico? That's like you have that's like you have a settlement with an attorney. Let's just say that something happened and you were due money from a company, right? And y'all negotiating, and the lawyer come back to you and say, Drico, these people offer you $150,000, and you say, fuck that, I don't want that shit, right? But then your bills is coming up and you fucked up and you about to go out on the street, and then you go, oh, you know what? And you call a lawyer, you say, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna take the 150. Even though what this company did to me initially, I should have got 500,000, but I'm fucked up, or I don't have any direction to go in because I don't have no one else to fight. I don't even have welterweights here on my side or whatever. Fuck it. I'm gonna just go ahead. What you offered, now that I'm in the position I'm in, I'm gonna accept it. That's him bending. If he didn't reject, if that person,
if I tell you I'm gonna give you a third of my cookie when you came in, and then you walk away and you think about it and you come back and say, okay, I'll take that third. You're not bending, you're taking what I gave you in the first place. So ain't nothing changed, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So regardless if TC left with the 60-40 and then he come back and say, oh, well, okay, I'll take it. TC is not bending. He's accepting what Earl Spence gives him, bro.
I mean,
right?
I know TC always, he always have to have the biggest chest in the room. So I get it. So it has to be,
I'm just saying,
it can't be him bending. It has to be him accepting it now.
It ain't
However you want to word it.
Listen, accepting is more demeaning than actually bending, bro. Because bending means that you're compromising. That's not what's happening here. Because ain't no compromising.
It is a compromise if you rejected it already.
A-side.
If you said no fight, listen, if you looked at the offer, you said no fight, and we ain't doing it, and you stood on that, and now you took it, that's called compromise.
That's not bending, bro. Listen, bro. If I tell you 60-40, you leave, you go in a year, and you come back, and you say, okay, I'll take that 60-40. You're not bending, bro. You're taking what I offered you. So you're not bending. You're taking what I offer. If you come back and you say, no, I don't want 60-40. I want 45-55. You see what I'm saying? That's different. But if I offer you 60-40 and you walk away and you come back and you say, okay, I'll take the 60-40. You're not bending. You're accepting what I gave you, what I offered you.
Okay, Drico, we gonna sit around and argue about the same thing
right?
for another hour.
No, that's just facts. That's what the A side does, bro. Like that's the benefit of being the A side, because you're able to negotiate. All negotiations is in your favor because you can actually dictate on.
This is so funny. This is so funny with y'all Crawford fans. Y'all change positions and tap dance and pull so much bullshit out of
no
so much, because before this, what y'all was first y'all said, oh, Earl has to bend. Oh, now you saying, oh, he don't have leverage. But all y'all was arguing before, and the same thing that that Crawford even said when he rejected the offer was like he deserved it because he called Spence's career little, and he accomplished more than this and more than that. And y'all use that as a way to say before, okay, well, it should be 50-50.
Bud can call Spence's career little.
Now, listen, now y'all like, oh, he ain't that. He should be doing this and that, but he should. Spence should have to bend. Well, yo, like what? Like none of this shit make no sense.
I didn't say he has to bend. I said if Spence wants this fight to happen, then he gotta bend. If he wants it to happen, then he gotta bend, bro. No. Like he's gotta. If he wants this, because Spence is the A side, so Spence has to bend. TC don't have to bend because Spence already put the offer out there.
All right. So basically, Terrence Crawford says, you know what? Fuck it. We ain't gonna fight. Unless I get 60-40 or 50-50. And Terrence Crawford is standing on that shit because he's still saying your career is little and I've accomplished this and I could go to the Hall of Fame. This is the argument that's been used for years. I'm not making this up because this is what it is. I could go to the Hall of Fame. I'm more decorated. I should get this and that.
Is that not a true statement?
Yeah. Is it not a true statement that he sold 50,000 pay-per-views?
No.
Is that not a true statement?
See, you twisting it around.
I'm not. We're gonna say they're both true. They're both true statements. It is true. It is true, Drico. It's true.
When TC said,
it's true.
When TC said your little career was, can TC say that?
No.
Did he lie when he said
that? Listen. That's an ego shot because Spence's career is not little. Spence had fought better opponents than him. He make more money or just as much or more money.
It ain't got nothing. The numbers ain't got nothing.
You can't go. Listen, if someone did shit that you ain't did in your career, you can't call him his career little. He wanted to go to the Olympics, whether he got cheated or not. He ain't go. But Spence could have went pro if he didn't make the Olympics, just like Bud. But he was in the Olympics. He's more decorated. He was in the Olympics. He was in the Olympics. He fought tougher competition than him, quicker than he did. He got 2 belts in that weight class, and he got on pay-per-view successfully, quicker than Bud did, and did all that shit in 4 less years and 10 less fights in his career. So Bud can't turn around and call that man career
little. That's not true, bro. That's false.
What's not true?
The whole thing. He's not more decorated than TC. We're gonna get that together right now.
Listen.
Spencer's not more decorated than TC.
No, I'm not saying that he's more decorated as a
okay,
pro.
we got to get that together.
Listen, I'm not saying he's more decorated as a pro. When you talk about career in boxing, right? Like the reason that you picked Shakur Stevenson the other day to be the creme de la creme coming out is because of his pedigree. Shakur Stevenson went to the Olympics, just like Andre Ward went to the Olympics, right? Errol Spence went to the Olympics. Listen, Errol Spence went to the Olympics. When Errol Spence came out from the Olympics to go pro, everyone was trying to sign him. Al Hain was trying to sign him. Bob Arum was trying to sign him. When Terrence Crawford showed up in the pros, he had it tough. Let's just put it like that. And they found out about him later. And no one's disrespecting what he was able to accomplish, but you can't call this other man's career little.
He can, bro.
Listen,
from a boxing standpoint, let's take the emotions out. Can Canelo call TC career little? And ain't nothing that TC can do. He can Canelo can say, "Oh man, your little career."
No one can call Terrence Crawford's career little. What they can say is that his pay-per-view
Canelo can.
No, they can. Canelo can. No, if you listen, Terrence Crawford, in all honesty, yes, he can go to the Hall of Fame if he retired, based on what he did. So no one can look at anyone who's going in the Hall of Fame and say your career is little. No one can say that.
I'm just saying though, Canelo can actually say
he can't say that. He
your
can say
little career.
No, he can't. He can. First of all, Bud was a champion before Canelo was a champion, so he can't say that.
Bro, you're not keeping it 100, bro. You're not keeping it 100. You're not keeping it 100. I'm gonna tell you, like, Canelo can tell Bud, man, your little career. And it would be a fact because coming from Canelo, he can do that.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it. No, hold on.
Austin Trout.
No. Let's straighten that out. But let's not move past that. Let's address that. Right. Canelo can tell Bud based on his career if he wants to be egotistical and say, "Oh, your little career," but that doesn't make Bud's career a little career. What it makes is his career maybe smaller than Canelo's, but someone going into the Hall of Fame doesn't have a little career. So the only way Canelo could tell Terrence Bud Crawford that he has a little career is based off ego. It's not based off reality because Terrence Crawford's career is not little in any sense at all. So he can't say that. So that's an ego thing, number one.
No, it's not. That's a fact, bro.
It's not a fact.
Because it's a fact because Terrence Crawford ain't did what Canelo has done or fought Canelo has fought.
Based on what?
You don't want to say it because you know I'm a wrap around the horse. You know I'm gonna surround the wagon.
This is easy. I'm gonna come on camera for this. This is super easy. So again, right? So you're saying that's what you're saying. See, I'm gonna show you where you catch. I'm gonna catch you being super hypocritical with that, right? So you're gonna say that, and basically the only thing that you can say that Canelo has over Terrence Bud Crawford, basically, is that he's been in big pay-per-view fights. Because hold on,
surrounding the wagon.
Hold on. That the only thing that you can state that he has over Terrence Crawford is level of opponents, right? Because he's fought in Mayweather's and all these. So level of opponents, and that he's pay-per-view, right? That's what he has over him, right? That's it. Because Canelo just became undisputed. He just, for the first time ever, has become undisputed. Bud was undisputed years ago, right? So if we're going to look at something that's compared to say that Canelo's career is, that Bud's career is little to Canelo, the only thing we could talk about is level of opponents and what he's done on pay-per-view, right? But you'll acknowledge it for this, but when we bring it up for Bud and Spence, because Spence has higher pay-per-views and better level.
That don't mean nothing, bro.
Hold on. So when Spence has higher pay-per-view numbers and has fought better opponents in 10 less fights, and 4 less years of a pro career than Bud, he's done these things, then he can't call his career a little career.
Yes, he can.
Because he can't call his career a little career.
Listen, bro. he can call him his career little because he's got more accolades than Spence got. So TC can call
Yeah, but you
Spence's
ain't
career
calling it.
little.
But you're not using the
I
same
let him talk.
metric.
I let you
But
talk.
you're not using the same metric though. You're
I
not
am
using
using the
No, you're
same
not.
metric.
Because for
I am.
Canelo, no, you're not. Because for
If
Canelo
you let,
versus
can I finish? Can
yeah,
I finish?
just let me make this point. For
God damn.
Canelo, hold on. For Canelo and Terrence Crawford, when you're comparing careers, you're not talking about accolades because their accolades are about the same. What you're talking about is uh pay-per-view numbers and level of opponents. Now, when you're going to make the comparison with Bud and Spence, now you're going to accolades. You got to make up your mind
No, you didn't let me
which
finish
side
what
of
I'm.
it is.
You didn't let me finish what I'm saying. The only
Okay.
reason I said
Okay.
that TC was that Canelo can call TC's career little is because of the accolades. That when the minute that Canelo unified, that put him over TC. Before that, TC had more accolades. You see what I mean? TC is the second most decorated man in boxing right now, bro. Canelo's the first. Let's get this understood. So when Canelo can say little career to TC, can't nobody else say it. And TC can say Spence, your little career, but can't nobody else say it because TC has more accolades than him. He's been in the game longer than him. You just said this yourself. TC's been in the game longer than him. He got more accolades than him, regardless of the fact that Spence started boxing yesterday or the day before or last year. Whatever the jump is, TC has that right to say little career to Spence
All
and
right.
can back it up with
Let
his
me ask you a question.
accolades.
Okay. That's fair. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Could Terrence Crawford or Canelo Alvarez go to Jake Paul and say, "With your little career"?
Go to who? Jake Paul.
Yeah, could they say, "With your little
Yeah.
career"?
Yeah.
Jake Paul makes more money than all of them when he
It don't
fights.
make no difference.
Yeah, but
He
you
can,
just stated. Yeah, but that's my point.
it don't make no
You just
what accolades have Jake Paul had?
listen. It's not about accolades. It's about your
It
career.
is. I
Listen,
just told you.
listen. Accolades is part of your career.
I
That's
just
not your.
told you that
Yeah, but
though. I
accolades
just
is
said the reason why Canelo did that is because he just became undisputed. I said that.
accolades.
That's an accolade.
Yeah, but accolades isn't your entire career. It's part of a career.
Bruh, come
It's
on,
part of a
man.
career.
Now
It's part of
see
it.
what I'm saying,
No,
bro.
it's
You're
part
not
of a
keeping it
career.
100,
What are you talking
bro.
about? You're not keeping it 100. You just listen.
Because
Hold on. Accolades is not pay per view sales, is it? Because you just brought that up with Canelo. You said
man, bro,
first of all,
it ain't about cash. It ain't
listen,
about cash. If that
listen.
was the
First of
case,
all, based
Canelo
on
would have been AJ would be number one.
based on
Anthony Joshua would have been number one.
let me state this for you, right?
It
Beating
ain't about
Caleb,
money.
listen, Canelo beating Caleb Plant, who probably isn't. Caleb Plant might be in the top 10 fighters he's ever faced of all time, right? For Canelo, right?
Right.
So beating Caleb Plant isn't what launches Canelo to a stratosphere where he can now look at Bud Crawford's career and just say, "Oh, your little career." It ain't just beating Caleb Plant. What makes Canelo's career such a huge career is that he's been the face. He's been the face of boxing, or the biggest earner, like one of the biggest earners outside of like a Wilder, Anthony Joshua.
So I
Canelo has
was
a whole
correct,
country.
right?
So listen. So what made Canelo's, because Canelo not just beating Caleb Plant based on the ego you talking about, he could have long since said, "Bud, with your little career."
Bruh. He
Because
can say
listen,
that to
his career.
Bud.
Listen, he can, yeah. But you just said because his once he got the undisputed from Caleb Plant, now he had the accolades before he couldn't
Bruh.
say it. Now that's what you said.
Bruh.
I'm repeating what you just said.
Listen. Canelo can say to TC with your little career, and TC can say to Spence with your little career.
Listen, I don't understand how he could, bro. How can he
He
do
didn't
that?
make a false statement when TC said, Spence with your little career.
But
Bud
here's the
can say
thing.
that, bro. He's not wrong.
Here's the thing.
He's not wrong.
Listen to what you're doing. You're prefacing that by saying if Canelo says that to Bud, he can say that. Canelo, first of all, has never said that to Bud. Number
I'm
two,
just
hold
saying.
on, but that's your opinion because he's never said that to Bud. Number one, and number two, even boxers like that who respect the sport so much, because Canelo and Bud are two of the guys who are the most dedicated guys in the sport, who are champions, who always in shape, who always come out and give their best or give 110% in the ring, and it shows when they get in the ring. A guy like that is not going to look at another guy like that and say, with your little career, that he would never say that, because first of all, Bud's career is not little. It even to Canelo.
Bro, I'm just saying, bro. I just use that as an analogy. I just use that as an analogy.
It's an analogy. It's an analogy.
But let's keep it real then.
But it's an analogy. Bud can
call Bud can call Spencer's career little because he can, and he can back it up with the 6 title belts and the 3 divisions.
This is funny. I'm gonna show you how much of a contradiction that is. So he could tell him his career is little, but then when they meet up in both of their active careers, where they're both in their prime, Spence is the A side. So how could his career
Spence has more belts, bro?
So according to you, if Spence needs to bend in order to make the fight, how could Terrence Crawford say that?
If Spence was at 140, this would be a whole different conversation.
Bro, Spence was never at 140.
Oh, okay then. So like I said, TC is coming to Earl's division. So he's gotta say, hey, this 60-40. Spence run his division. I told you that. Spence run his division.
Yeah,
but TC, that don't got nothing to do with the accolades that TC has, bro.
How can you call his career? How could he sit up and call someone's career little?
Because he has more accolades than Spence. He's got three division, 6 world titles.
Yeah, but that's
6.
But again, your titles or your accolades and belts is only part of your career. It's not your entire career.
Bro, the belts mean something.
I never said that they didn't. What I'm saying is that it means something, but your belts and accolades doesn't define your career 100%. Because if it did, then he would be the A side sitting down. He would be the person who has all the power and the leverage. If you're saying if the belts meant everything, so apparently in boxing the belts isn't everything in the career, because if Spence at this point, if his career is so little, but you're sitting up saying that, oh, he's the A side and he needs to bend to make the fight happen, how could a man tell? That's like what I said before. That's like you know what? I'm gonna make a good analogy for you. That's like Terrence Crawford, right? Being the guy who got on, and he's not like this at all, but I'm just making an analogy. That's like Terrence Crawford being the guy who have on designer pants, designer clothes, rope chains, all this shit like a rapper, but don't have a house, right? But he needs a place. Hold on a second. He needs a place to stay, but Earl Spence has a house, but then he goes and says, "Listen, nigga, I'm flashy. I'm this. I'm that. I need to sleep in the bedroom now." It doesn't make no sense what you're saying. It doesn't. It does
make sense, bro. It does. Y'all don't make no sense, bro, because y'all saying this.
Listen, Drico. The fact is, Terrence Crawford has more belts, right? He's went through more weight classes. He has a great career. No one is arguing that. What I'm saying to you is this, because when you're telling someone else that their career is little, that's coming from a place of ego. That's not coming.
But he can back it up with facts, bro.
Listen. It don't matter what you could back up.
He can back it up. So ego don't got nothing to do with it when you can support what you said with a fact.
Listen, if someone offers you a deal that you think isn't fair or what's worth it to you, and then your response is by saying, "Oh, that person's career is small." That's ego.
You can't say that because
that's not proof, because no one's measuring. No one's sitting up and measuring who career is bigger or who career is this to make the fight. Apparently,
it's not an opinion, bro. That's a fact. What he said.
Listen. So if his career, so
that's not an opinion. What TC said. That's a fact, bro.
So listen.
You arguing a fact, bro.
Listen. So if Spence's career is so little, then what do we call Bud's career then? Because they've tried with this guy. See, the pinnacle of a boxing career. See, you want to talk about careers. All the guys who were at the pinnacle of boxing careers, like
you arguing with a fact. You know that, don't you?
No. I'm gonna learn you something. So the pinnacle is for a boxing career are guys like Muhammad Ali, right? Sugar Ray Robinson, Sugar Ray Leonard, Oscar De La Hoya, Floyd Mayweather, Roy Jones. All these guys, all the guys that were at the top who had at that time the elite, the top, the best skills, they all fought on pay-per-view.
That's part of your boxing career. All of them.
This ain't got nothing to do with no money, man.
But listen. How could you say it has nothing to do with no money?
Bruh, this is all about accolades, bruh. This is all about accolades. We're not talking about no money, bruh.
Listen, I'm not talking about money. What I'm talking about is careers and what defines a career. All the guys who are at the top of boxing, even like for instance, we look at Conor McGregor. Anytime you're at the top of a sport like combat sports, you're on pay-per-view. That's part of your career.
Bruh, we're not talking about no money. Let's talk about listen, man. That's y'all only leg. He might make more money than TC. Okay, that's what it is, bro. That's what it is. Let's stick with strictly careers. If we go by strictly careers and we line up, when we line up their careers and we go strictly by career, we line up what they have and what they don't have. That's all Spence probably will have is money. As far as accolades, awards, and all that, let's go to TC, bro.
Listen, no one's saying it doesn't.
You gotta keep it 100, bro.
Listen, no one is saying it doesn't. That part doesn't. What I'm saying to you is that's not 100% of a career. So when you tell someone they have a small career, they may not have as many accolades as you. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Floyd, hold on. Let me say something to you. Floyd Mayweather ain't never been an undisputed champion ever.
Bro, you can't use Floyd, bro.
Yeah, but why not?
Floyd is a cheat code, bro.
But you're talking about accolades, though, right?
Floyd is a cheat code,
but
bro.
But you talking about accolades, though?
But Floyd is a cheat code. Yeah, we're talking about Spence. Listen, we're talking about TC saying to Spence. We're talking about TC saying to Spence.
Half hours you're saying, Drico.
I said that Spence. I said that TC can call Spence's career little. That's what I said. I didn't say shit about no Mayweather.
Yeah. No, but you said
I didn't say shit about no Mayweather.
Yeah, and I didn't say that either. What I'm saying is, you said he can say that to Floyd based off accolades. You also said that Canelo. See, I'm good upstairs. You also
Canelo
said
can call TC's career little.
Yeah, but your reasoning for it is this, Drico. See, because I remember everything you say. You said
I'm the author. I know what I said.
Right. So you said the reason you said before he couldn't do it, right? But he can do it. Yeah, but he can do it now because he beat Caleb Plant, right?
He unified. So now that puts him. That puts him. I said unified.
No, you mean you mean he's undisputed. He's been unified. He's had
undisputed. I'm sorry, undisputed.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And that's what I'm saying. So now that he's undisputed, you're saying that now he can tell Terrence Crawford that his career is little, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So based on the last two things you brought up, with Spence,
I like how you deflected it off Terrence, telling Spence his career is little.
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna get back to it. Don't think you slick.
What you said is Bud to say Spence's career is little is because of his accolades and all the belts he got. Then you said for Canelo, it's because he's undisputed and he finally got undisputed, so he could say that. But then when I bring up the fact that Floyd Mayweather was never undisputed, right? And you say,
bro, you can't
let me finish. Let me finish. No, I'm not comparing. I'm comparing.
How did Floyd get in this? Listen, if you can explain this to me, I'll answer your question. How did Floyd get in the conversation when TC called Earl's career little? How did Floyd get in the conversation?
Because I'm trying to explain something to you, right? Because
with Floyd,
you brought up.
He make $300 million a fight, bro.
Okay, again,
you can't do that, bro.
What you're doing is debunking everything. Every time you speak, you're
talking about Floyd, bro. Everything that happens in boxing, bro, Floyd has broken every record, everything. So you can't use that. You can't take what TC said to Earl and say, well, Mayweather.
So what you're agreeing with right now, because Floyd, when you're talking about breaking records, you have to be talking about what he did pay-per-view wise, because he hasn't broken any records until, like, for instance, Canelo just broke a record becoming the first. Hold on, let me finish, bro.
Because you're going around the wagon, bro.
I'm not going around the wagon. If you don't allow, listen, Drico, if you don't allow me to finish and tell me I'm going around the wagon, then how can you hear what I'm saying? You just
because you naming off everybody except TC said to Spence.
Again, all right. So with those guys, right? With Terrence Crawford
has accolades in terms of how many belts, and you're saying that defines if a career is bigger or little compared to Errol Spence. Canelo Alvarez, you're saying can say that to to Crawford now because he just became undisputed. This is what you're saying, right? So what you're telling me is that the accolades determines whether someone has a bigger career than someone else. So then I brought up before, I said all the top guys, Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield, Muhammad Ali, all these guys for a pay-per-view. You said, well, we talking about money. That don't matter. That don't matter. So then I say to you, well, Floyd Mayweather was never undisputed like Canelo or Terrence Bud Crawford. Then you tell me we can't compare it because Floyd makes more money. So we can't compare the career because Floyd made 300 million.
The money aspect of it, bro. It's just Floyd, period, bro.
Yeah,
it ain't even. It's Floyd, period, bro.
Yeah,
like you can't compare what TC said to Earl Spence to Floyd. I don't know how it got on Floyd.
Okay. I'll ask you a question. All right. Better yet, who is bigger? Can Canelo Alvarez tell Mike Tyson with your little career?
Listen, bro.
I'm asking you a question. Yes or no?
I don't know about Mike Tyson because Mike Tyson ain't active, bro. Mike Tyson's not active.
I'm talking about what he's done.
Let's reel it back in. TC's called Earl's career little career, and he can say that, and that's facts. And the reason that he can say that is because he owns 6 belts in 3 different weight divisions. That's why TC can say little career.
But
that's it. So he wasn't wrong by saying that, bro.
No.
TC wasn't wrong.
First of all, anytime you say something out of a place of ego, it can't be right because it ain't come from the right place.
It can't be ego if it's facts, bro.
But it is ego because no one was talking about anyone's career. They were negotiating who got what cut. So first of all, that answer is a very insecure answer. If you just understand people, that's a very insecure answer. Number one, because no one talked about that. They were just people negotiating a fight.
Regardless of what they talked about.
So again, my point is, if his career is so little, right, and why are you admitting that he's the A side in the negotiation? If his career is so
that's
little?
that's not what we as a totality.
So what are we talking about? As a totality now.
Earl Spence talked about we talk about career. Ain't that a career totality? Ain't that totality? When you say career, that means everything, don't it? I would assume, right?
But that's what you've been arguing against me for.
Right. That means everything. Right. Career. So when Bud said to Spence, your little career, he can do that, bro.
Who said
he can do that? And that's a fact. Regardless of how he said it, regardless if you like it, regardless if you think he said it in a cocky manner or it was out of context, he said it and it's a fact, bro. Those are facts, bro.
Listen, you just
if I say you got on if I say your sweater is ugly and it's black and it's got boots on it, and that becomes my opinion. But if I say you got a black sweater on with boots on it, that's a fact. You can't argue that.
No. See, and this is what I'm telling you. I'm glad you brought that up, but you're going to disagree again. Now, that's what Bud said isn't a fact. What's a fact is he has more titles. He's more accomplished. Listen to what I'm saying. Well, the fact is he has more titles and he's more accomplished within his career in terms of the weight classes, how many belts he's won in his career. That is a fact, right? But when you just admitted that a career is a totality of everything, which is all I've been saying that you've been arguing against, right? Which means that also the star power
here we go with the money again, bro. For one, you don't even know how much money TC making, so you can't even say that.
I'm not going into.
What you gonna say? Pay-per-view numbers?
I'm not going into all of that. I mean, listen, Drico, if you and I have a business, let's say both of us have I don't know, a pizza business. If I sell 30 pizza pies every day and you sell 10 pizza pies every day, I'm making more money than you. Is that fair? Is that fair? Yes or no? Yes or no, Drigo? Is that
that's fair? But what they got to do with this right here?
Okay, so when you start going with all this money stuff, because I'm not going there, but it's like I have to try to make things real simple. When you go, oh, you don't know what he's making. So so what you're telling me is if one guy sells 50,000 pay-per-views and another guy sells 360,000.
I can't even believe you debating these facts, bro.
Right. So again, my point is a boxer can come into boxing and say, like, look at Regan down. You can be as accomplished as you want, but if you ain't getting the big fights, if you ain't pay-per-view or attraction, or if you ain't crossed over, then your career is not as, no matter how many belts you have.
Put Black Superman's
let me finish.
Put Black Superman thing on. I'm gonna address this when I get to it. I'm sorry to cut you off, bro.
No. So no matter how many belts you have, right? You're hold on, let me see something real quick. There we go. Yeah. Salute, Tone. That's my brother right there. Yeah. So no matter how many belts you have, you are not as big as a person who's in the mainstream, who has crossed over. And I'm not saying, like for instance, I'm not saying, okay, we'll look at who you want to talk about. Where you go, oh yeah, Teofimo Lopez, right? Your dude. If him and Tank fight, what's he gonna say?
Tank is the A side,
right? But Teofimo Lopez is undisputed, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
because Tank is more popular.
So can he tell Tank? So can he tell Tank with your little career? He's undisputed. Tank got bullshit belts. He got a belt at 130. He had a regular championship at 135 that he had to let go, and he got another regular WBA championship at 140.
I don't know about that one. I don't know who would be the A side in that one.
Yeah, but that's my point. It's like, but that's what I'm saying. You agree with what I'm saying against everyone else except against Bud and Spence.
No, I don't.
You just said that Tank is the A side verse. You just said Tank is the A side.
But I'm not talking about. Listen,
and you said accolades is the biggest.
I don't want to talk about nothing. I don't want to talk about nothing but what TC said to Spence. I don't want to talk about Mayweather.
Reinforcements is here.
I don't.
Y'all boys still going strong, bro.
No. Okay, and listen. I'm gonna address back. What's up, brother? Now, Black Superman. He said all of those belts, but who did he beat? Who did Terrence Crawford beat? Same with Sharif. Sharif, it ain't who you beat, bro. You can't take away from who TC is, bro. He got 6 belts, 3 different weight divisions. Y'all can't take that from him, bro. Regardless if he beat Joe Smo, he still got 6 belts in 3 different divisions.
Now the question
that's just being 100, bro.
So the question is when he had that, before what you just said about Canelo becoming bigger than him because he became undisputed. So what you're telling me is this, that before Canelo fought Caleb Plant, Terrence Crawford could have looked at Canelo and said, "With your little career."
Yeah, Canelo. Listen, Canelo could have looked at TC and say, "With your little career."
That's not what I asked.
No. I don't want to get technical about it.
Oh, here we go. You gotta answer the question.
But Canelo can look at TC and say, "With your little career," and TC can look at Spence and say,
"Okay,
with your little career."
I didn't ask you that again. So what you said? See, because I know how to stay on topic. What you said was that once Caleb Plant lost to Canelo and he became undisputed, you said that at that point he could look at Terrence Crawford and say, "With your little career," because he became undisputed. Those were your words, right? So what I'm asking you now is, before Canelo beat Caleb Plant, could Bud look, before this weekend, could Bud ever look at Canelo Alvarez and say, "With your little career"?
No, bro. Bud can never say that to Canelo.
So it's not about accolades, right?
Listen,
it's not about just
Goon. This is what we're doing here, Goon. I'm gonna catch you up. What Spence called TC, TC called Spence and said, "Your little career," and he said, I said, "Well, did TC lie? He can call Spence's career little.
He ain't lie."
Okay. Now I said, in return, shit, let's not let Bud. I'm trying to keep it 100 and keep it even. I said, in return, Canelo can look at TC and say, "What's your little career?" Is that fair to say?
Yep.
Okay then.
Thank you. So I got some reinforcements.
No, that's just real talk right there, bro. He don't have the accolades that TC has. Spence don't. So when TC had it, regardless, when TC said it, regardless to how he said it and what context he said it in, it's a fact, bro. You can't argue a fact.
Okay, go. So I'm gonna go ahead and explain my point, because I saw you was live. You may not have caught all of it. I understand that Terrence Crawford has more belts, more decorated in that regard, right? He has 10 more fights. He's been pro a lot longer. Unfortunately he got cheated in one of those amateur tournaments and he didn't make the Olympics. So he started his pro career earlier. When he started his pro career, none of the big houses like Top Rank or Donkey, no one wanted him like that. He had, was it Cameron Duncan or whoever those guys were, and then we all know the story. Timothy Bradley helped put him on. He was getting beat up. We understand that later on in his career, right? So he's accomplished quite a bit, and I respect his grind and how he came up. You could do nothing but respect that, right? But then you have Errol Spence, right, who's 2 years younger than him. And instead of him starting his career 4 years earlier, he was an Olympian, right? So that you know how that goes. Like Lomachenko, look how long it took him to come into pro boxing because he kept winning gold medals and shit, and that was more profitable, whatever it was for them at that particular point in time, right? So when you come out of the Olympics, right, you're like highly sought after, where everyone, as soon as you become pro, before that, everyone's offering you money, trying to sign you, right? And then you come up, and then in less time than Terrence Crawford, you fought better competition, and you've also had successful pay-per-views. I'm not making anything up. And so far, am I just saying like
you on point?
The road, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So because one person has more belts than Terrence Crawford, but when he went to go huge in his career, which they attempted to do based on his skill set, he didn't do well from a financial standpoint when it comes to pay-per-views, because that's what, when you're the, and I made this point before, Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, Roy Jones, Sugar Ray Leonard, all Roberto Duran, all the guys that go down as legends that were supremely skilled, all of these guys at some point were put on pay-per-view, because that's when you're at the pinnacle in your boxing career. Not only when you have titles, but when all the aspects of your career come together with pay-per-view, titles, sponsorship,
Where we going with this, bro?
all of that shit, right? So my point is, so again, bro, I'm just trying to make some sense here. I'm not just trying to make an argument. I'm trying to make some sense out of what we talk about. So my point is, a career is based off of not just how many titles you've won or how many weight classes you went through. It's the whole thing. It's how many titles you've won. It's the competition you fought. It's your star power. That's your career. When you retire, you look back at your career. When you say, man, I retire, Mike Tyson retires, he says, oh, I look back at my career. He doesn't say, oh, I just look back at all the titles I had. No, he looks back at his entire career. The press conference.
So are the titles bad? I'm trying to figure out.
No, I know one's saying that. They're a great. That's a great part. No,
you lost him in the sauce, Kwame.
No. So my point is, listen. So my point is, for Bud to say Spence has a little career, with how Spence's trajectory has went, that can only be an ego thing. He can say, Spence, I'm more
80-20 could be an ego thing.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I said he responded. He made that response out of ego, because no one was talking about.
Is it not a fact?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. No one is stating that. Look, Terrence Crawford isn't supremely decorated fighter. No one's saying Terrence Crawford is not a supremely skilled fighter. No one's saying Terrence Crawford is not top 2 in the world. No one is saying that. What we're saying is that when you match careers up, I'll be honest with you. We talking about careers. I would rather have Errol Spence's career at this point than Terrence Crawford's career. And the reason I would rather have that,
of course you would.
Is because 10 years. First of all, I don't have my promoter. No one making problems for me. When it's time to make a pay-per-view fight, they get made. There's money that's being made on that, and I've done it a lot earlier. I fought tougher competition earlier, and there's been a trajectory easily. So when you can't, so Terrence,
steering away from the subject.
No, I ain't steering away from nothing. So Terrence Crawford can say, okay, I have more accolades than Errol Spence, but it can only be an ego thing for him to say, okay, my career is bigger than his career. If your career is bigger than his career and his career is little, why are we going through all these hoops just to finally get Sean Porter for you to fight someone? If his career is so, if Spencer's career is so little and his career is so big, why wouldn't his company put up the money for him? So all I'm saying is that his accolades by far, yes, supersedes Errol Spence. It's not even close at this point.
Okay, then. So what's TC wrong?
That's not career. That's accolades, which is part of your career. Because as you said, wrong? As you said when I brought up Mayweather and Canelo, you said that those guys are on a different level, and and Mayweather has never been undisputed.
I'm sorry y'all had to sit through this lecture.
Yeah, you just sorry that you've been debunked and you like 0-30.
No, I'm saying is you went around the world and I can't find my baby.
You know why I have
really,
to do that?
The subject was TC factual when he called Little Spencer's career little. That's all.
You gotta love him.
That's okay. That's all we saying here.
Salute.
Was Spence wrong? It was factual when TC said your little career to Spence.
No, that's an
opinion.
Say that. No, that's an opinion.
That's a fact.
No, it's not. It's an opinion. He
can back it up.
That's an opinion.
How is it an opinion when he can back it up, bro?
He can't back
it's backed
it up.
up by facts.
No, he can't. Only thing he can back up is he has more titles. He can't back up
that's
that.
It. That's a fact.
But if someone's a pay-per-view fighter and someone's not a pay-per-view fighter, you can't call pay-per-view fighter.
Bro, that's money. We're not talking money. If that's the case, AJ would outdo everybody, bro.
Well, then let me ask you a question then. You're an engineer, right? So in your career, are you an engineer for accolades or are you in it for the money?
When I walk through that plant and they see that blue badge, that's an accolade right there.
That's an accolade, but do you go to work for the accolade or do you go to work?
I went and I got a degree. That's an accolade, bro. You see what I'm saying? Correct. You can't go to high school and come in there and do my job, bro. You see what I mean? So I can say to another employee that worked there that's on the line, I can say, I got a degree and you don't. That's a fact.
I got a question for you then, Drico, since we took it there. All right. So what college did you graduate from?
Western Michigan.
Okay, Western Michigan. So I'm gonna find like a regular community college, right? So let's just say there was a guy who went to a community college, then went to whatever college he could get into after that, and it didn't rank or wasn't as highly recognized as Western Michigan. But he's at your job, right? And he performs in such a way that your upper management decides to give him $30,000 a year more than you. But you went to it, but you know what? You have the degrees and the accolades. Who has a better engineer career? You or him?
Me.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's
if you're going industrial, but you said you're comparing apples to oranges because in the workforce and in the workforce and industrial force is who has heavy is the head that wear the crown. So if you got 12 degrees and I come in there with 6, bro, I can't outstep you in the real world.
Yeah, but think about it. But some people are just naturally better at something. So
but let's reel it in. Mm-hmm. Was TC wrong? I'm sorry you had to go through this, Boone and Steve. Was TC wrong, or was he factual when he called when he said to Earl, your little career?
Compared to his, you can say
compared
that.
To his, yeah, welterweight. Yeah, I mean.
Okay, now we can move on.
Been at welterweight. Yeah.
Listen again, because I'm not been in neither one of them.
You sour.
Right. I'm not sour. Y'all people will agree with me in the chat.
So when TC said your little career, he's just talking about accolades, basically.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Your career is not just accolades. Your career,
but that's TC's.
But I'm not saying that's not what he's thinking, and I'm not saying that's
how you know what he's thinking.
Listen. I'm not saying that's not what he means when he says that, but that doesn't mean that it's true because he said
it is true.
No, it's not true because if
he has 6 belts.
Okay, no
that's enough right there.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But belts and career are two different things. Belts are something you get in your boxing career.
I mean, that's
That's a part of it. It's not the whole thing.
Exactly. So he can't go and tell Spence, because I have more belts than you have a little career. Because if Spence is making the same amount or more money than you 10 years
It don't make a difference who make the money. He still can call him a little career, bro.
And that's why the fight's being made because Spence's career is little compared to his.
It is. Spence accomplished more at 147 than Bud did. But as a totality,
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that.
What we doing here then?
I'm not denying that. From a title standpoint,
that's what I'm like. Why y'all even arguing that point?
Because I'm not gonna allow him to just say that your belt is your whole career. Because that's not your whole career. I'm not negating that. Yeah. I'm not negating that. I'm not saying it doesn't have a lot to do with it.
Then what we doing here?
But what I'm saying is this: you can't switch it up for who you want to switch it up for. You can't say that. You can't say that it's for towards Spence's belts, and then you can't say for Canelo towards
Chris
Wright's belts.
It's a what have you done for me lately sport, bro. Real talk.
And what has Earl done for y'all lately? Really?
He's given us bigger fights than Terrence lately.
No. What has he done lately?
He has the same amount of fights as Terrence Crawford. What are you talking about?
No, he don't.
In the last couple of years, they fought the same amount of times. You acting like
Bud fought twice, didn't he?
No,
Spence only fought once, didn't he?
Didn't. No,
after the accident, he only fought one person, didn't he?
All he's fought is, and all Bud has fought is who? Brooke.
Con and Porter.
Con and Brooke.
And Brooke.
That's two, right?
When he fought Con, Earl wasn't in an accident.
Chris said drop the link.
Yeah, when he fought Con, he wasn't in no accident yet.
I know, so he only fought one fella after that, right?
Which is the same thing Bud is for, which is Brooke.
I thought it was
No, it's not. They fought the same amount of times. That's what I'm saying. You run with these narratives, they're not accurate.
Oh, I apologize, then. That's a mistake, bro. Relax.
Like what has he done for me lately? He's fought Danny Garcia.
Bro, Spence has been on injured reserve for 2 years, bro. Let's keep it 100, bro.
You know what's funny?
Almost
and you know what's funny?
That's real.
And you know what's funny? And it's sad that him and Bud Crowder still have the same amount of fights.
Hey, I ain't saying that. I'm just saying Spence has been on injured reserve
lately. We watched him beat up Kell Brook, a guy who ain't fighting in a weight class for 4 years. That's what we watched.
How you doing?
A guy
who is that down there? Is that Chris?
No, that's AJ.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, A? I can't see you. All I see is your hat. Okay, now I can see you. Okay. Yeah, but who? I mean, what's the? I don't understand your argument. You salty because I got you. I got you.
This is easy, bro.
I got you.
This is easy.
How did y'all get on this though?
Oh, because he keeps saying it got to the whole thing about none of his argument. I've debunked everything.
You bring it up.
Said.
He brought it up.
I've debunked everything that he said, and when he does, he argues about something else.
He brought it up, Goon. He said Spence called TC called Spence career little. I said, was Spence lying?
Listen. It started. We see. It started before that because he was stating that Spence needs to bend, right? So for the fight to get bend,
I was here for that.
Okay, no, but we went further because you was gone. So then he's like Spence needs to bend, right? So I'm like, okay, so basically what you're saying is that the person who has all the leverage has to bend for the person who doesn't have the leverage. Then he says, well, Spence, he says Bud doesn't have a leg to stand on. So I'm saying that, well, if you say Bud doesn't have a leg to stand on, then why would the person with all the leverage need to bend? That doesn't make sense.
That makes perfect sense, bro.
That's like, for instance,
so you basically telling Spence to help Bud out.
That's what he's saying. But this is what I said. Like,
what I'm saying is Spence is the A side, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Goon, it's like this. If
you saying that, but Bud ain't saying that.
Right,
bro. Bud ain't gotta say it. We know it. Bud ain't gotta say Spence you the A side. Hey, AJ, Spence got Earl. I mean TJ. TC got to tell you that Spence is the A side for you to know that.
No,
that's what you're saying.
He knows Spence is the A side.
Then what we doing here?
Yeah, but you just argued the reason why the fight's not getting made is because Bud is asking for A side share by saying his career is a bigger career. So that's what I'm saying.
No, I didn't say that, bro. I didn't say that. I said Spencer's got to get the lion's share. I said Spencer's got to get the lion's share, but Spence has to bend a little bit because Spence is the A side. If he wants this fight to happen, it's not on Bud. It's up to Spence to bend a little bit, and Bud has to agree to what Spence bend to.
I can see a point on that a little bit.
Yeah, I like how you said a little bit. That means that it ain't solid. Because if you, that's like me saying,
No,
hey,
it's called negotiations, bro.
You can kind of see that a
It's
little
like
bit.
agree, but not strong
That's some
agree.
bullshit. That means that
No, I'm just saying
you're
it's real.
grasping.
Slightly
I'm just saying
agree.
it's real.
Yeah,
it's real.
That's you know what it's called, y'all? You know what it's called, y'all? Negotiations.
Right.
That's what it's called.
And then
Oh,
in
so,
the
wait a
negotiations,
minute.
you don't get everything you want
Is
in
he
negotiations.
serious? So
I
it's
just
called
said that. I
negotiation.
said that an hour ago.
So it's called negotiation.
You
So
don't get
basically,
everything you want in negotiations.
Right.
So in a negotiation, right? This is how I know negotiation. I got something. I say I got something I want to sell. I say Goon 200. Goon say nah, fuck that 100. Right? I say nah, I ain't 100. 180 at least, bro.
Yeah,
right?
When you negotiate, you never really get what you want.
Right.
Right.
But here's my point though. Here's my point though, Goon. While we negotiate, hold on, let me get this. I don't know who this is.
That's probably Chris.
This is King David. Yeah. So while we negotiate, let's just say, for instance, I put it to you like this, Goon. Your floor is dirty. I got the only broom in town. You gotta clean up. I come and I say 200 for the broom. You say fuck that. You crazy? I'm gonna give you $25, right? But then I say, nah, it's the only broom left. 190. Now, if you come to me and say, nah, nigga, I need my shit cleaned out, fuck that, free, because I've been living here longer than you, so I want the broom for free. This is like, bro, you don't have no leverage. You need this shit. You know what I'm saying? You need
I don't know what the fuck he talking about.
He know
right
what
now.
I mean. You know what I mean.
He's
That's
just
why
using
everyone laugh,
examples.
because they got it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, he's the one who needed, but he's gonna say, okay, you gotta bend because I need it. You know, my floor fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So
No.
that
Okay,
doesn't make no sense.
This is what both of y'all saying. And I feel Kwame on that, and you right in what you saying, and Drake, I feel you on what you saying too. Because if Spence really want to unify before he leaves, no matter what anybody says, he need that belt that Bud got. If
I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? So
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But isn't Bud the one who's now? This is what I'm gonna say. Isn't Bud the one who's been screaming that Spence is scared, and that's he wanted that fight. That's the fight he wanted, right? That's been the narrative the whole time. Spence is scared. I've been wanted that fight. The fight ain't gonna get made, right? So what you telling me then is that if you really wanted the fight and an offer was out there for 60,
it worked both ways.
That's what I'm saying. So when you said if you know that this guy got his own thing going, which in reality, he didn't really need him. He had the fighters. Bud was the person that had the situation where Top Rank ran out of welterweights for him to fight. There was no one really there for him to fight.
But my argument was Bud don't have no power going into this negotiations, bro. So he can't win. And he's going in here. Right. Spence dictates what goes on, what happens. What's this? If he say 60-40 and then TC leaves and say no and walks off, then he comes back 6 months later and say, okay, I accept 60-40. He's not bending. TC is not bending. 10C is accepting what Spence offered in the first place. That's not a bend.
So Goon, if I offer you something and you say you see, this is what I'm trying to explain to Drico. This is why it's bending. You can't come out and tell somebody your career is little and I deserve more money than you or half, and then come back later and say, okay, fuck it, I'll take the 60-40. That means you bent.
No, it don't.
Right or wrong,
no, that means that you accepted what I gave you.
Okay, all right.
No, listen. No. That's not a bend. Listen, that's not a bend on TC, bro. He's accepting what the original deal was. If I tell you 60-40 and you leave and you come back a year later and you say, okay, I'll take the 60-40, you're not bending. You're accepting what I said to you in the first place.
When you accept something, you put no, Drigo.
That's the same thing.
Listen, Goon. When you accept something,
Chris,
listen. When you accept something, when you accept something, you open your hand to receive it and take it in. If someone offers you something, and listen, if someone offers you something, right, Goon, and you say, nah, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? That bullshit ass offer you giving me, nigga. Fuck out my face, right? And then you show up a year later and be like, okay, that shit you was talking about last year, I'll fuck with it. You bent, nigga.
No, you didn't. You accepted what I gave you, bro.
No, if you accepted, you did from the beginning.
Okay, listen to this, Chris. I'm involved, Chris. Chris, if I got a cookie and you come in and you say, man, I want a bite of that cookie. I said, I'm not giving you a bite. I'm gonna give you a crumb. And you say, no, fuck that. I don't want no crumb. Then you leave and then you come back and you say, okay, I'll take that crumb. Are you bending or are you accepting what I gave you?
I mean, if you didn't take it right then and then you decide you want to take it later on, then you did bend.
Thank you.
No, you didn't, Chris. You're accepting. You can't bend because you're accepting from what I gave you. You accepting what I offered you in the first.
But you're going back. I don't think there's no shame in that though, bro. Like I really
you ain't really, y'all ain't really said like that, really. Like, no, I ain't taking it. I'm done.
But that's what. But
let me go think about it.
But listen, but that's what this listen. But that's what this whole. But that's what this whole argument and debate was about. Because we went to the little career. See, when you go tell somebody that their career is little, and then on top of it, you said, "I want more. I want half, or it need to be my way." Because fuck you, your career is little. But then you come back later and say, "All right, I'll take it." You bent. You bent.
No, bro. No, you went. Is anybody on this panel been in the street?
I don't see that comparison really come into play though. Like I don't even get why you drawing that analogy.
That's you go.
I'm trying to figure out. Like I agree that it's a bent. Yeah, I agree, but I don't see how that comes into play when we're talking about this situation.
Me neither. Yeah, I don't really see the significance of it, man. Like
if it's any bending, it has to be on Earl part. Is what I'm basically saying because TC doesn't.
Is what you're saying to get undisputed.
Yeah, because TC hasn't a leg to stand on in these negotiations. So everything comes from the A side. You see what I'm saying? So if any bending has to be done, it has to come from Earl because Earl is the man at 47. Period.
Also, let's talk about how Earl said he wouldn't even be going to a he wouldn't even be caught going to a Terrence Crawford fight. Now all of a sudden you going to a Terrence Crawford fight.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
Bro,
that's because he's fighting
I don't remember him saying that though, because I remember he came to Terrence Crawford fight when he fought here in Arlington. I forgot who.
But he said that. That's another thing, man. We be having
when Bud fought here in Arlington at College Park. I forgot who he was fighting, but I think it was back in like 16 or 15. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, but you see how
Earl was there.
You see how.
But he wasn't no threat then, though.
Yeah, but I mean, you see how guys omit facts, though, right?
Because, but he was there, bro. I remember. I think I know it was 15 or 16 because I'm like, dang.
But Bud wasn't even in 147 then.
Yeah. But again,
but we can't say Bud was at 147 then and then talk a whole hour about what he did at 140. You know what I'm saying? we can't do that, fam. Like we can't do it. I'm not trying to be. I mean, we can't do that.
Yeah, I feel you.
The same division. We're trying to pound our chest and saying he need credit for this, that, and the other. We can't say, well, he wasn't at 147 then. You know, if we
so
go,
basically, y'all saying. That y'all can't hold Earl responsible for lying and capping.
Listen to what.
What's the point y'all trying to make here? What I'm trying to understand. This is really diluted. This whole like conversation. I don't understand. It's going in several directions. So what's the point y'all trying to make?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out too.
So again, as I was saying, this whole conversation got started about how the fight needs to be made, and what you just brought up again, it started out with you talking about what you just said about Earl Spence saying he would go to the fight, and what I said was that Crawford fans are never satisfied. Y'all say y'all want the fight when after he comes back and beats Danny Garcia, when he says he just wants to relax, he came back from that accident and rehab and did all that shit. He just want to go with his horses. Y'all rode the whole horse shit for it like a year and all of that stuff, right? Now that he's saying, all right, now that Pacquiao's no longer in the picture, and he said that, okay, I wanted to fight Porter, Danny, Pacquiao, and then Bud. Now Pacquiao not in the picture anymore. Now he's saying I'm gonna go to Bud's fight. Y'all got a fucking problem with that. It's just like y'all have a problem with everything. It don't matter what he say. He's the only one who basically, whether y'all like what he's saying, y'all don't like what he's saying, he's the one who has followed through and done shit in the exact same order that he's been telling y'all. Exactly. He said, I'm gonna fight Porter. Hold on. He said, I'm gonna fight Porter.
He probably gonna get in the ring on Saturday.
Right? He said, I'm gonna fight Porter. He fought Porter. He said he gonna fight Danny Garcia. He fought Danny Garcia. He said he was gonna fight Pacquiao. He had to pull out, but the fight was made.
he was going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
No,
Pacquiao,
we're not going.
listen,
We're not going to do that with the Pacquiao joint.
now that
We're not going to do that with the Pacquiao joint.
now that Pacquiao has retired, now that he's retired,
he didn't pull out a Pacquiao. It was his decision.
No, that's what I'm saying.
But it was
No,
the same thing with
what
the
I'm
Bud
saying is
thing.
that all the fights
We
that
ain't gonna
he
bring
said he
Pacquiao
wanted
up.
to fight, all the fights that he said he was going to fight in a specific order is exactly what happened. He said Porter, he said DSG, he said Pacquiao, he said Bud. The fight with Pacquiao was made. The fight with Pacquiao was made, right? Now, it was made. There was an injury. He didn't fight. Now that Pacquiao isn't coming back saying, "Oh, let's do it again," now he's saying, "I'm gonna go to Bud." Y'all got a problem with that? He the only everything
he didn't say let's go to Bud, bro. He didn't say that.
And here's the thing, like that. A lot of Earl fans, they always seem to miss this, right? Earl gave this timeline of like 5 or 6 people he wanted to fight before Bud. What's the purpose of that? Why you gotta fight 5 people?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a very simple answer.
I said that.
That is a very simple, and that is a very simple answer because I like to deal with facts, and it's just very easy to debunk that. So before Terrence Crawford stepped up to 140, Errol Spence, after he beat Kell Brook and finally became a title holder, right? He asked to fight Danny Garcia. He asked to fight Keith Thurman. He asked to fight Sean Porter. None of those guys wanted to fight. They dragged it out. We all remember that. Let's not act like we have fucking amnesia all of a sudden. None of those guys wanted to fight, right? Then what happened was once Mikey Garcia was the only person who had the balls to step up and fight, because even Mikey Garcia said that during their negotiation, Earl had stepped out of it twice trying to make the fight with Sean Porter. This is out Mikey Garcia mouth who said that. Right, Mike
at that time, Bud was calling Earl out too, right?
But that's false. That's false. Where we go with another guy who say a lot of false stuff and go with narratives. That's not true. That's not true. When Bud Crawford was asked about fighting Errol Spence, he said he wanted to fight all the champions. After the Jeff Horn fight, he said, "Bob, make it happen." Then Bob, before the Benavidez fight, started clout chasing, throwing Earl's name out there. Everyone waited after the Benavidez fight for him to say, "I want to fight Errol Spence." He said, "I want all the champions. Bob, make it happen." Once Errol Spence started partying and shit, and he didn't knock Mikey Garcia out, then Bud Crawford started saying, "Oh, I want to fight Errol Spence. I want to fight Earl Spence," because they saw he was slipping. So let's just keep it 100. Bud wasn't calling him out all this time. So let's not
listen, bro. Bud called out everybody.
And that was on his Twitter too.
147, all the belt holders. Bud said, "I want to fight all the top guys. Earl, Keith, Danny, Sean." He
never said Earl's name. He never said Earl's name.
No, he said all the champions.
He said he wanted to fight
all the belt holders.
Pacquiao and Thurman.
Say Earl's name, though. Be specific. Say Earl's name.
They had to force him on. They had to force him on ESPN to say Earl's name.
So is Earl not a top guy? Is that what we're saying?
That's not. No one's debating that. But when you come out and make it seem like, oh, he been calling him out, because what you said, and he been calling him out, and he tried to fight 5 other guys. Don't go with the narrative, because that fake stuff doesn't work.
What you're saying don't have none. That doesn't give a reason why Earl decided to give a whole timeline.
That's what you do.
But that's what you do.
Okay,
if someone's not in your weight class, and you have
but Mikey wasn't in his weight class either.
Yeah.
He didn't want to fight Mikey.
He didn't even want.
Another thing people fail to realize before
Mikey called him out.
He fought Mikey. He had fought Ocampo, was a mandatory. Ocampo was like the 4th pick on the mandatory because what nobody.
Okay, Chris and Carmen, I got a question for you. When Jeff Horn had that WBA title, and we touched on this. Earl Spence called him out 7 minutes later, right? We went through this. He called him out 7 minutes later, called him fool, everything. Don't TC have that same WBO title that Horn had? How come he didn't call TC out yet? How come he didn't do that?
TC's not food like Jeff Horn. I mean,
no, that's not what I said.
Let y'all tell him.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, why hasn't I'm agreeing with AJ now. What takes him 4 or 5 years to get and 4 or 5 opponents to get to TC if he was calling out the person with that same belt that TC has? Where's that energy?
Was there any formal hold on. I got that. Was there any formal negotiation?
Got it.
Was there any formal negotiation? Did Earl say, "Hey, Al, make it happen. Go call Bob and let's make the fight happen"? Or
that's why I'm telling you, where's that energy?
Or did Keith Thurman did the same thing? A lot of people did the same thing.
Bro, we're not talking about Keith Thurman. We're talking about why didn't Earl call out and keep that same energy he had with TC that he had with Jeff Horn?
Drigo, back in the day, right, when you was in the streets, right? Let's say if you came out of the club and a nigga was drunk, falling over, and he couldn't recognize you in 10 years. He was so fucked up, and he had a big ass diamond medallion falling off his neck. You wouldn't take it? I mean, Jeff, it's just easy. I mean, that's what Jeff Horn was. It's a nigga with a title out there who's anyone could felt like all the top guys felt they could do that. They're gonna say food. Terrence Crawford ain't no fool, and that's a big fight that has to be made.
That's what we telling you. That's what AJ is saying. AJ is basically saying that's why Earl ain't fought him in 4 years and 5 fights. That's exactly what AJ's saying because he's scared. He's ducking. He's scared.
EJ ain't scared. He's not scared. EJ's a dog. He's not scared.
If they would have fought back in 18, man, they would have been.
Hey, because if he was easy work, he would have fought him.
Yeah, I mean, like
he tried to fight.
But that's not the. It wasn't about easy work, and I hate when we get into this because y'all acting like Bob Arum and Al Heyman, they had problems. Like the fight was just going to get made, just like that. Was Earl said it's easy work. Oh, we're just gonna get it done. Yeah. You got Al, at the same time. You got
Al Heyman and Bob and Arum. It's like that ain't nothing but a deflection. Like
how's it a deflection? Okay, so does Bud Crawford and Errol Spence pay themselves?
If they want to fight, bro, they gonna fight.
No, do they pay themselves? Yes or no?
No, they don't.
And they don't pay their own money for the fight either. They have to get invested.
Those are all cross promotion.
Let's go through the networks.
What did you say about cross promotion fights?
Didn't we just get 3 Wilder Fury fights? Those are all top ranked Al Heyman.
That's fights. A lie. There we go lying again.
We didn't get 3. We didn't get 3 Fury Wilder fights.
Yeah, they weren't all top ranked fights, so that's a lie.
Right. And look at
the first one was Showtime.
The first fight was
all Showtime.
All Showtime, and Tyson Fury was on drugs, and they went and got him. And then what happened was they had a rematch clause signed already, and then Top Rank came in and signed them. So to guarantee he would be part of that. That's what happened. So you can't just pull that.
Even if you want to say that, it wasn't Mayweather versus Pacquiao, a cross promotional fight.
And how long that shit?
How long it take to put
that? Yeah, that was cross promotion.
But that doesn't matter.
Floyd was the A side though. Floyd was the A side.
We can debate all day why the reason why that fight took so long. But at the end of the day, the fight happened, right?
Yep.
It happened.
It happened,
yeah. It took longer than this shit.
Okay, but that doesn't really matter. It happened though, right? So that means that if 2 fighters want to make the fight happen, it'll happen. So when people start bringing up promotional companies and all these things like that, it's all deflections because if 2 fighters want to fight each other, they're gonna make it happen.
It's not, man.
That's false, bro.
It's more to it than just 2 fighters,
bro. Somebody has to put the money up for the fights.
Right.
Exactly.
You know, it's not like we're gonna get 2 guys and go in the backyard and y'all gonna scrap. No,
I'm not saying it's easy peasy. I'm not saying it's easy peasy. What I'm saying is that it can happen if both fighters want to make it happen. That's what I'm saying. You know, and vice versa is the effect. If we got 2 fighters that are on the same promotional company, if they don't want to make the fight ain't gonna happen. Why haven't we got Earl Spence versus Keith Thurman yet?
Thurman's ducking him. Thurman don't want to fight him.
Promotional network. They both with Al Heyman.
Thurman with anybody right now.
Mayweather called out for that.
Yeah, Thurman with anybody. We can't compare him to Keith Thurman. I mean, the dude's fought one time in like 5 years or twice.
That's a bad
analogy with him because he's not even really an active fighter.
Okay, Gary Russell and Tank. We can use that analogy too.
We touched on this earlier. So, because you're saying if the fighters want to do it, then it just gets done. So, what happened when Tank wanted to fight Tevin
I was just
Farmer?
about to.
Tevin Farmer and Tank both agreed to fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't get done because DAZN and Eddie Hearn had the most money, and they wanted to throw the show. And Tank said he wanted to do it, and Al and Floyd ain't let him do it. So when we talking about all this, the fighter, if they want to fight, they could do it. That's not 100% accurate. No. It's not.
It's not.
Help though.
It's not 100%.
No, it definitely helps, but it's not accurate.
It may. Hey, look, there's always an exception to every rule. It's not 100% accurate, but it's not 100% false either. We got a lot of examples where we have two fighters on different promotional companies that end up fighting each other. 9 times out of 10, if both fighters want to fight each other, they can fight each other.
But how long does that normally take to happen? Because none of that stuff happens. Because the way you're describing it is like two fighters from a promotional company say, "Oh, we want to fight," and then the next fight it just happens. Normally, it's a whole long, drawn-out ass process that boxing fans are tired of. But what happens with boxing fans is that over time their brain gets lazy and they just want to be boxing fans. So they say, "I just want to see the damn fight." Yeah. And you know what? The person that I think is going to win the fight, that's who I'm going to say is doing everything right. And the person who I don't think is going to win the fight, that's the person that I think is doing all the ducking and is the problem. And that's not entirely accurate. I don't have a problem with someone saying, okay, Terrence Bud Crawford, I feel Terrence Bud Crawford is going to beat Errol Spence or knock Errol Spence out or whatever. I could see that. But my issue is when certain basic things come up, like Errol Spence saying, okay, I'm going to go to the fight or make an innuendo that he's going to go to the Terrence Crawford fight, and everyone's sitting here arguing, talk about, why he let 5 fighters before he fought Bud, but then why he's saying...
Because Spence got a habit of lying, bro. Spence be capping, bro.
Yeah, but we just went over the facts that all the fights that he said he wanted to fight in a row, he's done.
But that's not necessarily true, bro. Because what was Ugas in there? He tried to fight Ugas before he even put TC in there, bro. Spence be capping. That's why don't nobody believe him, bro.
I'm not listening. Again,
it's a stablemate, though.
We spoke about this earlier. I just don't want to go backwards. Spence,
he be capping, bro.
Hold on a second. Spence, everyone was saying Spence was ducking Ugas. See this? You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Everyone was saying Spence was ducking Ugas. Now, when Manny Pacquiao lost the belt to Ugas, when they made him champion in recess, that's when Spence brought up Ugas. That's the only time he brought him up. And say this ain't true.
Why did he slide Ugas in there before he slid TC in there?
Because Ugas is a stablemate.
Right, and also he wants to come to the.
It's easy to make.
It wasn't like this now. He had
but regardless if it's easy to make, y'all can't say the timeline in. Well, Spence said what he was gonna do. Y'all just said that. Okay, Spence said, where did Ugas come in at? He don't. Y'all just ad libbing because y'all want Spence. Y'all taking up for him, bro.
No,
let's keep it 100, bro.
Well, Spence is going to the fight Saturday.
First off, this is so funny to debunk this again, right? Because Spence said he wanted Pacquiao. Ugas was free. Pacquiao was trying to negotiate with Terrence Crawford. Remember that? Where that fell through and people didn't want to sign paperwork and all that stuff. Another mess. So in the process of that, since Manny Pacquiao didn't have the belt at that time, and people thought that fight was going to happen with him and Terrence Crawford, then Spence went after Ugas. What was
you mean? Would they let Al buy that belt back for Manny? That's what you're talking about,
right? Whatever you want to say.
Okay.
The point is, through all of that, the fight still got made with Pacquiao. So everything he said, from Porter to Danny to Manny, and now he's saying Bud, and now he's saying he's making references as he's gonna go up there to the fight, and then y'all got a problem. Then you say, "Oh, he's right."
We don't have a problem with you going. We got a problem with Spence lying, and then y'all coming on here saying, "No, this is how it was." Spence meant it this way. Spence told TC to get a belt.
Here go the thing. Let me interject real quick. Here go the thing.
Yeah.
The thing about it is, Earl told the truth, right? Because he openly admitted that he don't want to fight Terrence Crawford for about 5 fights. So up until now,
when did he say that, Chris?
Chris,
hold on, Chris. When did Earl Spence say, "I don't want to fight TC for 5 fights"?
No. That's me. I'm saying this is King David.
We got to go with facts, though, baby.
That's crazy.
Hold on. He said he wanted to fight. He said he wanted to fight what? Danny, Sean, what? Mikey.
He said, I'm clean up my side of the street, then I'm come holler at you.
He said he wanted to fight these dudes first, right? That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
So that is an open admission that he does not want to see Bud.
No, it's
okay.
not.
So up in
okay. Now listen. One thing. Why? When did he tell TC to get a belt and I'm gonna fight you?
When did he tell TC to get a belt?
Yeah, he said when you get a belt, I'll fight you.
Look, I'm not capping for Earl. Okay, what I'm saying is that Earl has openly admitted that he's not trying to see Bud. Right now, at this point in time, the reason why we haven't gotten Earl versus Terrence is because Earl openly told the world that he's not trying to see Terrence Crawford right now. That's what he said.
But that wasn't his stance 4 years ago, though, bro.
So when people say that Earl ducking, I mean, it is what it is. He's ducking. He's been ducking.
That's not ducking. He's trying to get the belts on his side. That's all that is.
He had been saying that. He
also
said,
that's ducking, Steve.
I'm gonna do this. No,
it's not ducking. It's called business.
This and this, and then I'm
gonna Al Heyman business.
So so if you told, hold on,
y'all don't get it twisted.
Yeah, don't get it twisted. And he had said all this before Bud even moved up.
Hold on.
I'm gonna give you an example. He said, I want Danny, I want Thurman, and then I'm gonna come holler at you. That's what he said. And that's what he been doing. Because he had been chasing Thurman out down the season.
Bro, but y'all leaving out an important.
But here go. If I told you I wanted to fight you,
when he first said that even in the division, he was still at 140.
Yeah, but if I told you I wanted to fight you, and you told me, well, no, not now. I'll fight you in 3 years. Isn't that a duck?
No, he ain't no duck. He ain't say I'm duck.
That's not a duck.
He named Sean Porter.
Bruh, if you ain't got nothing on your schedule,
and he said,
bruh, he told. The thing is, he told. Did he not tell Crawford, get a belt and I'll fight you? Did he tell Crawford, get a belt, I'll fight you 4 years ago? Did he say that?
Yeah, has he tried? He said that too.
And he said that, right?
Only one of them said, "Hey, I'm through with this fight. I'm not interested in this fight. It's not gonna happen. I'm over that fight."
Only one of them said that.
Never come out of Spence.
Crawford said that to that lady. He said, if it's not 60-40 in my favor, that fight ain't happening.
Right.
If we're gonna keep the book, gotta keep the best. And the same night, and even Earl was like, "Shit, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen." But Bub, like, I'm over that fight.
Well,
okay. If I wanted to fight you, and you said it's gonna happen, yeah. I'm gonna fight this person. I'm gonna go do my laundry. Wait, hold on. I said I'm gonna go do my laundry. I'm gonna go shopping. I'm gonna take my kids to school. I'm gonna do all this.
That's a very important analogy. You getting laundry and getting groceries is not
I'm saying, Mikey Garcia, that's laundry because you could have been with Terrence
Okay, Mikey Garcia's laundry. Mikey Garcia was relevant. What was Kell Brook at the time, or Mean Machine?
I mean, that's Earl best win pretty much.
What was that?
Kell Brook and Sean Porter. So if
you can't even compare the same two Kell Brooks.
I'm still trying to figure out when Earl told him 4 years ago, get a belt, I'll fight you, and they still ain't fought.
At some point, I'm starting to think you have getting Alzheimer's because you've asked this is our first episode. We have passed that, Drico.
And he still, since our first episode, Spence still ain't fought TC.
Ain't fought him yet.
Oh my God.
Since the first episode, Spence still ain't fought TC. So what does that tell you?
Of course not.
Y'all can make up. Listen, man. Y'all can make up all this shit y'all want to make up about Earl. Earl be capping, bro. Earl be capping, and that's just what it is, bro. He know TC gonna fuck him up because his lifestyle outside of the ring ain't what it is, and he know that when he get in there with TC, he's gotta be on point. He knows when he get in there with TC, he gotta be on point, and Earl know that he fucking up outside of the ring, bro. That's why he don't want to get in there with Terrence Crawford. That's why he's spinning him.
Bud, man.
Okay, then we gotta keep it a buck here, bro.
He already pulled up on Bud. Said, I'm gonna punish you. He already told him, I'm gonna crush you. He already told Bud that. It is
when
he was in what was that, Oklahoma?
4 years ago. He said that 4 years ago.
And guess who coming to the fight on Saturday? EJ.
How you know?
It's on his Instagram.
He's gonna come to the fight, sit all the way in the back,
and watch him get in the ring.
No, I think he tweeted it.
Watch him get in the ring afterwards.
Fuck no. Hey, Bud.
But notice. Chris, I want you to notice the pattern. See,
they won't say that.
Drico, listen, Draco and King David is from the same clan because they do the same thing.
I don't even know King. I don't even know him.
I know, but see, y'all part of the BPC, the Bud Protection Committee, right?
Wow.
No, because if Bud was capping, I would say Bud is capping. Y'all sit up there and let Spence cap the y'all and say, "Oh, I'll be back in the ring in 4 weeks."
We got on Spence capping. Listen, they just sat and argued for like 10 straight minutes about Spence ducking Bud Crawford because I asked him to acknowledge. Now Spence said he's going there to the fight. They can't say, "Oh, damn, it's about time." Damn, I want to see the fight. That's what I keep.
I don't believe him because he lies so much, bro. We don't believe Spence coming to the fight. He lies so much.
But then what I do for Draco, right? After he tells me that he lies so much, we go over all the things that he said, and then he tries to find a technicality with Ugas to make him seem like he's a liar. But because Ugas at that time had the belt and Bud was in negotiations with Pacquiao. So then he goes in that technicality, right, to say that Earl's capping. The only thing that I know is the facts. The facts is Earl said he was going to fight 4 guys, right? He said Porter,
he said 3 guys.
Danny. No, he said 3 before Bud. He said Porter, Danny, Manny, and then Bud, right? And he had an official fight announcement and fight with Porter. Same with Danny after an accident. He had an official fight and announcement with Manny Pacquiao and had to pull out due to injury 2 weeks. So everything he said he was gonna do so far he did, right?
And again,
and then
where does Mikey Garcia and Ugas fit in?
That has nothing to do with anything.
Where does Mikey Garcia and Ugas fit in?
He didn't fight Ugas, number one, and number two. That's what he was asked this question after he already fought Mikey Garcia. That's why he said Danny. Porter, and Pacquiao, and that's what he did. And then he said Bud, and now he's saying that he's going to Bud's fight. Y'all have a problem with it.
I don't have a problem with it
because you believe that Bud's going to lose the fight. It's like you can't give any credit. You can't give any credit. I meant Bud's gonna win the fight. Oh, my bad. That's what you believe. That just shows you what I really believe.
I know that was a mistake.
It was definitely a mistake.
I know that was a mistake.
It was a mistake for Draco, but that was my truth. It just kind of came out.
I just say this: Earl been doing a lot of capping lately, man. He really has. Earl been doing a lot of capping, bro. And if he shows up, that's fine and dandy. I have no problem with that. Do I think Earl gonna show up? He has to basically show up now and show me, because so far, man, Earl been capping. He said this shit. He been saying this same shit about TC for 4 years, and he ain't made it happen.
Yeah, he did. Listen,
well, let's see Saturday.
Both of them been saying shit. And the only thing
I
I've
believe
heard
he's gonna
from
drive
Spence,
by the fight.
The only thing I've heard from Spence
he said drive by the fight.
He's done. Well, I mean, he drove to Oklahoma and met up with TC at Hooker fight.
Sure did.
So I don't think he got a problem.
How long ago was that, bro?
What does it matter? It was done. It was done. First of all, if you want to keep it funky, the first contact that was made between them, Earl initiated by going there.
And
Terrence Crawford wasn't going to no PBC fights.
And that's when Earl came in there capping with that red sweatsuit on. When he said, "Get a belt and we'll fight." That's when he was capping.
Okay, was Terrence Crawford at the Lamont Peterson fight? No.
Nope.
What that got to do with what Earl said, bro?
Because y'all acting like he wanted to fight and he been chasing them down, and he ain't
Hey,
been
but he
doing
wasn't.
that.
But my thing is though,
Hold on, didn't
Terrence Crawford came to Danny Garcia fight, and he never said nothing about to Earl, or never said nothing about a fight or nothing.
They wouldn't let him get to the ring.
Like, and Earl was like, "Well, why you come to the fight? He ain't gonna say nothing."
Now, actually, I think Terrence Crawford wanted to get in the ring, but they wasn't going to allow it.
They wouldn't let him.
No, that's not true. I was 2 feet away from Bud, bro.
Okay.
I was like 2 feet away from him. But at the time, man, it was COVID restrictions, so they may have did say some, then because he had some homies. I thought he was gonna get in there. Like, here you go, because he was staring, and then he turned around. But like I said, probably because of COVID. They probably did.
Man, they had security. They had security all around Bud, man. They didn't even interview him after that fight. They didn't even want to interview him. You know what I'm saying?
They got into it too.
They didn't want to get Bud.
No, that one guy on that video.
That guy.
What he doing? What he doing?
Get his own ticket.
Yeah.
They didn't want to send the man a ticket. Earl
But I don't
never...
think Buzz. I mean, neither one of them scared of each other, man. I think this is just a situation where
I
the
say the
business
same
be getting
thing.
involved.
It's business. That's
Bro,
all.
Buzz not ducking Earl. Earl's not ducking
Yeah.
Bud.
I feel the same way.
Definitely not.
Hey, but you ain't
Unfortunately,
gotta be
business.
scared of nobody to think that you gonna lose. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Earl
if
don't
you feel
believe
like
he's
you
gonna
gonna
lose.
Earl
lose,
don't believe he's gonna lose.
Neither
that don't
one of them
mean you
think they're gonna
scared.
lose,
That just
bro.
means you feel like you're gonna lose.
I don't think people at that high of a level go into fights thinking, "Oh,
Like
I'm
thinking they're
gonna
gonna lose.
lose."
Yeah, I think they both think they can beat anybody.
I don't
Bruh,
think so
Yeah.
either. That's why the fight ain't happening.
you real with yourself, bruh. You got to be real with yourself. And they two real athletes, man. You
Yeah.
know when somebody got an edge on you, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Come on, we human. Even though they're not scared of each other, but they know when I'm not quite in tip-top condition. So I better leave him alone right now. You see what I'm saying?
But these are things you're making up and trying to sell to us like this is the
Nah,
truth.
that's just human nature, man. That's just human nature. You gonna
Look,
know. You know when you go to the basketball court, the dude that got hoops, and you like, well, everybody playing 1-on-1 for money, and you like, well, I ain't gonna, you know what I mean?
Right.
You know.
You know, bruh. You know that. You know what I'm saying? So if you man, come on, man. Earl just know. He know I gotta be in tip top condition when I face TC. I'm doing stuff that I know that you know that can be detrimental to me and affect me outside of that ring when I get inside that ring. So I better leave TC alone right now until I
don't
get
know.
myself together, bro.
I
In the
don't know about
meantime,
that.
he crashing Ferraris and getting retina surgery.
Yeah, here we go. See,
That's a fact.
there we go. This is how I know. This is how I know you moved to Omaha. See, because this is all. It sounds like Travion. Like we talking about boxing. I talk about crashing Ferraris. I talk about
Yeah.
look. The man said
That's a
regardless.
factor.
But that's on him whether he in shape or not in shape. That's on him.
That's a factor, bro.
But that's on him though. If he gonna be
But
in shape or not in
that's what
shape.
me and AJ saying.
Yeah,
We
but
know
that's not
when he look
AJ
at him, he
saying it.
know I'm not ready for this dude.
Yeah.
He know
Also,
that.
but yeah, that's what you're saying. No, that's not true. You're saying that.
It's the same way
You're
as when you
selling
were
it to.
saying
You're
that.
selling that to your bro. You're
But it's the
selling that
same
to
way
yourself.
as you were saying that Bud said that he would fight Spence after he seen Mikey. You were saying that.
What?
So it's the same thing.
I don't understand what you're saying. What did you just say?
You said Bud didn't want to fight Spence until he seen Mikey fight.
But that's no. I said Bud. That's not what I said. I said Bud never called Spence out by name until he didn't stop Mikey. That's a fact. I'm not
That's the
saying
same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah, but it's not the same thing. I said he never. What you're saying, you said that Bud was calling Spence out ever since he got into the division, and I said that no, he wasn't. He said he wanted to fight all the champions, and Bob was using
Spence was a champion.
name. But listen, Bob was using Earl name, right? And then before the Benavidez fight, and then when they asked him, "Who do you want next?" ESPN asked him that. He looked bewildered, like a butterfly. The champions and Bob, Bob.
Oh no, come on, man. You putting all the extra.
Wait, hold on a second.
Nah.
Do I need to play it? Because I can play it for you right now. I can play you the post conference right now if you want to.
Please spare us.
Hear it. Okay, because that's documented. Okay.
So are you whether no matter what kind of cadence or what kind
Travion said he got a video with him.
He called everybody out at 147, all the top guys, Earl, Keith, Danny, all them dudes came out of Terrence Crawford's mouth when he was moving up to 147 pounds. Earl told him he got to get a belt. Okay,
that's a lie. That's a lie.
He did.
You're not telling the truth, bro. It's hard for me to hear that because when he was coming up from 140 to 147, he was on ESPN. Max Kellerman, Stephen A. Smith said, "Who do you want to fight?" They would say an Errol Spence. They kept trying to say it. Terrence Crawford said no. Keith Thurman is the man.
That's not what he said, though, bro.
Yes,
he said that Earl Spence.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He said, and then Stephen A. Smith said, and then Max Kellerman said, but when we're talking about special fighters, and he says, and then he said, how we know he's special? He said and then Steve said the eye test, and then Terrence Crawford said the eye test could lie to you. He said it's Thurman. So let's not do that.
Okay.
He said it was Thurman.
Listen, he called out Thurman because Thurman was the unified champion at the time. Yes, he called out Thurman. But Earl had the IBF belt, and Earl was also on the list, and Earl's name also came out of his mouth. You know what I'm saying? No matter how you want to push it or twist it or
Earl
turn
name never came out of
called
his
out
mouth,
Earl.
bro.
Sure didn't.
Was the fight
It
that
sure
he
did
wanted.
not.
If he
It
couldn't
didn't.
get Keith was number 1, Earl was number 2, and then Danny and Sean were number 3 and number 4, in whatever order you want to put them in.
Terrence Crawford don't have a problem saying Earl Spence's name now. 0. He say it.
Because Earl is now the guy at 147, but at the time Keith was the guy.
Look, he said he wanted. He said he wanted all the top guys, and you know why he said he wanted all the top guys and didn't say Earl Spence's name? Because Bob Arum knew that they wasn't going to make that fight no time soon. He couldn't even.
Opinion.
It's not an opinion.
You can't blame it. You can't blame it. No, listen,
you know
bro.
why it's not. You know why it's not an opinion? Because Bob Arum came out at the same time. Listen,
you can't blame it. You can't put it all on Bob, bro.
Bob Arum came out at the
No,
same
you can't.
time
Because you just said earlier that it was Al and Bob. They don't do business with each other.
Right. So didn't Bob Arum come out and call Al Heyman cancer? Then he said he didn't exist. He couldn't even get he couldn't even get in contact with him. Then he called Al Heyman a figment of Sam Watson's imagination because he couldn't get in contact
did he
with
hurt
him.
Al's feelings?
And then what you guys missed. What you guys missed.
He hurt Al's feelings when he said that.
In order for him to get a meeting with Al Heyman, he went and signed Tyson Fury when he had the rematch clause.
But did Bob hurt Al? You telling me that Bob hurt Al feelings that bad by saying he don't exist? That he just I just ain't doing business with you no more, Bob.
No. What happened was he took him to court first and sued him for $100 million.
Oh well, that's business, bro. It ain't personal.
So it's well now.
Okay,
it's
business. It's not personal.
So Drico, we have this show. It's super successful. We make millions of dollars, right? And then all of a sudden, I just go, fuck it, I'm gonna sue you for $100 million, and we go our own way. And then I come back to you and say, hey Drico, let's do some business together. You gonna say we could?
But hold on, that's between the promoters. That ain't got nothing to do with the fight.
Yeah, but it has to. But that's what you see. You see what they do? They redirect. These are the guys who make the fights.
No,
that's speculation. We don't know none of that. That's say. We don't know none of that stuff.
Right.
All we know,
whatever.
Bud came out his mouth, called Earl's name. Okay. Earl responded with a bunch of different answers. Okay. First it was we got to fight Danny and Sean, and then after that it was 60-40, and then it's 60-40, 70-30, whatever I give them. Then it was it's all these different answers came out of Earl's mouth. You know what I'm saying? In regards to the same fight, which is Terrence Bud Crawford. That's what you're talking about.
You love how they go everything Earl said, and they don't bring up. They act like he just said all these things, and him and Crawford were having a dialogue back and forth.
Bruh. I'm a screenshot you.
Earl said the 70-30, 60-40 thing in an interview. So I mean that wasn't no dialogue.
But look how long. First of all, he said
Bud said 60-40 his way too, though.
Yeah, so Bud, they were shooting shots back and forward ever since he called his career little. Then when Bud showed up and he said I don't need Spence. Spence need me. Then what y'all did was y'all took what Spence said at the Danny Garcia press conference and flipped it. He turned around and he said, if he don't need me, what's he doing here at my fight? That's what he said. But
you know what Earl said? It says this. Explain that he has a plan B. Earl says, told him, once I get a belt, like I told Al Heyman, I want that fight with Terrence. Once he gets a belt, like I told Al Heyman, I want that fight with Terrence Crawford, said Earl Spence Jr. during an interview with Barbershop Conversation.
I said the same thing. He never said it. This is what I'm saying. You bring up stuff that I said. He never said it to Terrence Crawford. He was asked, did he want to fight?
Oh, bro, now y'all going, okay, regardless if he said it to Terrence Crawford.
He said it, first of all, he said it in an interview, and him saying that to Barbershop Conversation.
Regardless of who he said it, bro, if he prayed to the heavens and it came back down by pigeon, if he said it, he said it, bro.
Okay,
it don't make no difference.
So here's what you're telling me, Drico, right? You talk about Bud Crawford accolades, who's undisputed champ, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So you're telling me that it's very far-fetched for you to believe that when Earl Spence and Al Heyman talked about fighting Terrence Crawford, Al Heyman said, I have a plan for you over here. We're going to get all the belts and we're going to make a mega fight with Terrence Crawford for undisputed. because he was already undisputed. It would be a huge fight, and that's exactly what they said they was going to do. They
Well,
were going to go
why would
collect the
Al
belts
get?
and do that. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they do it? They just did that with. They just did that same type of build up with Floyd and Pacquiao. Why wouldn't they?
Well,
try
why
to
would
do that?
Spencer lie then, bro? Why would he get on there and tell him to get a belt when we gonna fight? Knowing that Al, hold on, bro. Knowing that Al said, no, we're gonna let it build up. Why would Earl get on Twitter? Why would he keep on getting on shit talking about, yeah, Terrence Crawford, me and Terrence Crawford gonna fight? I'll smash you. This, that. Stop lying, Earl Spence. Stop it.
Listen. Again, if you're fighting the people that you said that you called out, who were the guys at that time, who were the head honchos at the weight class when you came in. These were the guys who had all the power, who wouldn't even let you in to fight them. They were. We're talking about the Dannys, the Porters, the Keith Thurmans.
You talking about the Dannys? I'm talking about what Earl said to TC.
Let me finish, Drico, because you just did that to me, and I stopped, and I'll let you finish. Right?
We're going around the world, baby.
The same. So with the same thing, bro. If Spence, as a fighter in an interview, is asked about fighting Terrence Crawford, all fighters are going to be like, I'll fight that guy in an interview. All fighters are going to do that, even if they mean it or don't mean it, like Jamall Charlo with Benavidez. If you're asked in an interview about fighting somebody, you're going to say, I'm going to fight them.
Terrence Crawford didn't do that.
So that's not going to – he did do that. Stephen A. Smith
recently he did.
Okay, but what about when they met up at the Hooker fight, face to face, okay? And Terrence Crawford was directly in Earl Spence's face and asked him about a fight. And then Earl started talking about the easy route. What happened
here we go.
And then hold on.
It's like, y'all got to stop with that, bro. It's like I'm losing brain cells talking about this shit for like 3 years. This is really basic stuff. They both stood there and they talked about it, and Bob Arum was standing right there.
Okay.
And when this came up, Bud said, "Did Al say my name too?" He said no. He said, "Well, what names did you say?" He said he was getting ready to fight. He said Mikey, Porter, the winner, Danny Garcia, and Porter, Thurman, maybe Pacquiao. And Bud was like, he didn't say my name. He said no, which goes to show you that they have a plan. He has to go along with what
they got a plan, bro.
Why wouldn't they have a plan?
That man directly in your face, and you talking about plans? What do we?
Bro, they were in each other's face, telling each other they was gonna knock each other out.
Bud is
what
like,
are you talking about?
Fight, and Earl is over here talking about.
Listen, Bud, you know what it is. You know what it is. Is what they call in sales commission breath.
That
right?
sounds
when you need a sale, you sound desperate. Bud is acting like that and been acting like that because they had no fighters at 147 at top rank. They had no fighters. They had zero.
Bro, that ain't got nothing to do with Earl lying, bro.
And listen, and ain't no one lied. He said what he said. The people that he said he was gonna fight when he in Bud's face at that time, which were planned for him to fight, is who he fought.
But
the problem is, Bud put
when
so
he fought
much pressure
Mikey,
on him.
He said that he was gonna fight Mikey. That was in the timeline.
Listen, at that time.
Oh, y'all gonna cover for that too?
No.
It's always a movement of the goalposts.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Because y'all omit facts. Y'all omit facts.
Mikey, well,
and listen, in that same interview when they met up, because we talking about in Oklahoma City. The Mikey fight was already announced.
It was already made.
What are you talking about? Bob Arum was like, Mikey's stupid. I don't know why he's doing it.
But hold on. Y'all the one that said the list. You and Chris said the list. Mikey name wasn't on the list, y'all.
Bro, the fight was already made. They talked about the fight going forward, bro. What do you y'all want something so bad? It's like y'all grasp at anything.
So Mikey was on the list. What was Mikey's name when he said Danny, Keith Thurman? And who was the third one you say,
Danny, Keith Thurman, and Sean Porter. None of those guys. Listen, none of those guys want to fight him. Danny, but Keith Thurman was. Hold on.
Where was Mikey's name?
Keith Thurman was still out with an injury. He got in the ring with Sean Porter. Hold on. He got in the ring with Sean Porter, right? That night. Sean Porter went to go fight Ugas, and then he had no opponent. And this was how they were going to
what the hell? You had an opponent. You
Who was
had
the
Terrence
opponent?
Crawford. That's an
How could they?
opponent.
Okay, was Mikey Garcia Earl Spencer's first
You
pay-per-view?
see how you
Hold
say
on
they
a
had
second.
no
Hold on a second.
opponent?
Hold on. I'm gonna ask you a
The
question. I'm
opponent
gonna
is
ask you a
Terrence
question,
Crawford.
King David. I'm gonna ask you a question, King David. Was Mikey Garcia Earl Spencer's first pay-per-view fight?
Was that his first pay-per-view
Was that his
fight?
first pay-per-view fight? Yes or no?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So what you're telling me was that ESPN, and PBC were gonna go make a pay-per-view fight with cross promotion with Earl Spence, who never fought on pay-per-view, and Terrence Crawford, whose only pay-per-view numbers was 50,000 buys against.
So Earl lied, right? When he said get a belt,
No.
let me fight you.
Let him answer. Don't come with the lies.
Let me ask this question. Didn't ESPN and Top Rank also do a pay-per-view with Victor Postal and Terrence Crawford?
No, they both fought for Top Rank. Nope, that's false. There we go, more false. There we go, more false news. Top Rank, Victor Postal was on HBO with Terrence Crawford.
But that fight was
Top
on
Rank fighters.
ESPN, was it not?
That fight was on HBO pay-per-view, buddy. It was a $50,000 buy fight on pay-per-view on HBO, and then HBO went out of business shortly after that. So you got to come correct with the facts, because that's not accurate. So they never did no cross promotion. The only cross promotion Top Rank did with PBC was Floyd and Pacquiao. That was it. And right after that was done, Bob Arum, which took forever. Bob Arum turned around and sued PBC and Al Heyman directly after that. And then you're gonna say, okay, now that he's just gonna rush to go make a joint promotion with a guy who sold 50,000 buys and a guy who never even fought on pay-per-view before. It's like, do you guys really think about stuff, or y'all just thinking like ego stuff, like, oh, Terrence Crawford's a street nigga, I understand the streets. If a nigga come in my face and say I want to fight, then we fight. But since the fight didn't happen, this nigga scared. But this is boxing. This ain't fighting in the street. There's tens of millions of dollars that's behind that. And if it was so simple, these boxers would just go get in the ring, pay themselves, get the networks, and fight in front of everybody. And we get all the fights we would want to get. But unfortunately, there's beefs. And what's interesting is what you guys only call it in a biased way, because when Devin Haney was the mandatory for Lomachenko, Bob Arum turned around and told him he signed with the wrong company if he wanted the Lomachenko fight. And then he became the mandatory for Teofimo Lopez, and he still ain't getting it, right? And they was pushing for it. And he was pushing for it. So my point is that they always it's not just who the fighters say they want to fight. Everything has to line up. It's never just like, okay, I want to fight this guy. Let's just make it happen. Yeah, that's part of it, but there's also another part of it.
That's the biggest part of it. That is the biggest part of it.
That is part of it.
That's the biggest part of it, because at the end of the day, it don't matter what a promoter say. If a fighter don't want to fight another fighter, the fight ain't gonna happen.
Facts.
I just said that earlier. No, Kwame. I just said that earlier. You said no. It's totally up to Al Heyman. This is yay or nay. And I said no. I said it's got to be with the.
No, he said if it starts. He said it starts there. So that's a
and
fact.
It ends with the fighter.
No, it
if
doesn't.
A fighter wants to fight, he's gonna fight.
It doesn't end with the fighter, because we've already showed that.
Bro, all decisions go through the fighter.
Yeah, but you have to see what you have to do when you produce an argument in a debate is you have to show some type of proof based on what you say. You just can't say something. When I say it, I'll give you an example. I'll tell you that that's not true, because Tank wanted to go fight with the Tevin Farmer for $7 to $10 million on the zone, and he asked it to be done to Floyd and Al Heyman, and the fight never happened. Tevin Farmer and Tank both wanted to do it. They both wanted to fight, both of them. But I'm giving you an example where it didn't happen.
By the way, Postal Crawford was on ESPN Plus. They put that on the app. That bullshit app when they were trying to launch that. Remember?
Bro, that was Jeff Horn, bro. That was Jeff Horn. You're incorrect.
No.
That was Jeff Horn, bro. You're incorrect.
That was Victor Postal. I just looked it up just now.
Okay. All right, cool. I'll tell you what.
I'll pull it up and share it on the screen. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Anyway, bro, I don't care what go on. I don't care how many degrees Al Heyman has. That fighter has the final say so in anything that go on as far as that fight and everything. Yeah, Al's job is to negotiate the best deal, but that fighter has that final yay or nay, bro. Period. I can't see Al coming in there telling Spence who to fight and how much he fighting for. I just can't see that, bro.
Ain't gonna happen.
He's an advisor. He's an advisor, though. He advises
I don't
him.
care what he is, though, Steven. He can't come out and say, hey, Earl, lace up your gloves. You fighting this fella right here for this amount of money. Now let's go. Get your ass out there and fight. That's not happening,
he don't say it like that. He just said this is an opportunity. Like he just gives him an option. Like
and says this is what I would advise you to do.
Yeah.
So
and
the fighter
what numbers could be and everything.
So the fighter does have a say so, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay then.
But the networks are the ones that put the money up, though. What's the money?
Bro, we ain't talking about that because without the fight, it would be an empty. The networks will have an empty arena.
All right, so let's go.
But how would the fighters fight then if they don't have no networks behind them? How would they fight?
Let's go. So I like to deal with facts here, right? So this is Bleacher Report. Is Bleacher Report a credible source for sports?
Yes.
Does everyone agree? Terrence Crawford versus Victor Postol, winner, scorecard, and reaction. Bleacher Report, July 24, 2016. They even put this on Twitter. Let me know what this says. What does that say?
I can't see it. Read it out.
HBO boxing.
WBO super lightweight Terrence Crawford, Bud Crawford, 29-0, proved he deserves to be considered one of the best fighters Saturday night in Vegas. Crawford put a dominant performance, defeating WBC Victor Postol 28-1 via unanimous decision to unify 140-pound titles. HBO Boxing shared official scorecards. HBO Boxing. This was an HBO boxing fight. This is where this was at. It was an HBO pay-per-view. Oh, here we go. It just said it. I just saw it. HBO pay-per-view event. Here we go. HBO pay-per-view broadcast. He did 50,000 buys. It was no joint promotion ever. This is the first joint promotion Terrence Crawford is fighting. This is the first one. It's HBO. So, we try to find all these narratives that say that this guy is scared, and they're not accurate. And it's like people will go out and say this stuff in social media land, and then you'll have 50 other people start saying it, and then everyone's go, oh, this guy's scared. They did a cross promotion. Oh, Tyson Fury. Here we go. Here we go. Another one. Let's get some. I'll give you some picture art real quick. They go Tyson Fury and Wilder fought, and it was a cross promotion, but they don't tell you everything with that. So if we look at this right here, I'm gonna wait for this to load up. It's kind of slow. Maybe I'll just go back, but it clearly says HBO
right
pay-per-view
there.
right there.
HBO
It clearly
pay-per-view.
says HBO pay-per-view on there. So when here we go again. HBO Crawford.
I got a question for y'all though, and it's just a real quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So we talking about cross promotions and all this stuff, right? So when Earl say, I'll fight you, Terrence Crawford, 60-40. If Terrence Crawford had accepted that, ain't that cross promotion?
Yeah, they would have to start negotiating. That's correct.
Yeah.
They would have to start negotiating.
But
So
the thing is, the original.
What do you mean? What we doing here?
Though, but the original argument, though, and I'll go ahead and take the L on that. You was right. It was HBO. I did see something that said ESPN, but I don't know if they got it on the Plus app now. I'm not sure what it is. But anyway, the original argument is that you said that nobody would have put up the money at that point for a Crawford versus
Spence.
Earl Spence fight because that was his first pay-per-view fight. But we just witnessed an entity willing to put up money, whether it was HBO or ESPN, whoever. They put up the money for a Victor Postol, who's pretty much unknown, versus the Terrence Crawford. So why wouldn't they put up the money for Earl Spence
for the exact reason? It flopped. It sold 50,000, and they never put Bud back on pay-per-view after that because 50,000 is like an all-time low in boxing pay-per-view numbers.
Okay, but
like for a star.
even Mikey Garcia, how many pay-per-views had Mikey Garcia done before he fought Earl Spence?
You're 100% correct, but they tested it first though, because they had Mikey Garcia fighting all of those places in Texas with all those Mexican fans and winning, and they tested it first to see what his viewership was like and what kind of people come out, and they very intelligently put it in Mexico and America, which is Texas. So they did everything really, really smart. Where with see, and this is what I try to tell people, that they don't understand what the difference is between PBC and Top Rank. PBC promotes fighters, Top Ranks promotes fights. We in an information world where people don't care about the fight, they care about the fighter. If that was the case, Jake Paul wouldn't be making all his money. He's been promoted. People sell you right now. They sell you fighters. Postal and Crawford didn't do well because they sold you a fight, but no one knew who the hell these two guys really was. It's like, oh, these guys are two really good guys, but okay, they will watch them on ESPN, right, which was free on a cable, but they wasn't going to pay for it, and they proved it. They didn't pay for it because they didn't know who the hell it was.
Okay, nobody, I would contend, nobody knew who Victor Postal was, because when Terrence Crawford fought Amir Khan, the pay-per-views tripled. So it had more to do with Victor Postal and whether or not he was a credible opponent for Terrence Crawford than Terrence Crawford himself. That's what that sounds like more to me. You know what I mean? But that's more of an opinion than the fact.
But that's,
was a lot of the
Amir
Khan's fans.
That's a big
Amir
part.
Khan don't have no U.S. fans like that. That dude that's a UK fighter.
And
but you're talking about pay-per-views or the fight itself? Because the fight itself, I remember when the main event started, that fight, people were leaving the stands after Teofimo got through fighting.
It was a first of all, by financial statistics, it was another flop.
It was in the flop.
Okay, it didn't do well, but
it didn't do well.
It didn't do well.
It didn't do well.
The bar was so low.
Bro, they didn't report the numbers for over 3 weeks, and no one ever got a definite number. They said 125,000. Now you think about it, right? Because what happens is when I start to say stuff that makes sense, then people are gonna go, oh, we talk about numbers. Oh, we talk about this. We talk about that.
No,
but that's what makes the fight. So if you sold this pay-per-view for back then, I don't even think this was $75. It was probably $50. You know what I'm saying? Or the Khan fight, let's say that was $75, and it only did 100, and let's just be generous, 125,000 buys is what they said it did, right? If we look at that real quick, I'm gonna just pull it up real quick. You do 125,000 times $75 is $9,375,000. It ain't even 10 million, right? Bud made $4,000 base. I mean $4 million base plus pay-per-view, and Khan made. He said he got $6 million. It was like five million and something pounds. It came to $6 million plus pay-per-view. You already over $10,000. I mean $10 million just in the salaries. They didn't make it. They took a massive L on that. And that's why.
Well, bro, it's more to it than that, though, bro.
Okay,
it's more. It's the replay value. It's all. It's commercial ads. It's all of that.
They lost. It's a flop. Don't make stuff up, Drico. When that's his last pay-per-view fight.
I ain't making it up. I'm just saying.
But hear what I'm saying, because what you're doing is you're fluffing it.
It was 150,000.
Okay, great.
Okay,
and
then one other thing too to add is PBC. Isn't that the same entity that just put on Chris Arreola versus Andy Ruiz, and that did almost 70,000 pay-per-view buys as well. So if you're willing to put on Chris Arreola versus Andy Ruiz, why can't you put on a Crawford versus Thurman fight?
They're not in the business. They're not in the business to lose money. What they did with Chris Arreola and Andy Ruiz was they tried to get a Mexican. They tried to sell people a Mexican slugfest. That's what they tried to do. They weren't making a big time title, big time unification fight like with a Canelo or top skilled guys. They just tried to. It was COVID. They had to they lost so much money during COVID. They put out fights that should have even been on pay-per-view, which is true. And then to go back to what you guys are talking about with the numbers and TV ads and all this shit, we could bypass all of that because the last pay-per-view fight Terrence Crawford had was against Amir Khan. That's the last one, period. Right? Bob Arum has said he's lost enough money to buy a mansion, a nice mansion in Beverly Hills. So we don't need to talk about TV ads. We know that they've lost money. His own side is saying that they've lost money.
But
Look,
what I'm saying is
the original argument was why would Bob Arum or PBC or Al Heyman, would they have put up the money for Terrence Crawford versus Earl Spence at that particular point in time when he fought Mikey Garcia?
No.
And my thing is PBC puts on a lot of pay-per-view events, okay? A lot that do not belong on pay-per-view. So if they would do that, why wouldn't they put Earl Spence versus Terrence Crawford on pay-per-view? You put on Tank Davis versus Mario Barrios. You put
do they both fight for PBC? Do they both fight for PBC?
That doesn't.
It does matter because both networks have to make money.
But bro, listen. Do you think they're gonna lose money? Do you think TC and Earl Spence fight? You think they're gonna lose money, bro?
They wouldn't make. It's not only about losing money, which is very possible because you have two entities that have to get paid, right? Which makes it complicated because at that level, both entities they're at battle with each other where they want to make the most money, right? So that's one factor. The other thing is it's not just about losing money because the wealthy don't just think about losing money; they also think about how much money can they make. What's their potential upside?
That's what I'm saying. Do you think they're gonna lose money with the? You think the Spence and TC fight will be a bust?
It could have been compared to what they wanted to spend for it to be profitable for both sides. It could have been at that point. That you also have to understand we're in a climate where people stream a lot of fights. So you're asking for a joint promotion to be done with one guy who just did 150, who did 50,000 pay-per-view buys, and another guy who hasn't even fought on pay-per-view before. But you want two entities to go invest money, and then make that fight. And they're supposed to be 100% sure that they're gonna make money off of it.
Look at the fights that they put on before that, like the example AJ just said, bro. Look at them examples. I honestly think if they had a fought back then, it would have been cheaper to even put them guys on, TC and Earl Spence. It would have been cheaper. Now each one of them got that diva complex, bro.
But cheap is not a good thing, Drico, because cheaper.
It is.
No, it's not, because the only reason it's going to be cheaper is because the value of the fight isn't as high as it should have been.
It's because you caught them earlier in their careers, bro. Yeah. Before they got this diva complex, before all of this shit. Really, they should be fighting a trilogy right now, bro. We shouldn't have to wait 5 years for these two fellas to get it on, being a fight fan, bro. Regardless of what's going on behind the scenes, regardless of the pay-per-view numbers, regardless of all that. Us as a fan should have been had this fight, bro. Listen, talk.
I'm not gonna disagree with that, but us as a fan is not making a fight. I'm not disagreeing. I want to see the fight, and that's what's disturbing to me is that, again, when I brought up earlier, okay, Earl said he's gonna go. It's like I have a problem with that. Y'all talk about Cap. From the attitude of people who actually want to see a fight is going to say, damn, it's about time. Shit, I can't wait. I hope he get in the ring. I hope Crawford call him out. Errol better fight him next. But what happens is, like I said, what people do is because they believe one person is better than the other person, or they believe that their person is going to win. It's like the other side can't do nothing right, and we got to get past. We got to get past that.
Let me ask you a question. If I told you I was going to do something right every day for about 3 weeks, I said I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. You like, all right, I'm going to do this. At what point would you stop giving a fuck about what it is that I'm saying?
I would probably stop.
Good point.
No. Listen. I got that. I would probably stop giving a fuck about that early, because once a person says I'm gonna do something multiple times and they don't do it, then that's an issue. Now,
then what's the matter with us saying we don't believe Earl?
But that's not what he's referring to.
He is what he's referring to.
What are you referring to, King David?
That's exactly what I'm referring to.
Okay, so Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford's situation is basically a guy stating that I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z first, then I'm gonna fight you. What happens on Terrence Crawford's side is that Terrence Crawford has no one to fight, so he keeps clamoring for this one person to fight. That's what's going on. If one person has a full schedule, and just because someone else's schedule ain't full, doesn't mean that person has to say,
but
okay.
You said earlier on, you said that Earl could not get Danny and could not get Sean in the ring. Earlier, you said that, right?
I did.
Okay, so if earlier he couldn't get any of those guys in the ring, why not at that point in time fight Terrence Bud Crawford?
Okay.
So I get what you're saying about pay-per-view. I understand the
okay, so I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna explain it again, because when I do that,
you go into profitability, and
when I explain, because what you guys like to do and like to act like doesn't exist in order for the fight to happen. Let's just say, for instance, Earl Spence.
Why the fight need to be?
Hold on. Let me answer. Let's just say, for instance, right? Earl Spence said, and basically, I'm gonna rewind and go back to something else, but I'm gonna make this analogy first, and I'm gonna go back to a fact. Let's just say, for instance, Earl Spence said, okay, fuck it. They don't want to fight me. I'll fight Terrence Crawford right now. 60-40, right? And Terrence Crawford says, and Bob Arum is the one who answers. He goes, nah, it's 50-50. I mean, that's kind of what happened, right?
No, it's not what happened.
Okay, so what happened?
First of all, I mean, going back to what you said earlier. Okay, originally Earl had a timeline, right? Mm-hmm. Wasn't that the first reason? Isn't that the reason why the fight hasn't happened?
Yeah, he has a timeline.
Earl
right?
Has a schedule.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay, so the fight hasn't happened at this point because Earl has a schedule.
Correct.
Right? That's the reason. That's the first thing that Earl said. So all the 60-40 talk, all this stuff, it's really meaningless because up until now his schedule hasn't been complete. Correct? Would you agree with that?
I would agree. And we
okay. So the 60-40 talk is meaningless. So now if we get past that point, right, and he completes his schedule, now it's 60-40. Why wasn't it 60-40 when he originally said the schedule? Why not say, okay, Terrence, you know what? I'll fight you after I fight these guys, and also it got to be 60-40.
I can't wait to answer this. So this is a known fact. Bomac was on Trill Boxing Talk with y'all know Trill Boxing Talk, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so when all this was going on, this exact time what she was talking about, Bob Arum came out and said ESPN has a blank check to make this fight. That's what he said. Errol Spence and Al Heyman went and gave them a number to tell them what it would take for them to go fight on the ESPN platform. And Bob Arum said the fight needs to build. It's too early for those numbers. The fight needs to build. They went and entertained it. This is out of Bomac mouth. This is what I'm talking about. Why y'all be acting like
blaming Bob now?
No, I'm not blaming anybody. What I'm telling you, that's showing you that Bob is even telling you that the fight wasn't able to be made that early.
Even so, let's say it's Bob's fault. Let's say Bob was like,
we're not saying it's Bob's fault. It wasn't Bob's fault.
Hypothetically.
Okay.
Let's just say it's Bob's fault. Bob's like, fuck it. I don't want to do this fight now. We're gonna wait until 2020 or 2030 or whatever, right? How does that change what comes out of Earl Spence's mouth himself?
Well, you have to go by. First of all, you have to go by a person. No. You have to go by a person's actions. I mean, we all adults here. You know, a bitch could tell you they love you and go cheat on you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to go by a person's actions.
So is Earl lying? Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm saying is that his actions, what he's done is, when that was offered to go make the fight at that time, and they said that they had a blank check, they went and checked their temperature about it. And when
basically how you framing this is you saying that Earl is saying one thing and doing another. Is that that's the inference?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they went ahead and did that when Aram said that the fight needs to build, but then they're still out there acting as if one fighter is scared of the other fighter. This is rhetoric going back and forth. And what I don't understand about a lot of you Terrence Crawford fans, right, is that you guys have fell for the same exact thing that Bob Arum did between Manny Pacquiao and Floyd. It's the same thing. One guy is scared of the other guy. It's a cross promotion. They know the fight's not going to get made at any time. They make the guy who's allegedly scared of the other guy. Then they try to throw him in the ring with guys that the first guy beat to say, oh, he beat him better, and they keep trying to build a fight. It's the same thing.
No, bro, that ain't. Listen, we ain't fall for that. That come from y'all side. You know why? Because y'all side, PBC is the one that's saying y'all side of the street. That's what y'all falling for right there. They want to fight, bro. And let them fight if they want to fight. So you can't say PBC. You can't say Top Rank and this right here, because you can't really lay it on nobody, because it really ain't on nobody. It's on Earl and Bob and them sides of the street. And that came from Floyd Mayweather on down to PBC. Even up until recently, Floyd said we only fighting in the house. So you can't say what's coming out of Top Rank, because that's not what you're hearing from Top Rank. You hearing that from PBC, bro. We got to keep it 100.
Listen. All you could do is go by Top Rank's actions. They could say all of what they're saying, but the only cross promotion fight you've just seen Top Rank do is with Tyson Fury, right? With the PBCs, with Tyson Fury and Wilder. And that's because there were already rematch clauses signed into contract once Bob Arum went and signed Tyson Fury. And after that was done, they had to, with the next signed rematch clause, they had to go to court to get the fight. It don't matter who won or lose, but that's what the process is like with these people.
The thing
who
is,
have you heard that side of the street from, bro?
You could say whatever you want about Top Rank being a hurdle or a block or whatever. You could say whatever you want, but that does not change anything that has come out of Earl Spence's mouth about Terrence Crawford over the last few years. Every time he's asked about Terrence Crawford, it's always one thing or the other.
What did he say? The only thing he's ever said is we're gonna fight. The fight's gonna happen. The problem with you, the problem with you guys is that the fight hasn't happened soon enough for your liking. Because what I noticed, and here's what I noticed from you and Drico, right? Here's what I noticed. There ain't been one time, because you talking about what Earl Spence said, there ain't been one time that you've mentioned that Bud Crawford is the only person who said that they're over the fight, or if it ain't this way, they're not making the fight. It's not one time. Y'all like to hold one person feet to the fire, but one person is saying, okay, I can't do it on your time because I have things I need to do, but I'm going to get around to it. And then the other guy is saying, okay, well, I'm used to being the king or the big fish in my little pond over here, and normally things go the way that I want them to go. So who is you to be dictating to me? I done did all this at 140, and I did this at 135. So,
but bro, there's a difference
now
between turning down a fight and capping about a fight, and that's what my man is saying.
Listen,
see what I'm saying? There's a difference,
it's
bro.
Your opinion. You know what's funny? It's your opinion about capping, because everything the dude said he gonna do and fight, he did. Now he's telling you he's gonna go to the dude's fight to make the fight. He didn't,
bro. But he didn't.
But what
we just gave you hours worth of examples.
But what you're doing is before he can even do it, is say he capping. Now, if you come
bro,
on the show,
we just gave you an hour's worth of examples that I don't know where it's going, bro. Like I don't understand.
No, you giving me an hour's worth of your examples, not
no. What about what does Mikey fit in the equation? Y'all said Earl got a timeline. 2 people canceled for whatever reason it was. Okay, then he inserted Mikey in there. How come he couldn't? Like he said, y'all still ain't answered it. Why didn't he?
Listen, it's very simple, Drico. But when I explain this stuff to y'all, what you do is you decide to turn your brain off and say, oh, it's money. Oh, it's this.
Oh, it's that. We don't
Nah,
want to
it's
talk
Y'all be
about
it's
saying
that.
it,
money.
no,
We
what it
want to.
is,
We
what it
want to.
is.
Hold on. We want to just talk about macho shit. Like he said this, I said this, and then
No,
they should
no,
fight. But,
it's
hold on. Now,
Y'all
this
gotta
brother.
hold
Hold
Spence
on,
accountable for
hold
what
on.
he's saying, bro.
This brother King David, first of all, right, came out and said something that wasn't factual about cross promotion with Postall and Crawford. Now, if we remember anything after the Crawford and Postall fight, because it flopped so bad, HBO decided that they was going to just fuck with Eastern European fighters, the Triple G's and all that stuff. And once the Eastern European fighters lost, then HBO got out the boxing business. So what did everyone do? PBC went and got a network deal with Fox and Showtime. They had one with Showtime. They got another one with Fox. Top Rank ran and got one with ESPN, and Eddie Hearn got one with the Zone. And then they all started scrambling to go get fighters and put stuff together. That's what happened. Now, what also happened was everyone was saying, "Damn, the Zone had all of this money. They had all of this money, and they was paying all of these fighters because they had a big budget." And then the reports came out that Fox gave Al Heyman a bigger annual budget for that year than the Zone gave Eddie Hearn. So when you take hundreds of millions of dollars from any corporation, they're not going to give it to you without a plan. I work for a huge corporation. If you're going to go get a budget for any type of project from a
Bro,
huge
where we going with this?
if you would listen, I'll tell you. That's what I say. When I talk about if I'm not going rah, it's like you don't want to pay attention to it. But what I'm trying
No, because that's
what I'm trying to tell you is this.
the
Once
quickest point to A to B is a straight line, bro.
I'm giving you the straight line. You keep cutting me off. You know.
Okay, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is they had plans and a budget to do a plan to do what they were going to get from Fox with a budget. They had plans on that. With the money they got from Fox, they had to go to Fox and say, "Hey, I got this fighter, I got this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna put all this together." Top Rank, what they did was they went to ESPN and they sold ESPN the fight on Spence and Crawford. They sold them that fight. That's why when Terrence Crawford went on ESPN before he even took his first fight with Jeff Horn, they was bringing up Errol Spence. That's why when Errol Spence went to go fight Lamont Peterson and went on First Take, they was trying to put him up to fight against Terrence Crawford. But the fact of the matter is, PBC went and did what they had to do on their own side. They said, "We have all the welterweights. We know what our guys' numbers are, and we know that this Terrence Crawford dude over here, yeah, he's high risk, and also he has no numbers behind him. And then also on the flip side, we have an issue with the person who's in charge of him. He just tried to sue us, and we just tried to make big money. So why, after all of those factors, are they going to say, okay, this guy, we got our money from Fox, so we're supposed to flip this money and give it back to them with profit? They're going to say, okay, we just going to go make a fight with our guy who we need to build up so we can make money for Fox. No, we just going to throw him in there with Terrence Crawford, not about winning or losing in the fight, but we're going to throw him in there. And there's no financial justification to do it that early. All people have done for the last 4 or 5 years is talk about this fight. We start
What was
these
the
shows.
question?
He was the question he was asking me was, how come they couldn't make the fight right away or earlier? They couldn't do it. They didn't have money for it. And then when they said ESPN said they had a blank check in that time, they went to go try to make the fight. But Arab said they couldn't do it. It needs to build.
Bro.
He
At
said
some
it
point,
himself.
bro, y'all gotta stop and be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, really, y'all gotta stop and be like,
you know what?
Vince, man,
Jesus
PBC.
Jesus could come down and tell y'all that, but it wouldn't matter because you already have a narrative that is ingrained in your head. Someone could sit down here and show you 2 + 2 = 4, but what you've been hearing so much is 2 + 2 = 10,
and you're gonna find every way for it to equal 10. It don't matter
No,
what I
because
tell
you know
you.
why? I don't even.
Okay. I got a question.
We can say the same on the other side too, though.
I got a question. Which one is it? The reason for why Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence hasn't happened? Is it because of promotional issues, network issues? Is it because Earl has a schedule? Is it because Bud had to get a belt first? Or is it because of 60-40? Which one is it?
Listen, all of those things play a factor in it. Networks and promotion have networks and promotions have everything to do with money. Those are your financiers. So number one, that plays a part in it. When Earl Spence told Terrence Crawford to get a belt, he was in a place where he had just got his belt, and he said, I want to unify. My dream is to be the undisputed champion of the world. When they said, will you fight Terrence Crawford before he fought Horn, he said he needs to get a belt first before I consider fighting this guy. He has to have a belt because there's nothing in it for me to fight him with no belt. But he never said. But he never.
You said all of the above, right? Okay, all of the above. I got you. So if it's all of the above and you're Earl Spence, why not say that when people ask you about a Terrence Bud Crawford fight from the beginning?
Bro, he been said that. What are you talking about?
He said all that at different times, in different moments, in different spaces. Every time they ask him about a fight, it's always one of those answers. As a matter of fact, the promotional thing, we've never heard anything about. Actually, it sounds more like speculation rather than fact. But I'm going to take your word for it because it does sound logical in regards to what's going on with the promotional entities and the networks and that sort of thing. I know that can get hairy. Nevertheless, okay, we always get a different answer from Earl Spence when approached about Terrence Crawford, okay? And what we always find is all these different inconsistencies, okay, and these different contradictions that come up when he brings up these different reasons. Such, for example, I have a schedule, but you fight Mikey Garcia. Terrence Crawford needs to get a belt, but you fight Mikey Garcia with no belt, okay? So many contradictions. They're just back to back to back, and they're glaring. And this is what a lot of Terrence Crawford fans have a problem with when it comes to Earl Spence.
Can I ask you a question?
Always something new, but
always
multiple issues.
Didn't Bud himself say that he would have been in bigger fights if they had him bigger fights? The Top Rank did.
I also have a question because you bring up Mikey Garcia, right? So Mikey Garcia, previous to Mikey Garcia fighting Earl Spence, he fought Bunny, Robert Easter Jr. He fought Sergey Lipnitz. He fought Adrian Broner, and he fought another Eastern European fighter he knocked out cold. All four of those fighters fought for PBC. All four of those guys. He wasn't going around fighting people from Top Rank. He had just left Top Rank, and they put him on this.
But if you're not fighting nobody from PBC, why not say, I'm not fighting nobody?
But he said that y'all jumped down his throat for that at when he called out Sean Porter, and then he was saucy, and he got up there on the mic. He said that I don't fight for ESPN. He said I fight for Fox and I fight for Showtime. And then he said Terrence Crawford didn't fight. He hasn't fought nobody better than a Chris Algieri. And then he started talking about money. So he said that. He told
one
you
of his explanations. That's one of them.
Oh,
but we get different ones at different
But
times.
then he make a tweet. Or he make a tweet, or he go live and say 80-20. 70-30.
Or whatever I give you.
Those two things are so far apart.
No, they ain't. That goes to the cap.
Let me ask you this question, right?
Mm-hmm.
He told Terrence Crawford, him and Keith Thurman told Terrence Crawford to get a belt first, right? But my question is, why did Terrence Crawford need to get a belt first? Like, why did that happen? Why was that ever a prerequisite? Why
wouldn't it be a prerequisite if you want to?
Because he ain't do it for Danny.
If you want to listen, if you want to be first of all,
do it for Danny.
First of all,
Lil Mikey.
First of all, if you want to be a undisputed champion, right? And you know that the negotiations or to make one fight is a lot easier than to make another fight. That fight, you have to do that fight for when it counts for something. Terrence Crawford is Terrence
Earl
Crawford.
should hire you, Kwame.
I mean, Bud already hired you. Bud already hired you, so I mean, it would be fair. I mean, I don't have to go off on tangents about something else when I'm asked a question. I can directly answer the question you asked me, and I don't make up a narrative. I'm going to give you examples of it, and none of the things that I've said to you guys are unfactual. It's just that you guys don't want to accept them because you have already a preconceived notion of what you believe the situation is. It doesn't matter what anyone
bro,
says.
you pissing on us, telling us it's rain.
Oh, okay. I
You
mean,
can't do that.
that's a good soundbite, but I mean, there's no real substance to it because at the end of the day,
You just won't admit that Earl be lying, bro. Just say, okay, Earl might have said some untruths, but he just talking. That's all we want, bro. You can't even say that.
What I'm asking you to do,
You can't even say that.
Yeah, but
bro.
this whole conversation came from me stating that he's going to go to Terrence Crawford's fight, and then you say he's lying. So then when I tell you he's going to Terrence Crawford's fight, for them to fight whatever, so the fight could get made, you have an issue with that and say he's lying. Then you throw in Ugis and all this stuff, and all I'm saying is everything that he said.
Why did we say he was lying, bro?
Listen, everyone that he said he was going to fight leading up to before he would fight Terrence Crawford, minus Pacquiao, because we know what happened in that situation. That's what he did.
No,
and
he
now
didn't.
what? Yes, he did. And now what he's doing? Did he fight Ugis?
Did he fight Mikey Garcia?
Did he say that he's going to go to Ugis if Ugis has a fight, or I'm going to go try to make a fight with Ugis? Did he say that, or did he say after Manny, the person he said he wanted to fight?
He tried to make a fight with Ugis, bro.
Yeah,
they was negotiating, bro.
Okay, again, he tried to make a fight with Ugis when Ugis had the belt, and Terrence Crawford and Manny Pacquiao, the guy he wanted to fight, they were negotiating.
Okay, what about Mikey? He fought Mikey. Where did Mikey come in at?
Well, listen, where Mikey came in at was because they were trying to launch both of these guys and make them pay-per-view stars, and that was the gamble. And Mikey was the only one who had the heart to stand up and say, "Okay, I'm going to fight him." Mikey's the only one.
Y'all had the fan base.
And he had the fan. He's the only one. And let's not act like Terrence Crawford got a bigger fan base than Mikey Garcia.
So, bro, that's what we basing this on, bro. Is a fan base now.
Don't change the narrative, Drico. You asked the question on why he fought.
How I changed the narrative and Chris said it.
You talking about? Listen, you're talking about. You want to go down the rabbit hole of so now we.
I didn't go down the rabbit hole. Chris said that, bro. Why would Chris say it? Listen, bro. Chris said it. I didn't, bro. So talk to Chris.
But don't twist it up, though.
Because this is what Drico do. He's gonna take what you say, and then he's gonna try to turn that into the sound.
You said it though.
So now we say no. No,
you said it. You said, well, he said Mikey had a bigger fan base. So that you said that, right?
But you asked.
So I said in return, that's the reason. That's the reason why Spence. Is that a determining factor for the reason why Spence fought Mikey? Like,
yeah, they're trying to build the profile of their own fighters. That's like.
So that is a factor, right? Mikey having. That's a factor, right?
That's what I said. But you're
okay. Well, what did I say that was wrong then?
Yeah, but because come on, Drico, you knew where you was getting ready to go.
What? I said what Chris said. I said so. That's a determining factor. That is really. Is that what this is all about? Is that what this is coming to? I don't want to fight you because your pay-per-view numbers are poor, bro.
That's not what we're saying.
Basically, that's what you're saying.
That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that PBC has a job.
You had a whole hour-long tantrum about reason why the fight wasn't made with Bud back then because of the numbers was poor. Bud didn't produce, and he didn't want to get on pay-per-view. Now when it comes to this, y'all saying it ain't about the numbers. Which one is it, bro? That's what I'm saying, man.
We just said it's the numbers. What are you talking about, Drake? That's what I'm talking about. It's like you say stuff that makes no sense, and then you try to feed it to the audience. That's not what we're saying. Right. We're talking about. You said why would he fight Mikey and not Bud? And then I said, it's about he has a huger fan base. It's about building your fighter. If you have a company and you have assets,
y'all buying that, bro.
Listen,
building a fighter up, bro.
So who could you better build a fight with, Mikey Garcia or Terrence Crawford?
Bingo.
I mean, he can have 2 more pay-per-views after Mikey.
Hold on a second. Mikey Garcia.
Are you serious?
Okay, so
the
is
more
Garcia,
competitive fight,
wait
the
a
more
minute,
competitive fight is Terrence Crawford.
Mikey Garcia is more accomplished than Terrence Crawford.
Listen, Mikey Garcia is the more Terrence Crawford is the more competitive fight. But when you're talking about building a fighter, it is bigger to do it, Mikey Garcia. First of all, he brings in an entire fan base that Terrence Crawford don't have, which is a Mexican fan base.
How does he bring? Okay, he brings in a Mexican fan base, but he had never been on pay-per-view prior to there with Earl Spence.
Yeah, but Mikey Garcia at the time, his standing was he was on a tear, beating guys that were supposed to be bigger than him. He had a story behind him. He was out of boxing for 2 years. He came back knocking everyone out. He fought Adrian Broner, who is a highly, when I say rated fighter in terms of popularity, he had popularity from beating Broner. He was going in between weight classes, beating people. He had a world champion at 140, and he already had a fan base.
Okay, so a dude who had been inactive for 2 years, right? And beat Adrian Broner at 147, who was coming up in weight from 135, got more buzz than the guy who was just undisputed in the weight division below you.
Easy.
Okay, coming up
that's
from
easy.
135.
That's very easy. He became undisputed at 135. And who became fighter of the year that year?
That was years before.
You just brought up he became undisputed, so he's
popular. I'm talking about relevance. Relevance as far as the fight, as far as like what builds Errol Spence's star power more, a win over Terrence Crawford or a win over Mikey Garcia?
Either one of them.
Either one of them. So
bro,
you think
either one of them. Because here's what I'm gonna tell you right now: if Errol Spence fought Terrence Crawford as soon as he came up from 140, and he would have knocked him out, you know what y'all would have said? Errol Spence, which y'all been saying, he's on steroids and he's a weight bully. And Terrence Crawford is a small guy who came from 135 to 140, and he came to 147, and they should have never put him in there with the biggest, welterweight. That's exactly what y'all would have said.
Bro. Listen, and you know what? I take offense to y'all saying that they building Earl Spence up on his 25th fight, bro. He's 5 fights in, and y'all still talking about building him, bro. When he fought Mikey Garcia, that was his 25th fight, man. And y'all talking about building? Come on, man.
Did he fight? Was he a pay-per-view fighter yet?
That don't make no difference. His career is built after.
If he didn't fight on pay-per-view, then you still listen. If he never fought on pay-per-view, then that means that he still has somewhere to grow in his career. So he's
Earl
still being
has
built.
the piss poor pay-per-view stats, bro. Let's be honest, bro.
Are you fucking serious? Are you a Terrence Crawford fan?
I'm
you got the balls to talk about Spence's pay-per-views?
But we talking about Earl, bro. We ain't comparing Earl.
When someone has a piss poor pay-per-view, they don't put them back on pay-per-view. They actually yank them off. Like they did
see what I'm
Crawford.
saying? Now y'all talking about pay-per-view numbers. So see what I'm saying now?
You brought that up. You just said Spence had piss poor pay-per-views.
But I said I have a problem with y'all talking about building a fighter that has 25 fights. When Earl fought Mikey Garcia, that was his 25th fight in, bro. What is there to build? What is there to build? Terrence Crawford been in there 10 years, or 4 or 5 years longer than Earl. What is there to build about this fight?
What do you mean to build, Drico?
Y'all said it. Y'all said the fight to build up.
Listen, Terrence Crawford. Listen, Drico. Just by facts again, you're not making sense. I just showed you.
That is sense, bro. I just showed you. Earl fought Mikey Garcia. Did Earl fight Mikey Garcia on his 25th fight?
I'm gonna ask you a question.
Ain't Earl accomplished? Ain't Earl accomplished right now? Ain't Earl accomplished? TC accomplished with everything that he accomplished. What is there to build?
This is the same bad advice as why Terrence Crawford is in the situation he in. This is the same badass advice. You talking about
telling him to fight Spence is bad advice?
No, what you're talking about is saying
telling him to unify is bad advice.
What you're talking about, right, is you're saying that Earl Spence with 25 fights, what is there to build? When Terrence Crawford fought Victor Post on pay-per-view, he had 28 fights.
and it flopped.
Bro, but we're not talking about him in post out. We're talking about Earl.
But what that
and we
shows
talk
is
about
the number of
TC.
fights that you have, whether it's 25 or 28. There's room to there's room to build.
Bruh.
There's room to
Good dope
build.
sell itself, bro. Good dope sell itself.
Well, I mean, ain't Terrence Crawford good dope?
That's right. Ain't
Okay,
Earl Spence good dope?
so why the fuck
Okay then. So
his
that
number
fight is gonna
250?
sell. Let's
why
get that out of the way, bro. That fight is gonna sell. Earl and what our problem is. What's this building got to do? That's when y'all buying into this building thing. It has to build. I don't care if Bob said it. I don't care if Bob Mama said it.
Hold on,
Why is us?
I got you. Cuz
Why is us as fans gotta buy into that, bro? Why we gotta buy into that? Because they said this gotta build.
There you go, B House. Go read that, Drico.
Yeah, cuz in the chat said Boots got 28 fights and they still building him, right? Okay, so I like that he said that, because guess what? What if they said, well, Boots is building and Boots is trying to get a belt, right? He's trying to get a shot at Keith Thurman or not Keith Thurman. He's trying to get a championship shot. Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford. That's what we calling out now, right? So what if they told him, well, you got to build, you know what I mean? You got to build up a little bit more.
They are telling him that. He's not fighting none of those guys next. They are telling him that.
Okay, so that means that they can go without fighting him for another 5 years.
But
right?
that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. The business of boxing dictates that it's not just the fighters. There's a lot of politics. There's a lot of politics.
Listen here, bro. Forget the business. Right now, you telling me that we wouldn't pay to see Ortiz versus Boots right now? You trying to tell me that, bro?
I'm not saying that you won't pay for it, but what I'm
okay then. So let's get the business.
Let me finish, Drico. I'm not exactly. I'm not saying that you won't, but all I'm saying is that the amount of people who are willing to pay for it today, it might be double or triple in 2 years or 3 years, and that's all the suits care about. Is the end of the day revenue, because it's not emotional.
Trouble with that Mayweather and Pacquiao shit.
Yeah, it's not.
Bruh,
It's not.
right now, we should be working on a trilogy with them two dudes that we talking about, bruh. I.e. Fury and Wilder. We should be working on a trilogy right now, bruh. For real talk, bruh. Like, look, this right here amazed me, man. And then we keep putting excuses up for both of them, the Bud side and the Spin side. Everybody keep making these excuses. Oh, he on that side of the fence. Oh, they can't fight because Bob sued Al, and like my man said,
so that means nothing. So that means nothing.
Like King David, no, because it's business, bro. People get sued every day, B. It's business. That's a part of the business.
But if you don't need the person, why would you go to them?
That's why you got lawyers. That's why you got lawyers.
Yeah,
that's why you got funds set aside.
But that's what I'm trying to say, Drico. But he don't need them. If you only got one welterweight, you don't even have people to feed him, and I got the rest of them and all the marquee ones. Why the fuck am I gonna force to do something with you when I could keep all the money and do all this shit myself?
Bro, but it ain't about, it's what we want as the fans, bro. If we asking for this, bro, give us what we want, man. You know what I'm saying? If Earl know that this is not gonna happen, like King David said, if Earl know this not gonna happen, why is he hopping on Twitter capping then? Just be quiet and just say from the start, listen, man, we're not gonna fight.
He's not. All he's ever said is going to happen. He's not hopping on Twitter and saying you don't want to fight.
Bro.
No, Bud is the one doing it. He's not hopping on Twitter saying, "Oh, you don't want to fight me," and this about your career and that and all this and that.
Vince didn't say 80-20. He didn't say 70-30. Or maybe that was Yellow Beezy. Which one said it, bro?
Yeah, he said 7. He said
David.
Yeah, he said 70-30 or
he didn't tell TC to get a belt now fight you. He didn't make $1 million bet, $100,000 bet that he was gonna beat Terrence Crawford. This didn't happen, bro.
Do you see what you do? You go read something, right, that clearly tells you that
I seen it. I watched it.
Yeah, but you said he said it to barbershop conversation, but then when you regurgitate it to the public, then you say he didn't go to TC and tell him get a belt, like he went to his face and said get a belt and I'll fight you.
Bro, regardless if where he said it or who he said it, bro. See, y'all wrapped up in the technical shit. Regardless of who he said it, if Earl sent a pigeon up with a message on it, it said it. If he sent a smoke signal up, Earl said that, bro. He said these words. Regardless of how he said it, who he said it to, he said it. Hold him accountable.
Listen,
that's all.
Listen, what I'm trying to get the whole y'all accountable for is how we go through this for an hour or 2 hours, but this all stemmed from me stating Earl said he's going to go to see Terrence Crawford so they can get the fight, or he's going to show up at his fight. Then we go back to all the capping and all this. Look, as I said before, just because you believe someone's going to win doesn't mean the other person's always wrong. If the guy, you say you want to fight and all this stuff, it seems like everything is in motion for it to happen. PBC's doing business with ESPN. Errol Spence is going to Bud's fight. It's like y'all still have an issue with it. You know, it's
it
like
ain't that, bro. It ain't that. It's just that for everything that we done said to y'all today, it's in black and white. That Earl said, you come with something that, well, he didn't really see what it was. See, the Eiffel Tower in Paris.
No,
and you know what I'm saying?
No.
So but what I'm saying is, whatever we say, if we catch Earl up, Earl done made up all these excuses. Then you won't say, "Oh well."
He made, Drico?
You won't say,
Drico,
"Well,
what
well,
excuse,
yeah, you know."
Drico, name the excuse he made.
My man
what
just gave you.
Make? No,
my man just gave.
No,
they just gave you like for the past hour, bro.
No, what he said.
See, that shows your comprehension skills.
No.
You're not paying attention, bro.
Because I'm the one that who.
No, you're not. You asking me what he said.
Listen, no,
you asking me what he capped about, bro.
I'm asking you to.
He capped about his eye. He said he good. Listen, no, you asked me. I'm gonna tell you. He capped about his eye. He capped about his eye. He said, "I'll be back in 4 weeks, y'all. It's just a minor surgery." Okay, what's up now? It's been 4 months, bro. Okay, that's one cap right there. Number two cap. You asked me.
But he said he's ready to fight. How is that?
You asked me. You asked me. So, but is that 4 weeks later?
Drico.
Let's be 100, bro.
He tried to have a fight Ugas in February.
Drico, can I ask
in February? Is that 4 weeks, bro?
Drico.
Is that 4 weeks from Was that 4 weeks from August?
Who was he gonna fight in 4 weeks when Pacquiao just fought
gonna fight?
What are you talking about?
Who is he gonna fight? You said Ugas, right, Steve? Okay then, what was Ugas at in the timeline, Kwame? Answer your boy. He just say Earl gonna fight Ugas.
What are you talking about? Ugas, listen, 2 weeks, bro. 2 weeks before the fight, Earl pulled out the fight. We
know all of that. Steven just said. You said Earl had a timeline.
So
y'all said this.
So who was he gonna fight? Pacquiao.
Y'all said.
Hold on. Who was he gonna fight? Pacquiao and Ugas fought. So who was he gonna fight, Drico?
Didn't y'all just say that Earl had a timeline?
Yes, he said he would be
okay, and y'all named off. Y'all saying this, bro. No. But see, this is what happens when y'all speak for somebody, bro. Y'all speak out of turn. You just say Earl got a timeline. He gonna fight 1, 2, and 3. Period. And then we said, okay, well, where does Mikey fit in at? Then you went all around and you said where Mikey fit in at. Now Steven just said.
I have to address that.
Now you can address it. Hold on a minute, though. You can address it. Just hold on. And now I say, okay, well, this, that, and the third. Then Steven comes on and say, oh, he fighting Ugas. Where does TC fit in at, bro?
Okay, time out. So, because I stay on topic. So let me address that. Number one, when Earl Spence gave his timeline of who he wanted to fight, Mikey Garcia fight was already announced. It was already announced. See, that's what you keep leaving out. Where did Mikey come in? When the timeline was given, what he said in Porter, Danny, and Manny, he had already fought Mikey Garcia, and that fight was already announced when they met up in Oklahoma, and Bob was there. He said Mikey's stupid for taking that fight. So
you said Earl Spence named off TC as number 4, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Where does Mikey fit in at, bro? Because if Mikey fit in, Earl Spence will be fine.
Bro. Again, we need you because you're talking about comprehension. So we're gonna do some counting for you. All right. Porter is 1. Okay, because we said 4, right? Danny Garcia is 2. Pacquiao is 3. TC is 4. So explain to me what you're talking about.
Well, he didn't listen. For one, he didn't even name Pacquiao. He named 3 people.
No,
he named Sean Porter, Danny Garcia.
You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. Yes, he did.
Let me look this shit up, bro.
You're not gonna
y'all be talking too damn slick and spicy, bro.
The entire world knows. See, the entire world knows, and don't pull out no fake.
No, I'm gonna put. No. I'm gonna show you something, bro. I'm gonna show you smart ass something, bro. He did. I listen here. Mikey wasn't even mentioned in that thing, bro. When he first came in there, Mikey wasn't even mentioned in that, bro. When he first came up there,
you have your timelines mixed up, Drico. But I mean,
Mikey wasn't even mentioned when he came up there. He said Thurman. He said Thurman.
You don't make any sense. That's what Terrence Crawford fans do. They find anything, and what they do is they'll take a situation that happened in 2018, and then they'll put it in 2015. Like how y'all said he called out Errol Spence when he was at 140, or when he was coming up, he called him out. That's what y'all do this all the time. You know what I'm saying? And then when the facts get caught up, then what y'all do is y'all say, oh, it's money. Oh, it's promoters. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. There's a lot of moving parts in the situation. First off, and then
we're not talking about none of that, bro.
And then secondly, when it comes
to Ariel Hernandez, shut up.
No,
what you mean I ain't making no sense, bro? He named off three people. He didn't name off Mikey Garcia, bro. He didn't name off Mike. He named Danny Garcia. He named off. I don't even think he named off Manny. I don't think he named Manny.
Yes,
he named off Keith Thurman.
Yes, he did, Drico.
He named off Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia.
Drico, Drico, you know what? If you're going to debate, you have to.
Bro, you might be able to talk longer than us, but bro, you wrong, bro.
Okay, all right. So here we go. I'll just find it and put it on the screen.
My thing is, Earl Spence. Okay, no matter what you want to say about anything that have to do with any promotional companies or networks or anything like that, okay, fine, they're good. They got their stuff going on in the background. Cool. None of that changes anything that comes out of Earl's mouth. Every time he's asked about Terrence Crawford, it's always a new answer in regards to why the fight.
No, that's
Sean Porter.
He says the same thing.
Danny
the fight's gonna happen.
No, it doesn't.
He says the fight's gonna happen. The fight's gonna happen. It's just not happening as fast as y'all want it to happen.
Hold on, bro. Listen.
First it was Terrence Crawford needs to get a belt. Okay, that's what he said first. Him and Keith Thurman said that. Cool. Okay, even though that's some bullshit, because first of all, why does an undisputed champion at 140 and a guy who had a belt at 135, why do they need to get a belt?
I got a question for you. I got a question for you.
Bro,
this is great.
Bro, let me get this out, bro. Let me get this out. Let me get this out. The three people that Earl named in the beginning was Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, and Sean Porter.
I'm not talking about that time. You talk about something old. I'm not talking about.
You're not talking about that time.
No, I'm not. So you talking about old stuff. You talking about
which lie you gonna go with that?
No. The entire world knows as of recent that, and it was said in
you going with the recent lie.
Those were the names that was said. It was Danny. It was everyone noticed, Drico. It's like you looking for. That's what I'm saying. What you did is exactly what I said, and it's so easy. You go and pick something out from 2016 and act like that's what's recent.
That's not. What's a lie about? That's a fact. He said Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, Sean Porter,
what's the date? What's the date? What's the date on it? What year is that?
2019. And
2019 is what. That's what he said.
Listen, bro. Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, Sean Porter, and then Terrence Crawford. That's 4. Where's Mikey? Where's Ugas?
He already fought Mikey by the injury. He fought Mikey in 18.
And after he fought, he didn't want to fight. And everyone knows, this is how you know what he's saying is, everyone knows he's been saying, I don't want to fight Keith.
Bro.
Everyone knows that.
Danny Garcia's gone, right? He fought Danny Garcia. Keith Thurman is not on the list, right? He fought Porter. Terrence Crawford should be next, right?
Isn't the brother going to the fight and you have an issue with that? I'm confused.
Why did he want to fight and negotiate with Ugas?
What?
Didn't Steven just say that he's
Bro, what are you talking about? When Terrence Crawford and when he went to go negotiate with Ugas, Terrence Crawford was in negotiation with Manny Pacquiao. Bro, Drico, stop. Please. This gets stressful.
Bro.
You know that those two guys were negotiating.
Bro. All we trying to say is, from a boxer's point of view, when is Earl gonna keep it 100, bro? If he's not gonna box Terrence Crawford, let's not keep making up excuses for these guys and just say, man, he's not gonna fight Terrence Crawford.
And
don't keep pushing him back, bro.
And again, this is the narrative from a question being me stating that Errol Spence is going to Terrence Crawford's fight so they can get the fight made. You keep talking about the past and all this other stuff.
Again,
But that's how we got to judge him by his past, bro.
We have to live in the present. If the guy,
Nah,
listen,
bro.
if the
You
guy
judge a
is
motherfucker on his past, bro. You don't meet a motherfucker today and just take them at face value, bro.
but when it comes to negotiating with Terrence Crawford, we're not allowed to judge him on his past pay-per-views though. I don't understand what it is. You judge
a
one person on
pay-per-view
their
is
present,
different from
you judge
lying, bro.
one person on their past.
Hey,
Now for King David, real quick, when you brought up the undisputed, you said why wouldn't he want to fight an undisputed champion? Well, I got a question for you then, King David. Right? When you undisputed champion and you coming from whatever weight class, when you get to the new weight class, you can get a title shot with any of those sanctioning bodies. Mm-hmm. If he wanted to fight Errol Spence right away when he got to 147, he could have went straight into the IBF and got his title shot.
You know
That's a fact. But they decided.
You know why he didn't do that?
Why not?
Because both Errol Spence and Keith Thurman told him to get a belt first.
Listen, the sanctioning bodies is the one who made.
And that's why.
Hold on a second. When someone's listen, there are rules and politics in boxing.
I understand.
There are rules and politics in boxing.
I understand. I know what you're gonna say already, but listen. Even though there are rules in place, even though we know mandatories and everything like that are in place, that does not guarantee that you're going to get a fight with the fighter.
That is true. But you know what you can do? You're 100% right.
Hold on. Let me conclude. Mm-hmm. So let me conclude. So to conclude, when someone tells you, if you get a belt, then I will fight you, then at that point, it's safe to assume that if you get a belt, that the fight will happen. So
okay. Now let me address that. And when I address this, I already know where Drico going to go. He's going to start talking about wordplay and semantics. But we have to make sure that we understand the situation very, very clear. Now, if he wanted to fight Errol Spence coming from 140 as undisputed, he would have mentioned his name and he could have gotten to the IBF. But it was already a known fact that they were going to go the WBO route and make the fight with Jeff Horn because there was a plan for Terrence Crawford, just like there was a plan for Errol Spence. Because we never at no time heard he entered the WBC.
How was it a known fact that he was going to go to WBO route? How is it a known fact? If you're the undisputed champion for you got all the belts.
That's what happens when you don't have control over. That's what happens when you make money, but you have no control over your career. You do what other people tell you have to do.
Okay, so where's the article or where's the video that we can see that says that Bob's plan was for Terrence to go to WBO?
We don't need to see a video. We saw what happened. Because if you can see the better question is. Where's the article with either Bob or Terrence Crawford stating we want to fight Errol Spence and we entered the IBF and they don't want to take the fight unless he gets a belt? Because the entire world knew
Errol Spence said it.
Okay, so we already established that the fight that Terrence wanted above all at the time was Keith Thurman. Both Keith Thurman and Errol Spence told Terrence to get a belt first in order for him to get the fight. So why would he not at that point pursue the route that would lead him toward a belt the quickest?
Listen, he could do whatever.
If Earl was captain, Keith would be the other option.
He could do whatever he want. But did you first of all, when he was at 140, he asked for the Pacquiao fight. He didn't get it. The Pacquiao fight went to Jeff Horn, right? And then immediately after that, when Terrence Crawford came up to 147, they put him with the guy who beat Pacquiao because it's a lot easier in boxing to make an in-house fight than to make a fight that's not in-house.
I'm not saying you're wrong about that. I'm not saying
it's a lot easier
at all. I mean, you're right about that.
Right. So that's all I'm saying, which was very smart. Now, as a businessman, and we're talking about Arum and Terrence Crawford, would it be wise for you to allow your fighter to go in there and fight the biggest, strongest welterweight at that time before Spence was, not doing what he's supposed to do, who's knocking everybody out, breaking them up in eye sockets? Are you going to put him in there first,
or are you going to put him in there with someone that you feel pretty confident that he's going to beat? It's an easier fight, and then you could also have him.
You saying Earl's handlers ain't confident in his abilities? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I just said that about Terrence Crawford. You gotta maybe listen to what I'm saying.
You said that about Terrence Crawford?
That's what I just said. Listen, you're 9 out of 10 times you're not gonna take someone like Terrence Crawford, right? Who you've just accepted all this money from ESPN to say that you're gonna build something, we're gonna make money, and these are my products. You're not gonna take him coming straight out of 140 and just throw him in there with the biggest, strongest welterweight immediately when you could put him in the ring with someone and Jeff Horn he could beat and become a champion, and then he could be on the status as the rest of these guys.
So it sounds like again you're saying Bob is the reason the fight's not happening. That's what this sounds like.
It sounds like I'm saying that no matter what side, whether it's Bob or whether it's Al or whether it's Eddie Hearn, they have a process for their fighters. It's a business. We're fans. We want to see fights.
You're not going to slay.
Here's the thing, right?
You're not going to slay that four-headed dragon. It's either going to be pay-per-view numbers, Bob Arum. You're not going to slay that three-headed dragon.
Right. So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing that makes this conversation not in good faith. The fact that we're constantly talking about the inner workings of these different promotional organizations when we don't have any kind of insight as to what's going on in them. We don't know what kind of decisions they're making.
It's really basic though.
Hold on. So because of that reason, I don't like talking about promotional entities or networks or anything like that. All we can really go by is what these fighters are saying. The fighters, what their interests are in making the fight happen. As far as Terrence Crawford is concerned, he's always been very consistent in his position that he's looking for a Bud Crawford fight. For Earl Spence fight. He's always been calling Earl Spence out. You could say, okay, he didn't call him out at 140. He said all the top guys. He's been calling him out consistently, time and time again. As far as Earl Spence is concerned,
I'm confused. I don't get that. I don't get that, King David. And the only reason I'm saying I don't get that because you keep saying he's been called about consistently, but he openly said when he was being introduced into the weight class on his own network, which is the largest sports network in the world, when they were trying to force Errol Spence on him, he went in another direction. He was never openly calling this guy out. Stephen A. Smith even ended the conversation like, but if Earl said he wanted to get it on, and Bud was like, then fuck it, then we'll have to get it on. But it wasn't like, oh, that's what I want. And that's not what he said. And here's what the issue is. Normally what happens is people are gonna gauge what you say and do based on how they say and think, which is for me is very inaccurate because from your point of view, you're saying all these things because you're alluding to the fact that Errol Spence is scared. He don't want to fight. He's got a different story. But when I'm saying it didn't happen because of the shit Terrence Crawford said, I'm not saying it's because he's scared or all this stuff. All I'm saying is that it wasn't the right time and it couldn't be done at that time because there are a lot of deciding factors. And when you have, whether you care about it or not, that doesn't matter.
But the thing about that, Kwame, I'm not saying you're wrong about that. I'm not debating that at all. I don't know at the end of the day. But what I'm saying is Earl Spence's position on a Terrence Crawford fight has been inconsistent. His energy is constantly changing, and it appears as if he's constantly moving the goalposts every time he's asked about a Terrence Crawford fight. And that's all that we're trying to say. And to conclude what I'm saying, Earl Spence is the reason why this fight has not happened thus far. Period.
Okay. You know what? You know what? You're right. You're right because Bob Arum didn't come out and say he was losing money. Bob Arum didn't come out and say when they spoke about getting the fight made that the fight needed to be built. There's even an article I could pull up with Bob Arum said who's going to pay for the fight. Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence won a lot of money. Who's going to pay for the fight? See, it's like I said before. It's okay if you believe.
Bob Arum don't control what come out of Earl's mouth.
Yeah. Listen. But Bob Arum controls what. Listen. Yeah, Bob Arum controls the fight getting made because
Okay,
he
that's
can
behind the
accept.
scenes
He
stuff. We
can
don't
accept.
talking
Listen,
about
because
that,
he can
right?
accept.
Does Bob Arum control what Earl Spence says?
Absolutely not. He doesn't. No one
Okay,
controls what
okay,
any
that's
other
all I
man
wanted to know.
says. And there's nothing that you can pull up that shows Earl Spence saying he don't want to fight Terrence Crawford. The only thing he's ever said was that he fights on a certain network. He has a plan. These are the people that his manager, promoter, and the person who runs the company that he's fighting for has put in front of him. And then and at a specific time, he's gonna fight that guy because there are plans already for him with guys who were in the weight class before Crawford was even in the weight class. There was already plans. But the issue is Terrence Crawford is like, oh, I want to fight you. I want to fight you. I want to fight you. I want to fight you because Bob is telling him to say, I want to, because Bob is telling him to say that because in the beginning, that's not what he was saying. He was referring in every interview to, I'll fight the champions and Bob has to make it happen. Bob is telling him now, okay, say you want to fight him, because they don't have no one to fight. So now you pressured. Now you stressed out. You stressed out and pressured because you have your promotional team telling you that they're losing money on you. They don't have anyone for you to fight. They're talking about people like Jose Zepeda. They're talking about people they're making mandatories out of people who had a draw with Ray Robinson and a guy who Ugas knocked out, who's not even known for punching power. And no one's saying it's Bud's fault that these opponents are these opponents. It's just that who we decided to sign with, that's what they could deliver to him. That's just basically what it is. And
okay, bro, look, I named the 3 people, right? I named the 3 people earlier, right? Okay. Now, 2 of them people are off the list, right? Bud should be next, right? And then you said, well, the list has changed since then. If he already beat 2, if he already beat 2 of the
next already.
No,
this whole conversation is about him going to Bud's fight next. So I don't even understand why you bringing this up. You said Bud should be next. The conversation started because we said that he's going to Bud's fight next to make the fight happen. So what you're doing is you're just bringing up situations to find a way to say, oh, he's capping, and then you'll say, well, Spencer's capped in the past, so he's probably not even going to go there.
Capping. You're the only one that's in denial, bro.
Listen. Everything that I know that he has said so far, that's what he's done. Whether you like the answer or not, that's what he's done. He said that
So when he named off the 3 people that he was gonna box, he already beat 2 of the 3 people that he named. The other one is Keith Thurman is gone. Next to Bud should have been next, right? Not a Ugas, not a Ugas, not a Manny. Bud should have been next, right?
Drico.
That's all we saying, bro. And if that's the case, why is Earl saying it?
Let me ask. I got it. Because you first of all, you need to show me some proof. Because what
God
you're saying.
Damn.
No. For the dates, you need to show me some proof. Because some of the stuff you're saying don't make sense. Because the time that you're talking about,
I know it don't make sense. That's what we're trying to tell you. It shouldn't make sense to you because Earl capping, bro.
Hold on. The time that you're talking about in 2019 wasn't Earl in an accident? Was he in an accident in 2019?
I don't know where Earl.
So that's why I need proof to see this list because because in 2019 that means he had to if he got an accident that year that means he fought Mikey and then he fought Porter. That's what that means.
Right.
And then he was in an accident.
Right.
So there was no way for him to fight Keith Thurman because Keith Thurman wasn't even around and he fought those 2 guys. So
okay.
So my point is. Back then, the only person who had the balls in PBC to actually accept the fight was Mikey Garcia. And that's what I'm saying. Mikey Garcia even came out himself. I guess Mikey capping too because he got Errol best interest in heart. The same Mikey Garcia who said he would teach Earl Spence how to drive after he was in an accident. So I guess Mikey Garcia has Earl best interest in heart because Mikey Garcia came out and said while they were negotiating, Earl left the negotiations twice to try to fight Porter, but Porter went and for his tried to fight mandatory Ugas.
Even the Pope raped kids, bro. Earl ain't perfect, bro.
I hear you.
You see what I'm saying?
The sound bites are great, Drico. The fans.
Nah, bro. We saying facts. We saying facts to you, bro. You know what I'm saying? What we saying is facts. We trying to get you to realize, bro. When is y'all gonna say Damn well, Earl really just be talking sometimes. We really gotta ignore some of the shit that you
why
say.
am I gonna say right now he's just talking when he's telling us that he's gonna make that fight and he doesn't need any tune-ups and he has 2 belts and Ugas is already stating that WBA says to Ugas he can't make that fight and Earl is saying that he's gonna go to Terrence Crawford. But what you do when
Even
he
that right there is a cap, bro. Because Earl said he'll never go
hey,
and
you
never
know
been
what?
to a Earl.
And so did Terrence Crawford, right? Terrence Crawford said he ain't
But we
need it,
ain't
right?
talking about Terrence Crawford though, bro.
Yeah,
We
he
talk
doing like
about
that all
Earl
the
Spence.
time.
Look,
you got him with his own shit that time.
it's cool. It's cool. All I'm saying again is that the dude is saying no matter what he says, he can't win. You say he make all the King David said he make all these excuses. That's one thing. Then then when I say okay, he's saying he's gonna fight him, he's going to the fight. Then there's a problem with that, and that's what I keep saying.
It ain't no problem with it, bro. It's the thing is Earl been
He's
capping
capping.
all the way up to this
Right.
far.
So we can't get past. We never going to get past anything because Earl is capping. So
no,
there's
what
no
we
way for
saying
you to
is
be excited
when
about the
Earl
fight
goes
coming
to
up.
that fight, if he goes to that fight, then we'll go from there. But as of right now, why should we believe that when Earl been capping for 4
I don't
years
know.
straight?
I mean, if Terrence Crawford says 40 his way or no fight or 50-50 or no fight, then why should we believe even if Earl shows up that the fight's gonna be made anyway, knowing that
I don't know how
hold
that
on.
equates.
No,
I don't know how that
does.
equates to
It
a
does
lie.
because you just said no, you just
I don't
said
know how that
it,
equate to a lie. That's how he feel.
listen,
If he
you
feel he's
just
worth 60-40,
yeah, but if
then
you're saying
okay.
hold on, but you're saying King David is saying the reason that the fight isn't made is because of Spence, right? So you're saying it's all cap until Earl go up there. So if Earl go up there to make the fight or whatever, and then Terrence Crawford, even though he doesn't deserve 50-50, and he's still saying 60-40 my way or 50-50 or no fight, then who's cap? Then whose fault is it the fight's not being made? All I'm
Well,
saying is that
we'll
there needs
cross that bridge when we
all I'm
get to
saying
it, bro.
because him stating that it's a cap, like him stating that he wants 60-40 or 50-50, that's like what he deserved in the fight. That's cap. And that's based off facts. That ain't based off no opinion. That's based off how business is done for every fighter. For
That's how he
everyone.
feel, bro. That's you
No,
can't say that. You can't,
fuck his
bro.
feelings
You
is
can't say,
business.
bro. He can't say he lying because that's how
Hey,
he feel, bro.
like you said about your hat earlier, Drico. You know what? You may have emotional attachment to that hat. You may feel that hat is worth $10,000. But nigga,
But
that
then
shit
that's
just went on your
reality.
head. It's right. It's $25. That's what it is. And if I sit around and say based on how I feel, I should be able to get X, Y, and Z, and there's no substance behind it, but a weak argument, right? Then
What's the weak
that's
argument, bro?
the weak
If
argument.
listen, if he feel like if TC feels like he worth more, then why can't he say I
I've
want
been
more
saying
money?
that.
Would they
No
would
one's saying he can't.
listen, bro? If Canelo didn't say I want 35 million per fight, would they have gave Canelo 35 million per fight?
Listen, when you the type of person, when you in a situation where you can't
I'm
even
just
get
asking
fight,
you, bro. You didn't answer me.
I'm answering you. When you in the
Okay.
position where you can't even get a fight, right? When you're in a position where the people who back you don't even want to finance your fight, then you're not in the position to be telling someone who's in the green and trying to make a fight with you that you want more
You
money.
still didn't answer my question.
I did answer.
If Canelo never asked for 35 million plus per fight, would they pay him 35 plus per fight?
No.
No, he wouldn't. But the
Okay.
different, but
Ain't no
again,
buts.
no,
It
no, no,
ain't
no,
no
no,
buts.
no. There is
Ain't no
because
buts, bro.
no, because the difference is Canelo can back up why he's asking for it. There's a
Bro,
difference.
it
They
ain't
can
no
hold
he
on.
can
They can
bro.
go look at. They can go look at
Bro.
Canelo versus. Hold on. They can go look at Canelo versus Mayweather. They can look at Canelo.
That don't make no difference,
It
bro. If
does
he don't
because
ask for 35
Kwame,
million,
let
they're
me ask you
not
a
gonna
question.
give
Let
it
me
to
ask you a
him.
question, Kwame. Let me ask you a question.
sure.
If Terrence Crawford and Sean Porter does comparable numbers to what Earl Spence and Sean Porter did,
Mm-hmm.
would that justify 50-50 in your eyes?
Absolutely not. Not even close.
And why wouldn't it? If they do the
For
same numbers with the same fight.
I'm gonna tell you why. For a couple reasons.
Okay.
For a couple reasons because the the common denominator in that would be Sean Porter, right? Because there's no proof of Terrence Crawford doing those numbers with anyone else, and they wouldn't even make a fight with anyone else.
Hold on a second. Wait a second. Hold on a second. There's no proof of Earl Spence doing those kind of numbers by himself without a big name fighter along his name, like Sean Porter.
Actually,
no, there's not.
Okay,
Mikey Garcia, Sean Porter, Danny Garcia. Those.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you a question. Which one of those fighters fought on pay-per-view before they fought Errol Spence on pay-per-view?
Doesn't matter. None of them.
Right. And that's my point exactly. So the only common denominator in those numbers being made is Errol Spence, because none of those guys were pay-per-view guys. Zero. None of and they all were in the weight class super long. They all could have Sean Porter and Danny Garcia, if that was the case.
None of them. Bro, who knows Earl?
None of them were pay-per-view fighters, but all of them had much bigger names than Amir Khan, Kell Brook, and Victor Postal. Okay, so as far as the states are concerned,
I don't know. Sean Porter doesn't have a bigger name. You can say he's in a better name. No, he doesn't. He has a no.
Yes, he does, bro. Sean Porter has the engine behind him. He works for ESPN, bro.
No, he
doesn't. He has an engine behind him.
You know, he does not work for ESPN.
He does not work for
ESPN. He does not work. Yeah, he does not work for ESPN.
He isn't on ESPN.
No, he's not. And
Sean Porter's not.
No, Sean Porter. This fight's on ESPN. That's why you may see him on ESPN, but he don't work or do no commentating for no ESPN. All right, and then secondly,
Fox. Yeah, Fox.
All right,
I'm sorry.
And then secondly, Sean Porter may be in a better place in his career or more durable right now, or a better fighter at this point in his career, but he is not a bigger name than Amir Khan. Amir Khan has fought Zab Judah. Amir Khan has fought Lamont P. So
Friday Night Fight.
No Friday Night Fights. Amir Khan fought. What are you talking about? Amir Khan fought Canelo. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
He fought Canelo, and then that was all Canelo.
Amir Khan fought Marcos Maidana. Amir Khan has been in big fights,
but this isn't about Amir Khan's resume. This is about his star power in the US.
But that was the reason they made the fight.
His US star power is lacking because he's a UK fighter.
Yeah,
but his representation and fan base is all overseas.
Yeah, but the UK didn't buy the fight either. That was the issue. See, his representation was overseas, but
the UK perceived him as a shot fighter, and he doesn't. In UK, their pay-per-view buys are different. They don't. All the pay-per-views that you're talking about are US pay-per-views. This was
so we're gonna rewind to that. That's not accurate again. The UK did not see Amir Khan as a shot fighter. The UK was pissed off at Amir Khan because they were trying to get Amir Khan to fight Kell Brook, and that was supposed to be the big fight for the UK. And those two guys were talking shit, and they were supposed to fight. And Amir Khan came up with a weight clause a rehydration stipulation saying that Kell Brook couldn't rehydrate to a certain weight during the fight or whatever. And he stood tall on that, and the fight wasn't made. And the UK was pissed off at Amir Khan because he didn't give him the fight that they wanted.
Well, look,
and he went and got the bag with Terrence Crawford.
They don't have pay-per-views in the UK. So that none of their pay-per-view buys will be counted on this side. Anyway.
Bro, are you serious? Why do you think they gave first of all, that's not accurate again. Okay, why do you think they gave Amir Khan more money than Terrence Crawford? And Terrence Crawford was the champion. Number one.
Okay, number has a fan base.
Right. And then you said about the pay-per-views are different in the UK. What you also have to remember is that this pay-per-view was on the internet. It was you needed to be on Fox, ESPN Plus, and then purchase the pay-per-view. It wasn't like you had to go to TV. It was a flop. Anyone could have ordered the pay-per-view. You could have been in fucking Bangladesh and ordered the pay-per-view because it was on the internet. But the fact of the matter is no one was interested in the fight because the problem with Bud Crawford fights is that all the fights that he's had up to date, it's up to Sean Porter, which now is like his 39th fight. Everyone already knew that the other fighter had no chance. That's why his shit didn't sell. It wasn't that he was it wasn't like, okay, he's so great above everyone else that no one had a chance. because even people who thought people had a chance against Floyd. But it was because the level of competition they kept giving him. No one's interested in seeing that because they know he's going to win the fight.
That's not true. And I don't know how you could say that everybody in the UK didn't think Amir Khan was shot after he had just gotten knocked out by Canelo Alvarez.
Bro, he just won 2 fights in a row.
After
he got knocked out. Hold on.
After he knocked out by Canelo Alvarez.
Right. After he got knocked out by Canelo Alvarez, his very next fight, he fought Phil LaGreco and knocked him out in the first round.
Cool.
Okay, Phil LaGreco.
It doesn't matter. All you need to do is win fights in order to bounce back.
People
gave Amir Khan a pass.
You can move up in the rankings that way, but when it comes to building up your credibility in the eyes of boxing fans, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
once fans see you get knocked out, okay, then that diminishes your fan base and it diminishes your credibility as a fighter.
Not in his case, because everyone knew Amir Khan wasn't even supposed to be fighting at the weight he fought Canelo. As soon as the fight ended, they went up there. Him and his trainer Virgil Hunter was like, "Now you need to go fight somebody your size." People gave him a pass. The same way they gave Kell Brook a fucking pass for going to fight Triple G, because neither one of those guys belonged in the ring with those guys. They were physically bigger guys, and they had no business in the ring. So they gave him a pass because they said if he goes down to 147 at his weight class where he belongs, it should be a good fight. And people wanted to see Kell Brook, who was beat up by Triple G, and Errol Spence, even though he was knocked out. And Amir Khan was knocked out by Canelo Alvarez. They wanted to see those two guys fight because they've been drawing back and forth. Amir Khan even let Errol Spence use his gym to train in the UK when he went to go fight Kell Brook. There was real beef there. Okay, so it wasn't that the UK just gave up on Amir Khan. The UK didn't want to see him fight Terence Crawford because he promised them a fight with Kell Brook, which was going to be a big fight for the UK, and he backed out of it and he went across the pond and they didn't buy it.
No matter how you want to paint the narrative, Amir Khan is not perceived the same credibility-wise, star power-wise as Sean Porter in the US. Okay, so when this pay-per-view comes back, if Terence Crawford is able to do comparable numbers to what Errol Spence did, okay, then that should more than justify this 50-50 argument, and it should. But according to you, because I don't know, you didn't even answer the question as far as why it wouldn't justify 50-50. So go back to that.
I mean, how many ways you want me to go? Number one, Errol Spence has 2 belts at 147.
So belts are a reason why you should get 60-40 because you got 2 belts.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of different things
so
that will
constitute
that.
Split.
I mean, y'all talked about his accolades at 140. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why. There's the fact that he's the listen, after if Terence Crawford beats Sean Porter, he doesn't get a belt. He's not going to be a unified champion. So you have a unified champion. I mean, we're just going with the rules of boxing now, right? It ain't what I'm making up. So we have a unified champion, right? We also have a champion who averages, let's just say, because this is a pay-per-view fight, 300. We have a fighter who averages around 300, between 325 to 350 in pay-per-view numbers, against one who isn't doing well, whose averages, I don't know, 175,000 and a half. It's not even. It's barely. It's not even 100,000. It would need to, in 2 fights, it would need to be 200,000 to be averaging 100,000. So you have a guy who's selling more than triple of one guy, and he has 2 belts. I'm like, more than stuff.
More than triple.
Oh, okay. Let's say more than double.
Okay, a Khan versus Crawford did 150,000. Earl Spence versus Sean Porter did 225,000. That's 70,000 more.
I mean, with you, I'm a fact check stuff because it sounds a little erroneous to me. So
go ahead and check it.
We'll go ahead and fact check it.
If I'm wrong, you already know me. I mean, I didn't admit it. I was wrong on here already and told you that I'll take an L if I'm wrong, but you can look it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up.
Porter versus Crawford. I mean, Spence did about 225,000 pay-per-view buys.
Okay,
so that's only 70,000 more than what Crawford did in his last.
Let's fact check it real quick because because you asked the question, so this stuff has to match up. Let's see. Spence versus Porter.
I can say that's about right because in the polls they say that Spence only exactly 100 points ahead of TC as far as notoriety. So that ain't nothing. What 100 people?
And that's the thing, like they star powers are very comparable. That's why I don't understand this whole 60-40 argument. Like it's really just really excuses to me because again, once Terrence Crawford get in here with Shawn Porter, okay, a mutual a guy who they can both say they got in the ring with. So this fight right here with Shawn Porter is gonna be like it's gonna be big for a lot of reasons because we're gonna be able to match it up to see how Terrence performed versus how Earl performed. But not only that, we'll be able to match it up and see how the pay-per-views perform.
Look, this is funny. So he said it did 250,000. Okay, so Spencer's Porter pay-per-view numbers. At the very top, it says his fights with Mikey Garcia and Shawn Porter both reeled in over 300,000 buys, right? Then we go down here. Sources, the PBC, Fox PBC, Errol Spencer, Shawn Porter tracking over 300,000 buys. Sports pay-per-view trending, Spence Porter trending 350K buys. Everyone. But guess what? Where we'll see the one where he's saying 200,000 buys. Bob Arum questioned. I've seen the numbers. It's actually around 170,000 buys. This is what Bob Arum says. Every other source is saying something else, but Bob Arum says
I don't know about those sources. I know the source. I remember looking on Boxing News 24. I don't know about them sources. I noticed the Garcia fight is the only one that actually did over 300,000. If you notice, that's not true. And here's another point I want to make in regards to Earl Spence star power because it seems to be a topic of conversation among a lot of Earl Spence fans. It's actually declining. Every fight it goes down. So he started at 300,000 from Mike. And then in his next few fights with Danny and Shawn, it ended up in the low 200,000s. So I don't. So them articles,
but
I don't know.
That's not. First of all, again, that's not accurate because I'm showing you sources and you're not showing me a source. So as of right now, because I can show you a source and you're not showing me a source,
on that article.
It's 300,000.
Click on one of those articles and let's read through it so that we can see exactly what they're saying. Because those headlines are very misleading.
Okay. Well, we'll take a look at it.
Where Goon at? Goon, you in the building?
Yeah, I'm just listening to y'all, bro.
That's a YouTube channel, ain't it?
No.
Bad
What?
Book?
Global Boxing News and Commentary. Boxing News Analysis. This is shared on Twitter and then they're quoting Mike Coppinger too. Okay, sources: the PBC and Fox pay-per-view headline: Errol Spence Jr., Shawn Porter tracking over 300,000 buys. This is Mike Coppinger.
He pretty accurate.
Okay. So, all right. So we gonna leave out of here because I have proof once again. All right. And then when you go to the whole Danny Garcia, his shit is declining. They fought in COVID, bro. People, it was COVID. People were losing jobs. People weren't working. We were getting stimulus checks. You know what I mean? You talking about his shit declining. Bud Crawford fought Kell Brook, and there was nobody in the fucking building. They didn't even have an audience. They didn't even dare to put it on pay-per-view. So again, when you ask me these questions, it's like I'm gonna give you facts. I'm not gonna give you a sound
pay-per-view.
Huh?
Would you have bought that fight for pay-per-view? But
No, I wouldn't have.
Okay, so
no, I wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but that's not my fault, or that's not your fault, or that's not King David's fault. That's Bud's fault because he has to lay in the bed of the business deals he signed. He wanted to be with Top Rank. He read up. That's what they could offer him. They couldn't make the fights happen. That's on him because that's his situation. That he has to take the blame for that. That's on him. So because Spence signed over somewhere else where all the fighters was at, Bud could have did the same thing. You know what I'm saying? If we go back to the past, and I checkmate people with this all the time, If Bob would have just gave him the Manny Pacquiao fight when he asked for it, we wouldn't even be going through this. He'd be a star. He would have knocked Pacquiao out. These guys would have had to chase him. He would have been the king. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't go that way. You have bad management. Another guy has good management. They put him on a road for success. He follows that road for success. The other side don't have no one to fight. So they want to keep putting the pressure on for this guy to fight, making it seem like, oh, he has to deviate from what he's doing because they have nothing to do. That ain't on him. He has to do what he has. Earl has to do what he's going to do for his career, and Bud has to do what he has to do for his career because he's made his bed. He made his choices. Those are the choices he made. He's okay with Bob. He was okay with that, but that's what came with it. And you can't blame Spence for it. And you can't blame Al for it. You can't blame Keith Thurman for it. If those guys are all on the same side on the same network and they want to fight each other, then that's what they do. It don't mean that they scared of you. It means that they got some other shit going on over there that makes more sense for them. And it seems like every time someone tries to go negotiate, and it ain't for Terrence Crawford, y'all gonna be like, oh, Bob. But Teofimo Lopez had to go through some money shit on a free fight with Lomachenko. It's Kell Brook went over there. Eddie Hearn got thrown out to negotiations, was pissed off and blackballed the fight. There's always some type of issue when you going over there. Why are you gonna? If you got easy money to be made and you got 3 or 4 belts over here, what the fuck you going over there for? Until you need to go over there, and it got nothing to do with being scared. And that's all I'm saying. The narrative has to stop when he's scared, and then when you say, "Oh, he's gonna go to the fight," then you're gonna say, "Oh, he's capping," and then you say, "Oh, he's not." This Crawford's not scared, but then you say Spence is scared, and he's making up all these excuses, but he's been saying the same thing the whole time. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna fight these people, and then I'm gonna fight
Crawford
him.
ain't been capping though, bro. Only thing Crawford said is he wasn't accepting 60-40.
He
That's
also
all he said, bro.
Yeah,
Hold
and
on,
then
so,
and
so
then and
hey,
then and
hey,
then what?
so,
No, no, no. And then
so
what else?
hold on.
What else did he
So,
say?
so I'm looking at an article here. This from the Athletic. Okay, this says Mikey Porter reeled in over 3. Sean Porter reeled in over 300,000, still over 250,000 at least 18 million pay-per-view buys. So 2020, Mikey Garcia and Sean Porter reeled in over 300,000.
Yeah,
Hold
it's the same
on,
thing
man.
at the top. So look, you don't have to dig any further, bro. I mean, you're reading the same thing I show.
It's
That's right at the top of Google. It's the same thing. His 2020 fights with Mikey and Sean both revealed over 300,000 buys, still with over 250,000 buys at $75 a pop. The event pulled in at least 18,750,000. When we did the math for what Crawford pulled in, with Post Out, it was less than half of that. I mean, with Khan, it was less than half of that. So when you sit up here asking me why does he deserve more than 50, why does he deserve more than 50-50 or Washington Bud, these are the facts in your face. Y'all need to accept it. I'm not making this shit up. You're going looking for more references and you finding more proof of why it should be. So
I can
right,
this
still,
it's still not
I
why
can,
it should be. It's still
I,
look. It still doesn't justify what it is that you're saying. Whether the numbers are 230 or whether they're 300, if Terrence Crawford and Sean Porter are able to generate comparable numbers to what Earl and Sean Porter were able to do, then that
Yeah.
should be able to justify 50-50 because now you have 2 comparable opponents with 2 comparable star powers. And if they do comparable numbers, then apples to apples. That's an apples to apples comparison. You know
look,
what I'm saying? So like even if it's 230 or if it's 300, it makes really no difference in the larger scope of things because it's an apples to apples comparison.
okay, so basically what you saying, right? Because Keith Thurman, when he fought Manny Pacquiao, he did close to 700,000 pay-per-views with Manny Pacquiao. So what you're saying is that Keith Thurman, who's been out, who hasn't fought or anything like that right now, if he goes to Terrence Crawford and he asks for $10 million, then it's justified.
That's not an accurate
Well,
comparison.
what you're doing is you're comparing what a person does when they fight another person when that other person has already done numbers with someone else. We can't you can't match it off what he does with Porter because Porter did that with Spence and he may do it with him. The question is, what has Bud done without Porter?
Is Porter a pay-per-view star?
No.
Has Porter done any other pay-per-views since Earl Spence?
Nope, he has not.
Okay, why do you think that is?
Because
nobody wants to see him.
Listen, because hold on. Because there's no one to put him on pay-per-view with.
There's no one to put him on.
But there's no one to put him on pay-per-view with.
All of Earl Spence's fights have been on pay-per-view. So if Sean Porter was a star, they just put Manny Pacquiao and Ugas on pay-per-view. So if Sean Porter was a star, like right now, how you painting him out to be, then it should be no issue for him
I didn't paint Sean Porter out to be a star.
On pay-per-view.
King David, I didn't paint Sean Porter out to be a star. So don't.
No, you were kind of making it. You're making it to seem like Sean Porter is like a star, and he's the reason why it would do good numbers.
No, Sean Porter. People know that Sean Porter is gonna give a good fight. It's gonna be an action-packed fight. He's not a boring fight.
Right. Nobody's saying that.
Right.
What we're saying is this is an apples to apples comparison. These are very comparable situations.
Yeah, but you can't have one good outing and two bad outings and say you want 50-50 with somebody who's had 3 good outings.
Hey, bro, I got a question for you. If properly promoted, if TC was properly promoted, would this even be an issue about 60-40 Earl side?
I already said if he would have signed with someone else, or where he could have got the fights he needed, or if Bob would have gave him Manny Pacquiao years ago, no, it wouldn't be like that. But my point is, again, if you have to live with the decisions you make, and you can't force or blame anyone else who's in a better position or situation to come and rescue you from your situation.
It's not no rescue though. I don't understand this rescue.
Well, okay. I'm going to explain it. Sure. Let's take Sean Porter out the equation, right? Sure. The WBO made Sean Porter the person they mandated for the fight. Without Sean Porter, if the WBO didn't do that, who did Terrence Crawford have lined up to fight?
I mean, honestly, none of them have anybody to fight. If you really
no.
Well,
no. I didn't. We're not going to do that. We're not going to go group everybody when I'm asking you a question specifically about Terrence Crawford. If Sean Porter did not get mandated to fight Terrence Crawford, who's on PBC, who did they have for Terrence Crawford to fight?
He probably
Ortiz,
Virgil Ortiz, or he would have fought Josh Taylor moving up.
But they put Virgil Ortiz at number 1 in the WBO, and that didn't get made. Then they put Sean Porter back. Remember, it was Porter first. They tried to make it. They put Ortiz, and then they moved him out, and they put. So it's evident that he had no opponents. He had no opponents, and they would talk about Jose Zepeda. So that's what I mean by rescue, because when you're a top talent, a number 1 pound for pound fighter, or 2, or wherever people want to put him at, and you're that type of talent in boxing, you have all these accolades, right? You should have someone to fight. And if there's no one on your schedule to fight, and you can't make fights, and you asking to make fights somewhere else for someone else who's busy and doing their own thing and fighting people more competitive than you're fighting people, then you're asking them to come help your situation out. That's what that is.
Okay, but you're saying that in a condescending way, and that's not nice.
Who would Earl Spence have fought?
He was supposed to fight.
Pacquiao's retired. Who does he have to fight now?
Well, he was supposed to fight Manny Pacquiao.
Okay, but the Pacquiao fight is out now. So now,
okay,
Earl Spence was supposed to fight him.
Right. So there's a couple people he could fight, but it can't be made. So if he decided he wanted to fight Keith Thurman, then that fight could get made. Because see, he has options.
He already said he ain't fighting Keith Thurman.
Right. So but that's my point. You're saying, but who could? No, but you're saying who could he fight?
He can't fight Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman is out. So who else?
Well, can't fight Ugas now. So now it has to be Bud, or it has to be someone in his mandatory list that he has to that
right
to step up and fight.
Right, which is my point. So they're both right now in the same boat. They both are in the collision course for each other, and they both only have each other to lean on for a fight.
I have never said that that's not accurate. I'm the one who said that Earl's going through his fight so it can happen now. What y'all done is rewound and tried to discredit him and say all this stuff about capping and this,
No,
that, and the other.
he don't. Earl has to fight TC right now because he has to fight TC.
Exactly.
He's basically in a corner right now that he doesn't have a choice.
No, he's not in the corner. He's not in the corner.
50-50 because they both right now. Earl Spence can't be undisputed without Terrence Crawford and vice versa. They both need each other.
He's not in the corner because all y'all the same guys who said he's gonna move up to 154. He's gonna duck Crawford and go to 154. No.
He'll be a duck.
Spence.
He'll be a duck if he do.
So don't say he's painted in a corner because Taiwan been saying that for years.
If you want, he's
gonna go to 154, and really, I want him to fight, but I'm just saying if he did it, it would be justifiable according to y'all because when he was getting ready to fight Manny Pacquiao and he showed y'all a picture, all y'all was saying he was drained and he's going to lose and all this stuff. He's too small. He shouldn't be fighting him.
I ain't say all I'm saying is. If right now, both of them are in a very, very similar precarious situation where they it's either fight each other or move up.
Or one of them young prospects.
You know what I'm saying? Or them young dogs. And I know none of them want that right now. You know what I'm saying? Not if you don't have to. So
yeah, I agree.
At this point, they have to fight each other. And it's 50-50 at this point.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say 50-50.
It ain't 50-50, bro. But
okay,
again,
so if Spence went to Crawford, right, and he's like 60-40 or no fight, and he said no fight, what would Earl do?
He got to get gone.
He go to 154.
Mm-hmm.
He go to 150.
I wouldn't even thought him.
Drop the belts and go to 154.
Yeah,
but it ain't.
Well, still can doggone clean him up though.
Ain't nobody else. And Charlo at 154. So what he gonna do up there? He gonna fight his homeboy?
I don't know what he's gonna do, but he's gonna have to move up there soon. So something gonna happen. But on the flip side, after all of that happened, then when them belts get vacated, I want to see what he gonna do when Boots get one of them. If he gonna step in the ring.
Hey, I think Bud will fight Boots. I think he'll fight him.
I keep telling them that, bro. I keep telling them that, bro. They really think somebody's scared of Boots. The only reason why Boots' name ain't been called out because he don't have nothing to offer, bro.
You don't.
Boots still up and come. Boots is like he's still he not a prospect, but he's a contender right now. You know what I mean?
Like, oh well, yeah.
I mean, he's dangerous.
Really thinking about him. He waiting on his shot.
They better be thinking about him.
Bro, for what?
I mean, when the time comes. Shit,
you better look. You better be thinking about somebody.
Tell him and Ortiz to fight and mash the gas on the fight with one of them other boys.
Okay. Man, Ortiz ain't trying to fight, man. Ortiz, you already hear how he talking. He like,
he don't want the smoke yet.
Ain't none of them thinking about Boots, bro. But if Boots had a belt, believe me, he'll be in the mix too, bro.
I agree.
They not scared of Boots, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, I'm not saying they're scared of Boots. I'm just saying he could beat them.
If anything,
I'm not gonna sit around and say a fighter scared of another fighter. Them niggas fight for a living. I'm not.
I don't even know why you can say Boots beat them. I don't even know who asked Boots beat for you to even say.
Well, I mean, that's an opinion. That's an opinion I have. It ain't about. That's like you saying like.
How do you even form an opinion like that?
Who asked the Floyd beat to beat Genaro Hernandez? It's based on what you see and you match things up. And me personally, I think both.
You can't use Floyd, bro.
Both of those guys have very close talent. I think. Boots
Wait a minute now. Hold up. I call a foul on the play, bro.
What's up?
When I just said Plant had the styles like them the other day, you ridiculed me, bro.
Huh?
Drake.
What does Plant?
He said that Plant had the size on Canelo.
I said the style.
Yep.
Yeah,
similar style as some other dudes.
But this levels, he's.
Yeah, but still,
we already
that's what you're doing right now,
bro.
You gotta keep
as Boots get the tougher competition and he fights more.
It ain't gonna look that good.
Yeah, them style, that little cute shit that he doing now, it ain't gonna work against them, man.
Okay.
That's all, bro.
That's a fact.
Okay.
Boots what? Number 3 in the IBF. So if anybody gonna get that smoke first, it's Earl.
It's gonna be Earl first.
Yeah,
it look like.
but it's not gonna happen though. Earl gonna fight. It's not. Earl gonna fight Crawford. Earl gonna listen. It ain't. Earl gonna fight Crawford and scoot up to 154. I'm just keeping it 100.
You want Crawford to go?
No, I'm saying Earl is gonna fight Crawford and then scoot up to 154. He ain't fighting Boots. He gonna leave Boots for them guys down there at 147 to be running away from.
Well, he definitely gonna have to go to 154 after Crawford.
Yeah, that's what I said. He's gonna go to 154. You know, so look, it's
I don't got him fighting at 147 again anyway. So I've been said that.
We'll have to see, but when they fight,
Boots just got to get some hardware right now, man. He talking a good game, and he talking, and all that he doing, he looking good against who he fighting, and he's supposed to.
Yeah,
but it's gonna be a difference when he get up in there with them elite fighters.
Didn't Sergey Lipnis retire Lamont Peterson?
Who? You think like Peterson was a world beater?
No, but I'm just saying these are guys that have never been stopped before. Lipnis has never been stopped before. He was devastatingly stopped.
He stopped Peterson in what, 140?
He
stopped Peterson at 147.
It was at 147?
It was at 147, but Lipnis is a 140 pound.
But Peterson was shot, bro.
Boots look like he could be at 154.
Yeah, he could look at he could damn near go to 160. And that's
Peterson was shot though, man.
Yeah, he doing what Boots doing what
he was. Earl beat the brakes off of him.
Boots doing what he's supposed to do right now, man. This when he get in there with some more elite fighters, then you'll see. Okay. But right now we just can't say
that's all I want to see. Hey, look, that's all I want to see, Drake. Because I don't want to go off of what I think he can do against a motherfucker. I want to see him do it against a motherfucker.
Right. Yeah. Well, Boots ain't been hit yet. Boots ain't been hurt yet.
Don't worry.
He ain't been cut yet. He ain't had a black eye yet.
Draco gonna move the goalpost. Boots gonna do it. He
gonna
be like, well,
if he do it, I'ma say it. But I have to really be. It's like Haney, bro. When Haney got hurt, his whole corner got hurt. His whole corner was stunned right with him. They didn't even know how to handle that situation, bro. You see what I'm saying? So we have to, and they didn't even know how to have Haney recover. They didn't even know what to do. Did they even have smelling sauce? They didn't even have none of that stuff, bro. He just had to recover on his own, and it took Haney 2 rounds to recover.
He never recovered. He never recovered.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
The fight was over in 2 rounds.
So when Boots get hit, if he get hit by one of them snipers, if he get hit by Ortiz, they finishing him. If he get hit by TC, he finishing him. If he get hit by Earl, they finishing him.
Well, he has to get hurt. Getting hit is one thing. It's how.
That's what I'm telling you, bro.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's not about getting hit. It's about how is he.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about getting hurt, right? We're talking about getting hurt. So when he gets hit, pardon my lingo, but when he gets hit, that's how we gonna know his reaction.
But we don't know.
Hey, Drake,
we don't know if he's gonna get hurt.
Hey, Drake, I'm not even saying that about if he can get hit and all that. All I'm saying is, I want to see him in there with somebody that's damn near at his level, bro, and not you got him in there with this flat-footed, cinder block-footed person, and he's just looking good against, bro. Like, ain't no threat there.
Ain't he doing the same thing that y'all was? Well, I won't say y'all, but some of y'all on this panel is saying that Crawford did to Spence, but he's actually doing it for real. He's calling these guys out by name. So we can't.
Bro, that don't mean nothing, bro. He's supposed to do that. Yeah. He don't have nothing to offer.
But it's not about having nothing to offer. It's just saying that when you're stating that, oh, well, he needs to, like, we won't know until this or that. Well, the same rules apply. Like,
no, it don't.
Because
if these guys
celebrating a Lipnis win in the thermal,
y'all
in the same breath, y'all got to be like,
okay, well, guess what?
Hey, and you go to thing. How do you compare a dude who's coming up in the rankings versus a dude who was undisputed at 140, 135?
Easy.
You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Easy. I'm not crazy. Listen to what I'm saying. It don't matter how many belts you won. No. It don't matter how many belts you won in the past. When
yes, it do, bro.
Can I? What? I didn't even say what compared it to anything. I already jumping down my throat. Talk about yes, it do. Yes, it do to what?
It does determine how many belts you got when you move up, because that determines your shot at the championship straight to the top.
That's not what I was saying.
Oh,
So
what you saying?
again, I was saying it don't matter how many belts you have in the past when you get in the ring with somebody. If you get hurt by somebody, it don't matter how many belts you had in the past. That's not going to stop you from getting hurt. What that helps out with is, say, your experience of when you get in the ring, because you had big fights. But what I'm saying is, once you get in the ring with somebody who is your size, and I'm not saying that Boots is as great as a fighter as Terrence Crawford. That would be naive.
That's
to
what
say
you
that.
said earlier.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is that I believe he could beat him based on his elite skill set.
No, you said, what does he do? What does Crawford do better than Boots? So what is that saying?
I'm talking about elite skill set. What does he do from a skill set? I'm not talking
Bruh,
about.
you say that you saying you not saying that he can beat Boots. I mean, he's better than Boots, but in the same sense, you saying I pick Boots to beat. Which one?
Listen, I pick him. Everyone has an opinion. I pick him. If it's a fight, I'm gonna say I pick this guy or this guy. That doesn't mean that at this particular time that the guy I'm picking is a better fighter than the other guy. I'm just picking that when they match up, this is who I choose to win in that fight. Terrence Crawford is an elite, accomplished Hall of Fame fighter. Boots is nowhere even near that. But what I'm saying is, opposed to that, when I look at quote unquote just skill set, those guys' skill sets are very close. I actually have Boots' skill set and offense and power a little bit better than Terrence Crawford. That's me personally. Just from a skill.
But here's the thing though. Here's where your argument falls short though. Here's the thing. When you're talking about Terrence Crawford, you're talking about a proven fighter, okay? Not a contender, not a guy that's up and coming, not a guy who has fought 6-rounders and 10-rounders and stuff like that. You're talking about a guy who's been in back-to-back championship fights for belts. You know what I mean?
I've already admitted
through
that.
multiple weight classes. So
you're reiterating stuff I've already admitted.
So
I give him that credit. That doesn't mean I can't pick somebody over him to beat him.
Well, I'm not saying that you can't pick nobody. I'm just saying that you can't make a comparison like, oh, well, Crawford was calling out Earl Spence, and that's the same as Boots calling out all the top guys at a division. No, Crawford's call out should be taken way more seriously as a 140-pound undisputed champion than a Boots as a contender coming up.
6-7 months ago, right at 6-7 months ago, when they was talking about fighting Jose Zepeda, and they reached out when there was Bob Arum came out and just made a statement about giving Sean Porter $1 million, and Boots and them said, "I'll take the $1 million." Why are we ignoring it then? Because
we can't say that because Gary Russell just said the same thing about Boots.
We're not talking about Gary Russell. What I'm saying is this.
We're not talking about Zepeda either.
Yeah, we're talking about Bud. So again, what I'm saying is this. Let me ask you a question. Right now today, if there were only 2 opponents that was available for Terrence Crawford to fight, one was Jose Zepeda, one was Boots, who would you want to see him fight?
I want to see him fight Boots.
Okay, my point exactly. Now I'm gonna ask you another question. Mm-hmm. Would you pay a pay-per-view to watch Bud Crawford fight Boots?
No.
A lot of people would pay for that. Maybe you won't.
I wouldn't pay for that.
Not at this point, bro. Not at this point. And that fight wouldn't happen.
So you wouldn't pay. So you wouldn't pay for it.
Wouldn't pay for that.
No, that fight wouldn't happen, bro. That's a hell of a hypothetical.
So Goon, you wouldn't pay for that?
I would. Really put that
on paper. Yeah. There's a lot of people who would pay for that fight. Maybe
you couldn't even. Here go the thing. You couldn't even put that on pay-per-view.
Bro, this J-Rod dude. J-Rod, how do I eliminate Thurman? Thurman has to be active. I can't
you gotta fight.
He
gotta fight.
Inactive.
Thurman eliminated himself.
Yeah, he gotta fight.
He eliminated himself. He's inactive. You know what I'm saying? He's had 2 fights in like 5-6 years. I can't.
Yeah.
We can't talk
but
about
bro,
that.
You can't. But back to that though, you can't. They on pay-per-view. That ain't gonna work, man. That ain't gonna. Boots and that ain't gonna work, bro. Friday night fights, maybe. But
It'll listen. If they put Post Style on pay per view, if they put American on pay per view, they could put that on pay. If they put in,
you're
listen,
contradicting yourself.
It'd be the
Then how come
same.
they couldn't put
Exactly.
TC on pay per view with Spence then?
no. What I'm saying is, if it's listen. What I'm saying. What I'm saying is, those are fights that they already did, and they put it on pay per view.
No, bro.
I just named 2 fights that they did. I'm saying if they
You
could
went
put those
through a
fights,
whole thing.
no.
You
If they could
and
put
King
those fights
David,
on pay,
you pulled up the stats and you said this is the reason why Spence did 300,000 right here, 300,000 right here. Why didn't they do? And TC ain't done that. TC done 200,000. Now you telling me
Drico, you're talking about Drico.
now you got Boots and TC as pay per view stars.
You're changing it again, Drico. So what you're talking about, what I said is about money, comparing Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence. That's why they couldn't make it. With Boots agreed to the $1 million.
No. We ain't talking about the million. We talking about pay per view. Did y'all and King David? If I'm wrong, please correct me. Did y'all just go through a whole thing that says Spence 300,000 pay per views to TC's 200 and something, 230 pay per views, and that's the reason why.
No. Okay, that's the reason why what?
Right, and that's the reason why that the numbers didn't match up. That's the reason why it was be a poor decision, and they would lose money because TC's not drawing like he's supposed to.
That's exactly my point.
So on the other hand, on the flip side,
that's exactly my point.
So on the flip side, you giving an analogy that Spence, imagine TC and Boots on pay per view. I buy it. So you can't say that, bro. You can't do that.
Okay. So Goon, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. You said that you would buy Bud versus Boots, right? You would pay for it, right?
Yeah.
Did you pay for Post Out and Bud?
I put in on the pay per view. I was just somewhere and we chipped in for it.
You just chipped in. Okay.
Yeah.
But in today's climate, would you pay for a caliber fight like that?
But see, that's kind of hard because at the time, Postal was undefeated like Bud.
Well, I'm just saying. Let's just say in today's climate, he was still undefeated.
But you throwing Postal in it, bro? We talking about.
I'm talking to Goon. Let him answer the question.
In today's climate, I probably would still. I probably would. I probably still would. Because at that point, those are for belts.
Did you pay for American?
No.
Would you? And you wouldn't pay for it today, still, right?
No.
But you pay for Boots. So my only point is this: Boots may not be as decorated as Postal was, right? Because Postal was a champion and all that stuff, and not as decorated as American was from the past and his experiences. But from an excitement or matchup standpoint, just like with Sean Porter, it's a fight that you would be willing to see. It's intriguing.
I'm not gonna let you do that, bro. You just said that Spence and TC won't sell, but you saying that Boots will.
I'm not talking. Listen. I'm not talking about how much it's going to sell or if it would sell. That's not what I'm saying.
What I'm
saying is that it's a more exciting fight than those 2 fights. So if they put those fights on pay per view, that fight could go on pay per view.
But
based on what they did before.
Bro, you and King David earlier went through a whole thing about the pay per view numbers, and you said that TC and Spence would fail. You said that, bro. You said they would fail, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. But on the flip side, who knows Boots, bro? Boots can't fill up a bathroom, bro. But you saying
First off, that sounds funny. It's just what I say. The soundbites.
No, I'm making it funny, but I'm throwing facts out there too. You can't say that Boots and Spence ain't gonna sell. I mean, Boots and TC ain't gonna sell.
Right, everyone.
No, that's what you said. You said that.
Did people watch Showtime to see Jamall James, or did they go to Showtime to watch Boots? Yes,
bro. Who is Boots, bro?
Answer the question. Did the last fight he just had against the last fight against Delorme, were people clamoring to see Jamall James, who was the main event, or did they go there to watch Boots?
I know. Listen,
Okay,
bro.
so they went there to watch Boots because everyone likes someone who knocks people out, just like Tank. Everyone likes just like Wilder. Everyone is going to tune in, even like Berlanga. Everyone, even though Berlanga's not a great fighter,
I don't care what you say.
Tune in
Ain't
for
nobody gonna tune in to no TC and Boots over TC and Earl Spence, bro.
I never said
don't
that.
care what you say, bro.
Drico, I never said that.
You did say it.
No,
You
I
said
did not.
TC.
No, I did
Bro,
not.
you said
That's
TC.
not what I said.
Did you not, or did you just answer this question? Yes or no? I'm gonna leave you alone. Did you not say that Spence and TC will fail from the pay-per-view standpoint? Did you say that?
I said when TC first came up to 140, yes, it would have failed.
Okay, then. So the answer is yes, right? You said yes. Okay, okay. So in the whole flip side, you telling us that TC, which nobody hardly knows, to keep it 100, and Boots, which lesser people know, is gonna sell on pay-per-view, bro. You got to make it make sense to me, bro.
Listen, right now,
come on.
Right now, Boots has a buzz, right? And
people, buzz, bro.
Listen, people would pay.
You're not gonna convince us, bro.
Y'all may say that. Y'all may say that.
They wouldn't dare try to put that on pay-per-view.
I'm not saying they would. What I'm saying is it's based on the fights they've already made on pay-per-view for Terrence Bud Crawford. That would be a better fight. Even to this day, what do you mean? What would make it a better fight?
I mean,
Okay. So you telling me you have an undisputed champion, a former undisputed champion, and a guy who just went to welterweight, who's knocked out everyone he's fought so far welterweight, in Terrence Bud Crawford, fighting against another guy who has 28 fights. Yeah, no, it's true. It's a contender.
Never a champion.
We can say you're right, and we can say the same thing about Earl Spence when he fought Kell Brook.
Well, man, you gotta say you gotta.
Okay, but Kell Brook had been a champion before at that point. Amir Khan had gone through multiple weight divisions and had been a champion in multiple weight divisions.
Yeah, but we're talking about Errol Spence fighting. We're talking about Errol Spence fighting Kell Brook. Errol Spence was never a champion.
You not listen, bro.
He was just like Boots. He fought Algieri, and then he fought. Hold on, he fought Algieri, and then he fought Bundu, who everyone said was 40-something years old, and he was a hype job. This is all the same shit y'all said before.
But look, nobody's saying Boots don't look like a strong contender. That's not what anybody's saying. What we're trying to say is Boots is virtually unproven. We haven't seen him at the highest level. I'm not saying
he is. I never said he was
proven. He's unproven.
That's what we're trying to say.
He's unproven and he's unknown.
Listen, so for you to say, I never said he was unproven.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. And because of that, we don't know if he's gonna go in there with Bud and flop like a fish. We don't know.
Listen, I've never said Boots was proven. What I said is Boots has an elite skill set. I never said he was proven.
What makes you say that, bro?
What do you mean? What makes listen? That's like saying let's say before Tank even got his first belt, does Tank have elite power? Before
we're not talking about Tank.
I'm asking you a question. Does Tank have elite power?
Bro, why are we talking about
yes and no, bro?
Bro, we talking about practice, bro.
I'm
talking about practice.
Now you trying to switch up because you know I got you. Does Tank have elite
Tank
power?
Has power, bro. But what
I didn't ask you if he has power. Does Tank just answer my question? It's simple. You can just say yes or no.
Tank has power, bro.
No, does Tank? That's not what I asked you. Does Tank have elite power? Does he have elite power? Yes.
Yes, or no? Tank would knock your head off.
How do you know he has elite power? How do you know?
We saw him knock some heads off, bro.
Hold on. Wait. Why are you not comparing Tank to Boots? Are you?
He's trying to. He's trying to.
No. What I'm saying is, if Tank has elite power, and you're telling me that the way that you've never been hit by Tank, but what you're saying is that the way you know that is by watching what he's done to other fighters. You say, okay, he has elite power.
But bro, you're asking me something. Now, if you say, can Tank get in there with Josh Taylor and Tank get in there with Tio, then I'm going to say no. But does he have power? Yes, he has power.
All right, then. And that's the same thing.
Yeah.
Because power is an attribute.
He has power.
So I'm asking if he has an elite attribute. You're saying yes. So all I'm asking you now, based on that, how does Boot, based on what you've seen, I'm not asking you if he's an elite fighter. I'm asking the way Boots throw punches, the way Boots has all these knockouts, the way he's able to switch. Does Boots have
can't
elite
say
skills?
that about Boots right now, bro.
Wait. Hold on. Yes, Boots got skills. Does he
Does
have
he have elite skill set? An elite skill set.
We don't know yet.
Have elite skill set?
Because having an elite skill set and being an elite fighter are two different things.
I agree with you, Kwame, that he has an elite skill set.
Thank you. Okay? That's what I said.
I agree with you. But what I will contend is that as far as power and everything is concerned, we have to see the power we have to see that against elite welterweight
competition
in order to determine whether or not he's elite.
So, bro, my question to you, King David, is this: you can't say that he has an elite skill set when he hasn't fought nobody that's elite yet. So we can't say that.
So that's like saying that's like who is Shakur Stevenson fought that's elite? Does he have an elite skill set? Who has he fought that's elite? Who's an elite fighter that Shakur Stevenson fought?
What name elite fighter that they called him out?
No. That's the same thing with Boots. There's no elite fighters call him out.
It's not the same thing with Boots, though, bro.
What we can say is that
Shakur Stevenson. Shakur to Boots.
Listen to what I'm saying. That's not what I'm doing. You guys don't know how to separate stuff. I'm not comparing them and saying
you don't know how to separate stuff.
No, you guys don't.
People.
If I talk about an attribute, what you do is you go and say the whole fighter. That's not what I'm saying. All right, Shakur Stevenson has not fought anyone elite. I'm not saying he hasn't fought good fighters. I'm saying he hasn't fought anyone
Jamall
elite.
Herring ain't elite.
No, he's not an elite fighter. You guys, people wasn't even picking him against Frampton. And I love Jamall Herring, but there's levels. He's a good fighter. I love that Jamall Herring is a veteran. He's a really good guy. But when we talk about this is an easy way to figure this out. When we say elite is creme de la creme. Has Jamall Herring ever been ranked in the top 20 boxers in boxing?
Okay, hold on. Okay, let's get some perspective here, right? When you say elite, first of all, we gotta make the separation via weight class, okay? Because Terrence Crawford can't fight Tyson Fury, so we gotta make that distinction.
We know that already.
Yeah. So let's just draw that line right here. When you're talking about Jamall Herring, he's top 5 in that weight class.
That don't make him elite. That makes him a champion.
That makes him elite in that weight class.
No, it doesn't. It makes him the best in the weight class. It doesn't make him an elite fighter.
That makes him elite in that weight class, bro.
That makes him
He's at the top.
Best. No, it doesn't. It makes him the best that's available in the weight class. It doesn't make him elite. It doesn't. I'm talking about an elite fighter. That's what I'm talking about.
So is Spence elite, or he's just the top of that weight class?
No, Spence is an elite fighter. He's in the top.
What makes him elite?
He's ranked in the top 10, top 5 pound for pound in
what
the entire
makes him
sport.
elite? What makes Spence elite?
Do I have to repeat it again? When you're okay, here we go. We'll do it like this because.
And when you get done with that, I'm gonna shortcut it. I ain't gonna even put you through it. When you get done naming Spence,
it's real easy.
Wait a minute. When you hold on, brother.
It's not.
When you get done naming all of these stats that make Spence elite, then hold on, bro. Listen. When you get done naming them stats that made Spence elite, then you apply that same formula to Boots.
Okay, no problem.
You can't.
No problem.
You can't.
I'm gonna do that. No, I'm gonna do that. Right?
You can't. How could you?
Well, if you let me answer, I mean, you gonna answer for me, or you gonna allow me to answer?
Go ahead.
Okay. So we're just gonna go with what elite means, right? A select group that is superior in terms of abilities or qualities to the rest of the group or society. Blah blah blah. I
apologize, chat, for the lecture.
Yeah. So but we need to understand what elite is. So when you're dealing with elite, so for instance,
I sent y'all there earlier.
So yeah, Canelo is elite. So here's what I'm saying, right? You have champions and you have elite fighters, and the elite fighters are the ones who are normally ranked in the top in the pound for pound list, like Canelo Alvarez, Terrence Crawford, Alexander
Jamall Herring.
Jamall Herring is not, bro. Stop, please stop. Okay, just stop.
You said the top of the weight classes.
That's not what I said. I said in the sport. That's what I said. Okay, in the sport. Okay, Julius Ndongo was not an elite fighter. Okay, he was a champion. Adrian Broner was a champion. He's not an elite fighter.
Bro, you still ain't giving us why would consider.
Are you saying pound for pound equals elite? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that?
Yes, that's a pound for pound.
But you do understand that pound for pound is subjective, though, right?
Yes, pound for pound is subjective in what order you want to put people in. But whenever you look at pound for pound lists, the same people.
No, all of it. No, all of it is subjective. All of it.
Listen. Okay, so then fuck it. Then Terrence Crawford's not elite then, right? So if I say that, because that's but that would be asinine. That's dumb. I would never say that because we all know that he's an elite fighter. He's a top pound for pound fighter, whether it's 1, 2, wherever you want to put him at.
Okay, you said all right.
Okay.
Because
I'm not moving the goalposts.
Wait. Hold on. You moving the goalposts because elite a skill set? Or is it accomplishments?
That's not what I said, and that's where you guys aren't comprehending stuff.
Okay,
again, so before you guys just want to disagree, you need to slow down and listen, because you just want to disagree. So do me a favor and just slow down and listen to what I'm saying. All right, elite means that you are the creme de la creme in whatever you want to, whatever attribute of what you're saying. What I'm saying is that the elite fighters are the creme de la creme of boxing. You have elite fighters, which means you are superior. In the entire sport, how you rank elite fighters is normally through who's on the pound for pound list. Whether you want to put them in any order, that doesn't matter. But all of these guys are in a similar
dude, you just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't. I'm gonna let me finish, and then you could go ahead and tell me. Right? Yeah. Now, what I'm stating is not that Ennis, or let's go with Shakur. What I'm stating is that Shakur Stevenson is an elite talent. He went to the Olympics. We saw how he fought Jamall Herring, but he hasn't fought someone who's on his level. Like I would have to say Teofimo Lopez. He's a pound for pound in boxing. He's elite. I would have to put Tank as elite. I would have to put Canelo as elite. I would have to put Tyson Fury as elite. I would have to put Alexander Usyk as elite. But there are many. I would have to put the other guy, the Japanese guy, the monster, Inoue. I would have to put him as elite. These guys are elite fighters. Now, you can be an elite fighter and a complete fighter, but it doesn't mean that you have a super elite skill set. You could just be an elite fighter all around. Like for instance, if we look at Deontay Wilder, we could say he has elite power, right? I'm not at this point in time. We can't have him as one of the elites because he lost basically about 3 fights in a row.
Bro, you're throwing that elite word around too much, bro.
No, I'm not. Because you need to understand what elite means. When I say that Boots Ennis has elite skills, I'm not saying that he's an elite fighter and he's
you giving it too many meanings, bro.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not. You are, bro.
No, I'm not.
Saying
I'm giving it the same meaning.
He has elite skills. He got elite footwork. He got elite right hand.
I'm not giving elite. No, I'm not. I'm not giving elite different meanings. What I'm doing is attaching elite to different things. Different things can be elite. I'm not.
You can't attach it to different
elite
things, bro.
Listen, yes, you can. What is it? I don't want to be. I don't want to be.
I get the distinctions that you're trying to make, but you're conflating these things, man. You're diluting what it is that we're actually talking about when it comes to Boots Ennis. I get that you're trying to say.
So you're saying, but you admitted that his skill set was elite. You admitted that.
I admitted that he does.
But that's all I'm saying. Drico doesn't agree with that. So me and you, we don't need to go back and forth because we agree on that.
I don't agree because when you use the word elite, bro, you can't compare elite. You can't say, oh, TC is an elite boxer and Boots Ennis has elite skill set. You can't do that. That's like putting them in the same group, bro.
Why not?
You can't do that.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, bro.
No, I'm not. Because if I put them in the same group, I would say TC is an elite boxer. And
the proper thing to do is just say, man, you know what? Boots Ennis is a talented young little boxer, man, and he gonna whip some ass.
I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that.
You're giving it. You watering the elite word down, bro.
That's your opinion. And see, you do this. You do the same thing. That's what I'm talking about. You doing the same thing that Crawford did to Spence right there. When
Bruh.
you don't like something, you use your ego and then you call
But
it
that's
little.
not it though,
You say
bro.
he's an elite
When you
little fighter.
say elite, you're putting him up there with these boxers
No,
that
I'm
are
not.
that already proven.
No, I'm not.
Listen, Tate has. I wouldn't even say Tate has elite knockout power. Tate has power, bro. You see what I'm saying?
Oh my
but
God,
you name
Hold
it.
on. Wait a second. So, is the purpose of you saying that Boots has an elite skill set? What's the purpose of you saying that? Are you just saying that because he can
Boots
compete
having
at
an
the highest
elite,
level?
right.
He's saying it because he like Boots.
No,
That's his favorite boxer.
No. What you asked me was what makes me pick Boots in a matchup against Bud, and I said because of his elite skill set.
Is that what we were talking about? I mean, shit. I didn't even know we was talking
That's
about
what that's what I said. And then just so I could clarify this with Drico again, because Drico likes to pervert what I say, so I'm gonna just straighten it out again. Because you're trying to say I'm using elite and having different meanings. That's not accurate.
You are.
No. That's like, so if you watch basketball, you can say that.
Bro, we talking about Boots, bro.
No, but we're talking about elite because I have to take it away because you're emotionally attached to me being wrong about Boots. So I'm gonna take it away from that.
No, let's stick to Boots though, because when you say that, we talking about. Let's narrow in on Boots.
Is Stephen Curry an elite basketball player? Yes.
Well, what are we doing here, bro?
Is
We talking about
Curry,
practice again?
Listen. Is Stephen Curry an elite shooter? Yes, he is.
Bro, he's proven because he's proven it, bro.
Yeah. Is Stephen Curry? Listen, Stephen Curry is an elite. He's an elite shooter. He's an elite basketball player because he's proven.
And we can back it up with facts.
I hear that, right? But is Stephen Curry an elite defender? No, he's not. But he's still an elite basketball player because these things are attributes. You can be elite at something and not be elite at something else.
No, we talking about boxing.
Kwame is allowed to pick Boots over Bud if that's what he want to do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if he was to somehow win, I mean, Kwame probably win a lot of money. But I guarantee most people, if that fight was to happen right now, most people are gonna pick Bud to win. You know?
Oh, definitely, and that's cool.
My thing is, you can't put a sticker on people already though, bro. Like you can't say,
I can do
Boots is
whatever I
elite.
want I could do. Listen, it's my opinion. I could do whatever I want. You don't have to agree with it, and that's fine.
Right,
I'm not going to disagree with you. You say.
So we're gonna throw all boxing logic out the window, right? And we just gonna say,
I mean, that's what you.
Boots ain't fought nobody.
But that's what you do. That's what you
Boots
do.
ain't fought nobody, but we just gonna say he gonna wipe out the division. Him and Spence. Spence better run the 54 if he know better, because Boots is coming. He gonna whoop TC already, but he ain't got one person under his belt that was elite fighter that he beat.
Hey, you could look at somebody's skill set and you could say, well, I pick this person in the fight. I'll pick this person in the fight.
That's all I did.
You can do that.
That's all I did.
Will you call that person an elite, bro?
I didn't call him an elite. I didn't.
When you start putting that elite word,
I did not call him an elite. I said that a skill set that he
you said his skill set was elite, bro. So when you start putting that elite word on things, bro, that waters down the fighters that's like Bud. That waters down the fighters like Sugar Ray Leonard, Sugar Ray Robinson.
No, it don't.
Yes, it do.
No, it don't, because Sugar Ray Leonard, when he came out the Olympics and he had no world title, had elite skills, and he ain't fought nobody yet either.
Bro, Sugar Ray Leonard is an elite, right?
Yes.
Marvin Hagler is an elite, right?
But that's not what I'm talking about, and I'm not going to allow you to do that. I didn't do that. What you're doing is you're taking it and you're taking it to something else, and that's not what I'm doing.
I'm trying to show you the separation. Some words are wrongly used, bro. When you start attaching that word elite, then that waters down the truly elite boxer. That waters that down, bro.
You know what's interesting? It's just like no matter how many common sense things come in boxing, it's like it's ignored based on your opinion, because it's like you stuck thinking one way.
That's not an opinion, bro.
Listen, the Ring Magazine belt, because Travion was arguing about that and all of that before. The Ring Magazine belt, we about to have another ring. The Ring Magazine belt was gonna go on the line for Errol Spence and Manny Pacquiao, because it was number 1 versus number 3, and they were stating that Bud versus Spence wasn't going to happen. So they would give out the Ring Magazine belt for that, right? Now, Ring Magazine does their ratings based on, in their own way, they kind of do a pound for pound. They don't use rankings like the IBF where you fight this person, then you move up in the rankings, and then there's a mandatory. The way the Ring Magazine does it is they kind of have a pound for pound perspective on who's in that weight class. And when the best people in that weight class fight, they get the Ring Magazine. The Ring Magazine has Boots Ennis at 5th, and he ain't fought Sean Porter. He ain't fought none of those. He didn't fight none of those guys. And I'm not saying that he's better than any of those guys. All I'm saying,
who's number 6, bro.
Yeah, you is saying that he's better than those guys.
Listen,
you said that he was gonna knock Bud out, so that's saying that he's better.
But why wouldn't I?
That's what I'm saying. He's saying I'm not comparing them to the elite, but I got Boots knocking them all out.
Right?
What are you doing?
I can't make him an elite because he hasn't fought them yet. I can't state that he's elite.
You might as well say it though.
No, but you can't tell me what I might as well say if I'm saying that's not what I'm saying.
But look, what you just said right there, that's the only thing that I've been saying.
Right.
That's the only thing that I've been saying. You just hit it right over the head.
So all I'm saying is that I can't. Bud is an elite.
You want to see him in there with somebody,
listen,
bro, but we make him elite.
Bud is an elite fighter based on everything that he's done, his body of work, and he's top pound for pound. He's an elite fighter. And you know what?
Hold. I ain't interrupt y'all a lot, but look, I don't agree with what you're doing right now. Okay. I'm gonna tell you why. You've always discredited Bud's victories at 147. So how is he elite?
I have. I'm saying his whole body of work.
No, because we couldn't use that at 140.
Listen. I'm talking. Pound for pound is not based off your specific weight class. Pound for pound for all weight classes.
Okay. Pause. All right, I like that because you're correct on that. Okay. But I'm saying for you, because you have your own opinion. For you. Mm-hmm. You said that we couldn't say nothing about what Bud, his accolades that he did at 140 and 135.
I said that.
So my question to you, hold on, I want to finish. So my question to you is, how can you call Bud elite? Because you discredit every victory he had at 147.
What I discredited what he did at 147 was based on him negotiating splits or whatever with Spence. What he's done at 147 by knocking everyone out, whether those opponents are the best of opponents, just like the opponents Boots is fighting as well, he's knocked them all out. He's not, and he's stopped people who's never been stopped. The same way Boots has stopped people who's never been stopped.
Bruh, I don't even know why we having this conversation because we couldn't get nowhere with Spence. So he picks.
Oh. Well,
he picks Boots over Spence. So this shit right here is, shit. Now,
listen. I can hold my when it comes to debating, I can hold my own because I can stay on topic and I know what I'm saying. So all I'm saying to you is that again, we're not going down a rabbit hole of me saying Boots is an elite fighter because he doesn't have the experience for me to say that.
You're calling him
No, that's not what I said. What I'm saying is he has elite skills.
Oh my God, bro.
Yes, he has elite skills. Bro, he has elite skills. And based on what I see, based on what I've seen with his elite skills is why I have him knocking Bud out. And it has a lot to do because Bud is an elite fighter, but I just know that Boots is, and I said this to you before, and I'm gonna stand on my square. Boots is a physically bigger man than Bud. Like you said, he could be at 154. He could maybe fight at 160 right now. Bud is a guy who came up in weight. He's a physically bigger guy.
Yeah, kill that boy at 160.
I wouldn't want him to go to 160. That's all I'm saying. He's a physically bigger guy. He has the same kind of reach. They both switch. And it's not like we haven't seen Bud be outboxed at certain points. We've seen it in the Kell Brook fight. We saw it. It's not that. It's
stop
not
it
that,
with Kell Brook.
What are you talking about? Stop it. The nigga eye was almost shut.
Stop it with Kell Brook.
It almost went 4 rounds. His eye was shut. What are you talking about? What? So this is what I'm talking about, Goon. But you know what Drico will say to me though? He'll be like, "Oh, Spencer's getting his ass whooped by Kell Brook in the first half of the fight." That's what he'll say though.
Well, that's a fact right there.
How's that a
but
fact?
When you say
Buzz I was shutting in 4 rounds, Spence didn't even look like he was in a fight.
When you say, man, I honestly think Bud was playing with that boy.
Oh, here we go.
Honestly,
an excuse. He was playing with him now. Right. He was playing with him. He wanted to go see his girl, his moms, and his kids with one
but
of his
he did
eyes
get
shut.
his. But he did. He did get his eyes swole though. He did get his eyes
I'm
swole.
gonna play with this nigga so I could go see my family looking damaged.
Fuck it.
Niggas ain't playing in the ring.
I say Brooke. Listen, I say Brooke whooping his ass from the first 4 rounds. Can you say that? Can you say Kell Brook was whooping Spence's ass for the first 6 rounds?
Because he wasn't.
Oh, there we go.
He wasn't.
Well, there you have it.
He wasn't whooping his ass. Did you see any damage? It's just like a person wins rounds.
He was up on the card. He was up
up on the cards. He was up
so
on the
he
cards.
was whooping his ass, right?
That's not getting your ass whooped, bro. If it's not tied, you mean you're getting your ass whooped?
So since Spence didn't have a swollen eye, he didn't get his ass whooped the first 5 rounds. That's what you tell me.
I mean, did you see someplace where he was hurt? Did you see damage going on? Did you?
You ain't gotta be hurt. You ain't gotta have damage, bro.
Did you see a point where he
was he getting countered? Was he getting spun?
Everyone was getting countered, and he never got spun by Kell Brook. They never.
He didn't get countered. He didn't counter Kell Brook. He bulldozed Kell Brook. He didn't counter Kell Brook.
So you telling me the punches that he landed, they were all just bulldozing?
Yeah, he bulldozed Kell Brook.
You know, Driga, I'm gonna send you some videos, man.
All boxing was out the window with Spence and Kell Brook after round 5. Spence bulldozed Kell Brook, bro. Really, real talk.
I'm gonna send you a video. A guy made a video.
He couldn't fight. He couldn't box with Kell Brook, bro. That's a fact, bro.
What are you talking about? The only thing that he had
he
to
was
make
getting
adjustments.
outboxed early in that fight.
Yeah, and he made adjustments. So all boxing didn't go out the window. But
bro,
again,
what adjustments did he make, bro?
What you mean? What adjustments did he make?
He went to bulldozing, right?
He didn't. He made multiple adjustments. His jab was getting countered. His jab was getting countered by Kell Brook. He was throwing a jab. Same thing that was happening to Bud that he couldn't stop. It was happening to Spence in the beginning. He was getting countered over his jab. Then when he started throwing his jab,
I can honestly say all bullshit out the window. Kell Brook was tagging TC, bro. If you can't say that the first 5 rounds Kell Brook was countering over Spence's jab with a straight right hand and a left uppercut.
That's not
okay. Then case closed, bro.
No, you're incorrect again. He was not countering over his jab with a straight right hand, no uppercut. So stop, Drika. You say stuff. It sounds good to people, but I watch film. That's not true.
Brook wasn't outboxing Spence. How was he beating him the first 5 rounds, bro?
First of all, I didn't say that, and he didn't beat him the first 5 rounds.
Well, how did he?
He was up 2 rounds. After he was up 2 rounds,
so he was beating him after 5 rounds, right?
Yeah, but you're saying it like he was dominant. No, what you're saying is like he was dominant,
bro. I don't go around the whole wagon like you got. I just say what it is. I just say he was beating him after 5 rounds.
Terrence Crawford won no rounds, so he got the knockout. If you want to say someone's getting beat,
but that ain't. We both know how each fight ended, bro. That's what I'm saying.
What does it matter, though? What does it matter?
I don't go around the wagon and say all I said was Brook was beating him 5 rounds. You said, oh, he was up 2. Okay, after 5 rounds, he was up 2. So that's fair to say, right?
We get a little off topic because this was based on me stating that what I saw him getting outboxed, and that's why I picked Boots over him because I know that Boots, the same thing wouldn't have happened to Boots that happened to Kell Brook. I know that for a fact. The same thing wouldn't have happened.
I don't know how you would know that.
Oh, easy because if you watch the fight, what happened was Terrence Crawford turned southpaw and he took Kell Brook's jab away. Kell Brook could only fight one way with his orthodox. Terrence Crawford had no answer defensively for Kell Brook at all until he went southpaw.
So he did have an answer.
Hold on. But if you know Terrence Crawford at all, you know that Terrence Crawford usually takes about 2 or 3 rounds to figure out.
Oh, but he doesn't do it by taking punishment though. He
always takes a little bit of punishment.
Yeah, no, he may get hit here and there, but he's not getting hit over and over by the same shot.
Okay, but Kell Brook has a good jab.
I'm not negating that. But what I'm trying to show you guys, because you guys get so mesmerized that he could switch and all these other things, is that Terrence Crawford has issues sometimes defensively. He does. And when he fights people who are his size, this is why I pick him to knock out Porter. When he fight guys like Felix Diaz or Gamboa or Lundy, these short guys who don't have the reach, where he could use his 74-inch arm reach with his superior skills, he fights them aggressively, he beats them up, he gets them out of here. When he fights people like a Postal, when he fights people like a Benavidez who has reach, he dancing all around. He don't look so impressive. Same thing with Brooks, somebody who's just as physically big as him, who has boxing skills. Not a Jeff Horn, who's just rough, but someone like him who has boxing skills, who's his size, who has his reach. He fights him completely different. Completely
supposed
different.
to.
I'm not debating that.
Listen,
yeah, you're supposed to fight them different.
And a lot more passive, and he gets hit. All I'm
Bounce Nick
saying
fights.
is, you're right. And as I said before,
Bruh, you can't say that.
In general, when you fight elite guys, you gonna get hit. But
I'm not knocking that.
But the thing about Boots, though, that we keep talking about Boots, we just haven't seen him in there with these type of dudes yet. So we don't know whether or not he's gonna be able to be as defensively responsible as he is against lower level opposition. So we need to see what it looks like.
You are 100% correct, and I'm not gonna disagree with you on that. That's 100% correct. But
you gotta disagree with him because you said Boots is gonna be knocking out everybody from
listen, no, I don't have to disagree. I'm not in this for the sake of arguing. I'm in the sake of it for making my point. And if someone that say our whole stance doesn't agree, if they say something that makes sense to me, I'm going to agree with it. I'm not in this just to argue back and forth.
How will what he said make sense to you when you say he knocking out everybody in that division, and my man come on there and say, no, I think that he need to be proven a little more. You said, I agree with that.
No. What he said is we have to see when he gets into these fights with these big guys how he's going to take a hit as well. And I said I agree with that. What does that have to do with me believing he's going to knock these people out? That's part of one of the reasons why I'm not agreeing that Boots is an elite fighter, because he hasn't been in situations like that yet. But that doesn't stop me from saying, I believe he's going to win these fights.
Bruh, you can't say Boots is not an elite. You can't say Boots is not an elite fighter, but you got him beating up Spence and got him knocking out Bud.
Listen, I'm allowed to believe what I want to believe.
But listen, bro, how can you say?
I can't sit up here with a straight face and say, you know what, Jerron Boots Ennis is an elite fighter. He has no belts. He hasn't had any title shots yet for any champions, or he hasn't fought any of the guys in the top 5. But you know what? I said the same thing, and everyone said the same thing about Errol Spence as well. When you look at the comparisons before Errol Spence fought Kell Brook, he fought Algieri, who came up from 140, was a kickboxer, had experienced fights with Khan, Pacquiao, Provodnikov, right? But he wasn't an elite fighter, and Spence went in there and dispatched him in 4 or 5 rounds.
But my question is, though, bro, how can you say I'm not calling Boots an elite fighter, but I got him beating, and not just beating, but knocking out elite fighters?
Well, I said the same. I'm explaining that. I just said the same thing about Errol Spence. I couldn't say Errol Spence was an elite fighter until he went and beat Kell Brook.
Is that the only one?
His analysis is eye test at this point.
Correct.
That's pretty much what it is.
And that's exactly why I said elite skill set, because I can only go by what I see. I can see a skill set when he fights. So
am I the only one getting it?
So in my opinion, his skill set is elite, and I'm banking on his elite skill set to go in here and defeat those guys. I cannot say that he is an elite fighter yet, because he hasn't been put in a situation for him to deserve to be completely an elite fider. But I can definitely say that based on what I've seen.
Pause, bro, because you're going to lose us. Pause. How can you say that
Drico, I'm not going to repeat myself again. I said
No. You don't have to, bro. I heard you. But how can you say, I'm not going to say Boots is an elite fighter, but I got him knocking out all the elite fighters at 147?
I'll summarize this. he pretty much saying that Boots got the skills to be able to do that. That's literally all he's saying. He think that Boots got the skills.
I'm
But
trying
he's
to
saying,
eliminate this
but
elite
even though,
word, bro.
but
I'm
even though
trying
he
to
got,
eliminate the elite word. That's what I'm trying to do. And
yeah,
for
I
him
get
to
what you're
say,
saying. The elite
and for
word
him
is
to
bothering.
say he's not, for him to say he's not an elite fighter, but I got him knocking out these elite fighters. You can't say that, bro.
Yeah, because when he gets in the ring, he's going to use his skills. So I have his skills as elite, but you don't just you could be an elite fighter and not have for instance, at a certain point in Arturo Gotti's career, he was considered as an elite fighter. He was getting knockouts. He was at the top echelon. He was even on pay-per-views. But we can't say
That's
Arturo
why he
Okay,
Gotti
has
had
okay,
accolades.
elite skill sets. We can't say he had an elite skill set. And then
But he can back up. He can back that up with what you just said with those accolades. And my point is, how can you say anything elite about Boots when he
you
doesn't
see
have one accolade to back it up?
you see how you jump down my throat, and again, because you're so ready to disagree with me, you didn't listen to what I said.
No, I'm not.
I
I'm
said
trying to agree
Arturo,
with you.
I said
It's
Arturo
the
Gotti was an elite fighter because he deserved that through his accolades, but he did not have an elite skill set. When you watched Arturo Gotti in the ring, you didn't say,
see,
"Damn!"
bro.
You didn't hold. Let me finish. You didn't say, "Damn!" Look at the pull counter he did. Damn, how he slipped that punch. Damn, no. But you saw
Bro,
you saw Rock'em Sock'em
bro,
Robot, and you said
bro,
at that point he was an elite fighter.
bro. See what I'm saying with this elite word, bro? You changing the meaning of the elite word.
No, no,
He's
I'm
an
not.
elite fighter,
I've
but
never
he's not an
changed the
elite. He
meaning.
doesn't have an
I've
elite
never
skill
changed the
set,
meaning of
bro.
elite.
You can't say,
I've used
bro.
elite the same way with different
You can't
attributes.
say a fella is an elite fighter and doesn't have an elite skill set, bro.
Yes, you can.
Either he's an elite fighter or he's not, bro.
Okay,
You
so
can't say
all
he's
right.
an elite
Do you
fighter, but
think
he
that
doesn't have elite skill
okay?
set.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think after what you seen with Castano and against Tony Harrison, I'm gonna ask this to Goon. Do you think that Goon, you there?
Yeah. I'm still here.
After what you seen with Castano and Tony Harrison in both fights, even though Jamel Charlo won, do you think Jamel Charlo has elite skill set?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. If that's what you say. So so he has an elite skill set, which means
But he
Tony
backed it
Harrison.
up with a fact, bro.
So Tony
He gave
Harrison
him a
has
fact.
so basically Tony Harrison has elite skill set too.
Bro, come on, man. Now see, this is where you're moving the goalposts
I'm
at,
not
bro.
moving the
Right here, bro.
goalposts at all.
Yeah,
Kind of,
you are,
sort of.
bro.
Yeah,
You
kind
are,
of.
bro. Because you can say Tony Harrison did because Tony Harrison, well,
He has
technically
a skill
on
set.
paper,
He has a
he
skill
beat
set. He
the
just don't have the
Charlo,
Yeah,
right?
power.
he definitely has a skill set, but is it
Okay,
considered
He
an
just don't
elite
have a.
skill
He
set?
just don't have
but
the power.
Right.
you just Goon just said that Charlo was an elite, right? And Harrison beat Charlo, bro.
No, he
So
said no.
yeah,
Goon said Harry. He said Charlo is
Oh no,
elite. I don't believe Charlo is an elite
some for y'all.
fighter.
Here go
Is
some
it?
for
Okay,
y'all.
okay, okay, okay.
No,
But can
listen,
I say
listen,
this?
listen.
Hold on,
I
Can
hold
I
believe
say
on.
this,
Here
G?
go.
Charlo.
No, no,
Hey,
no.
I
Can I
got
say
something for
this?
y'all. Hold on.
Let me,
Here
let me,
go. Here go. Do y'all think Deontay Wilder has an elite skill set?
No, I think he has elite power.
power.
What
I
about
think he has
y'all?
elite power, and when he was a champion, he was an elite fighter because he
But
was
hold on,
top pound
Kwame.
for
But hold
pound,
on, hold on,
but he
brother.
didn't
Hold
have
on,
elite skills.
hold on. Not too long ago, you and I both said we had Charlo on a pound for pound. So
Hmm.
how is he not an elite fighter if
That's
he's on a
not what
pound
I
for pound?
said. Maybe you didn't listen to what I said.
Talking about the skill. He talking about the
Did he
skill.
have a? Do you say he has elite skills? Charlo is an elite fighter.
Okay.
He's in the
Yes, and
top.
I said yes.
Right. So I can't disagree with you if that's your opinion. I don't believe he has elite skills. I think he
Mm,
has elite power. I
mm.
think he has. I think he has really, really good power. I don't even know if it's elite, but I think
but see,
I think
bro,
he's a
this is
well.
where we just
See,
nonchalantly throwing
because
the
when I
elite
throw
word
out,
around, bro.
see when I throw all of that out, like even with Jamel Charlo, it's like Jamal. He throw the same punches. Certain things he has certain limitations. You know, there's things that Earl could do that he can't do. There's things that Bud could do that neither one of them could do. So all I'm saying is that you become an elite fighter when you step in the ring and you fight the best that's out there. And
It's that noise, bro.
depending on how you beat the best out there in your weight class and the champions, then I'll consider you an elite fighter because you stepped in there, you went and handled your business against the best that's out there. So that I'm gonna give you the status of an elite fighter. But that doesn't mean that you have elite skills. That's why, again, when you look at when Jamel Charlo was gonna fight uh Erickson Lubin, he knocked Erickson Lubin out in the first round, but most people have Lubin winning because they thought
I had Lubin winning too.
Right, most people thought Lubin had elite skills, but he hadn't fought anybody to be considered an elite fighter yet, right?
Boots.
So that's all I'm saying is
Boots.
that you can have elite skills like a Shakur Stevenson, but it doesn't make you an elite fighter until you go in there and use those elite skills to beat a top notch or another elite
Then
fighter.
how do we know that they have elite skills if they haven't faced anybody that you can say
like Tio ran through everybody?
But you listen, your skill set is something a person can see. It's like it's like a person can warm up. You could watch a boxer hit the bag, or for instance, again, you could in basketball, you could watch someone warm up, not in the game, and they could hit 15, 20, 30 threes in a row. But once you put them in the game, they can't hit nothing. They can't even hit a free throw. So
and that's what we telling you about my man.
But there's a difference.
How you know when we put him in the game?
That doesn't take that elite shooter away from being an elite shooter. It just means he's not an elite basketball player. Because when he gets in the game, he don't perform. So we don't know.
That's why we listen, bro. That's why we have to be careful when we throw around this elite word, bro. We're attaching it to any little and every little thing, bro.
No, you don't. It's not that you attach it to any little thing because I don't use the word elite very often. I've said Spence is elite and Bud is elite based on their status. You've never heard me say
not their skill set, right?
Yeah, I've said Buzz has an elite skill set. I've said
then on the flip side, you say Gotti was an elite boxer, but he didn't have elite
I didn't
skills.
say he was an elite. No. The word boxer is weird. See, I'm a guy where I respect words. I call him an elite fighter. When you say boxer, it's like the person can box. He's an elite.
Come on,
fighter.
bro. We splitting hairs, bro.
But that's how I operate. That's how I operate. What you say is what you say. See, and you can't generalize something because people may take what you're saying as something else. I'm not saying
fighter, boxer, same thing, bro.
Wait, hold on. I actually get what Kwame is saying, and you know, I always say this too because a lot of people make this same argument about dudes like Demetrius Andrade, and they'll say that his skill set isn't elite and things like that because he hasn't fought the level of competition that people want to see him fight. But you could look at the dude's skill set and you could say, well, that's an elite skill set. He would beat most guys, you know, from 154 all the way to 168. So I see what Kwame is saying.
You can't say that, bro.
Check this out. Demetrius, I'm glad you brought that. Demetrius Andrade hasn't fought anybody, but everyone keeps saying Canelo's ducking him based on what? It ain't based off who he fought. It's based off what they seen from his skill set.
Bruh, but you can't say that once you boil it down. You can't say based off his skill set because he hasn't fought anybody. So we really can't even judge that, bro.
You don't listen. I don't have to fight someone for you to look at me and see how I hit the bag.
That don't make no difference how you hit the bag, bro. It's how you hit that person.
But you can see my technique when I hit the bag. You can say I have superior technique.
That don't mean nothing, bro.
Yeah. It doesn't mean nothing until you execute it in a fight, and that's how you get labeled as an elite fighter. But it doesn't take away from.
That's why we saying what we say.
Hey, Draco, listen. Performance and your skills are two different things.
Thank you.
You could have the skills and not perform at the highest level. So you can still have them skills.
Bro, but that ain't my point. My point is the word elite, bro. You know what I'm saying? You cannot listen, bro. This is real shit right here. You cannot say I'm not gonna call this fighter elite, but what I'm gonna say is he's gonna knock out elite fighters. You can't say that.
So the last part of that is an opinion, right?
Everybody
can have an opinion. You know what I mean? But when you're talking about elite, when you say, okay, well, this is elite, that's elite, pretty much you saying it's the top of the top. This is the best, you know, as far as what this is concerned, right? If I'm saying somebody's skill set is elite, that means I'm saying that their skill set is the best in the world. You know what I mean? But that don't necessarily mean that they're the best fighter in the world. They're the best performers in the world.
Bro, then why use the word, bro? Why
because
use
it means
the word?
That they skills are the best.
When you say elite, that's what you gotta mean. You can't say, oh, that's he's an elite. this
fighter though.
when he's an elite fighter, bro.
Draco, you can't tell you can't tell somebody how to use a word if you
I'm
don't
not trying to tell you how to use the word.
You said
bro.
we can't use the word.
But what I'm saying is we have to stop just throwing that word around, bro.
But Draco, if you don't understand, like if you don't,
we watering it down, bro.
No, Draco, if you don't understand the meaning of the word in totality, you can't tell somebody they can't use it.
No, I didn't never say you can't use the word. I'm saying we watering the word down. You can't use it for
how is it being watered?
Bro.
We never used it for any little thing.
He has an elite jab.
But
he has an elite skill set. What do you mean elite skill set? What do you mean skill set? Narrow it down. When you say he has an elite skill set, what do you mean? I want to know.
Oh, I mean exactly what everyone else sees.
I could define it perfectly. So when you're talking about elite skill
not
set,
you. I'm talking to Kwame. Yeah,
I mean,
because he said no offense, AJ, but he said Boots ain't elite fighter, but he gonna knock out every elite fighter on F147. So I want a definition of what he's saying when he said Boots his skill set, his elite skill set. I just want to know what
everything.
He means.
The way he everything, his footwork, the way he throws punches, the power he has behind punches, how he sets up his punches.
So you're saying all that shit, but he's not an elite fighter.
I watched, no matter what you say, I watched Delorme's fight before this. Delorme fought some Eastern European big puncher guy. He took some shots and went 12 rounds. He went nowhere. He took some big shots too. Boots hit this guy. He knocks him out in the first round. So I'm saying is based on the combination,
and you still not saying that he's an elite fighter.
Listen, I can't call him an elite fighter because he hasn't been in a situation to be called an elite fighter. But what I can say is based on what I've seen so far, his skill set is superior. I haven't seen just raw skill set. I can't name 3 people who have a better raw skill set than Boots.
I'm not getting this. I know I'm not the only one that's not getting this, bro.
I'd have to say the only people I see with a skill set like that is Terrence Crawford. That's why the fight is so intriguing to me. Gary Russell Jr. in terms of just skill set, shit that motherfuckers do, could throw combinations, do a whole bunch of shit. I say Gary Russell Jr. And then to me, I would say Boots, because Boots also, along with the skill set, the skills I see, he also has above average power to go with it for knockouts. And
now you see how you didn't use elite skill set. You just say the skill set Boots has. That sounds more. That's it right there.
Yeah, but you can't tell me what to say, Draco, and how I mean it. That's how I worded it for here, but that doesn't mean I don't consider his skill set elite. That still doesn't mean that.
But look,
bro, you just being hard-headed, bro.
Draco, hold on. He has to categorize it too, because he has to separate that from the pack. You see what I'm saying?
That's
so if he just says skill set, then that means it's right along with everybody else skill set. So he has to put a word in front of that in order to separate that
skill set, yes,
from everybody else's skill set.
And when I look at his skill set, I don't see, let's say, more than 5 people in boxing from no matter how many belts and titles they have or what it is. Just from a skill set position, I don't see 5 people in boxing who have better skills, and there's a ton of fighters out there. So if that's what I'm seeing, then to me, if I don't see 5 people who have skills like that, then to me that's elite. That's top 5. That's elite. You know, when let me explain it to you like this. When I was working at my job years ago, I went on a trip. The trip was called Elite. When we went there, the corporation paid for everything, and they told us that only the top 5% of the people in the company are on this trip. Statistically, that makes you guys elite. The top 5%. Okay, so there's a ton of boxes out there. So the top 10. That could, who knows what percent? That could be the top 3% of boxers, maybe the top 1% in the top pound for pound. So all I'm saying is that I personally, in my opinion, I don't see
5 boxers in the entire sport that have shown me a skill set on his level. And the only one that I could really compare it to that's similar and on his level is Terrence Crawford. He's the absolute best. But Terrence Crawford, even though I may have a gripe with his level of competition, first off, I know he didn't choose those people. If he could have got other people, he would have got them. But I still call Terrence Crawford elite without seeing him fight any elite fighters. And the reason I do that is based on his skill set and what he's shown me. The people they put in there, he's knocked them out. He's made it look one-sided for the most part. So I'm going to call him.
Taking this left now. Hold on a second.
I'm just saying, but that's.
Hold up. You can't put Terrence Crawford in the same comparison as Boots Ennis.
No. I'm saying skills.
I get what you're trying to do there. When you're talking about like you don't like the level of competition that he fought, and you don't consider any of those people elite. But there's a big difference as far as that and Boots.
Well, he's proven. No, it is a huge difference. I'm not saying it's the same, but what I'm saying is the reason I could call Terrence Crawford an elite fighter is because he has an elite skill set. He has.
But other than that, he also has the resume and the accolades.
Well, he has the accolades. The problem has been because even Goon calls Porter a recycled fighter, and at this point, that's the toughest guy he's going to be fighting to date. So if he's a recycled fighter, and that's the toughest fighter he's fighting up to date, then I'm gonna give him his props and his accolades because one thing I say, I'll make this comparison with Boots and Terrence Crawford. If a guy don't belong in the ring with them, they get knocked out. They don't stay in the ring for 12 rounds. And I'm gonna say that over Spence because Mikey didn't belong in the ring with him, but he stayed between. When a guy don't belong in the ring,
even that comparison don't belong.
But all I'm saying is,
Bud is world champion, but Bud, with Boots is journeyman. So even that,
listen, that's fair, and I have made this distinction before.
That's the reason why I said let's not use that elite and attach it to that yet because it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing that he done that's elite, bro. Like he ain't beat nobody to be called an elite.
I never said he
the
did.
old school boxers say.
I never said he did. That's why I don't like arguing over the same. I never said
nothing,
that.
bro. You can't even say.
Yes, you can.
You can't say nothing about him is an elite because he hasn't fought nobody to be called an elite.
He can call somebody skills
elite. I'm not calling him right.
Skills. So when you say elite skills, you're talking about their ability to movement. You're talking about the switch hitting. You're talking about the counter punching.
Technique, everything.
The angles. You're talking about things like that, which not all fighters are good at. I asked y'all earlier if y'all thought Deontay Wilder had elite skills. Y'all didn't answer. I was
we did. We said
you,
no.
You did, but they didn't.
No, I don't even like.
Goon said no.
You said no, right?
Yeah.
You said no, but you would have to consider Deontay Wilder an elite fighter because he's proven.
I don't.
I never. No, not
you have to though. He got 10 title defenses.
Right.
Okay. You know what? You're right with the title defenses, but I could damn debunk that still and say out of those 10 title defenses, Louis Ortiz and Tyson Fury was about it.
I mean, we can say the same thing about Bud, but we don't want to go down that road.
We're not talking about Bud right now. We're talking about
all
Wilder.
the way down the list, but at the same time, you can't take nothing away from Deontay Wilder. Got Berman, Stavern. He got a bunch of different people on his resume. At the end of the day,
but we lose Stavern.
You got to consider him elite. At the
end and then on the flip side of that, and on the flip side of that,
who has he beat that's elite, bro?
Even on the flip side of that, if Goon won't say that he's an elite fighter, that's his opinion. He's entitled to that, and he definitely says he doesn't have elite skills, which none of us agree to. But everyone on here is going to agree that he has elite power. He has an elite right hand.
I said that
exactly. So again, you can agree that he has an elite attribute, but that doesn't make him, in your eyes, an elite fighter. Correct?
Correct.
That's
totally different than what you're saying, Kwame.
How's it different?
Because you're saying. He hasn't. You saying that old boy got an elite skill set, but he gonna knock out the most skillful boxers in the division.
So
that's totally different than what you said.
No. But you're asking me why am I picking him to beat those boxers, and I'm saying based on his skill set. That's why I'm picking him to beat.
And what I'm telling you is, how can you say he isn't How can you say he's not not elite fighter when you got him knocking out the elite fighter?
He hasn't earned the title of an elite fighter. But the work that he's put in the gym since he was a child.
How you know?
Who are we talking about right now? Who are we talking about now?
Boots. I lived in Philly for over 10 years. Number one, and number two, it's like number two, it's a fact, right? It's a fact. It's just like Floyd Mayweather grew up in the gym. That's a fact. Boots grew up in the gym. Both his brothers were professional fighters. They were both ranked high in sanctioned bodies. His father was a boxer too and trained his brothers. This guy grew up in the gym. So this guy who grew up in the gym from 2 years old, 3 years old to him being 23 years old and being the gym rat, putting in that work gave him an elite skill set. It has to be proven in the ring to be an elite fighter.
9 out of 10 boxers grew up in the gym, bro. We can't say that.
I mean, listen, but not all of them have an elite skill set. Yeah, but a lot of them don't have an elite skill set. You could.
The way you talking, that elite is a choice of words.
Yeah,
you say you chose to say that.
He's a different breed.
How you know? How you know?
How do we know that he's a different breed?
Just like Wilder can be an elite fighter but not have elite skills, Boots can have elite skills and not be an elite
fighter. There's nothing wrong with that. But guys, we gotta wrap it up. We've been on Drake. This is 7 hours, bro.
Damn.
Yeah, this is the longest. We hit 7 hours. I gotta take my ass to sleep. I said,
yeah, bro. You know we gotta get up for work, bro.
Yeah, I know, Tommy.
Yeah.
Get your ass up. Get your retired ass up for work,
bro. Well, I got an elite job to go to tomorrow.
Yeah, me too.
I'm gonna get in my elite car and drive the elite highway.
Well, I just gotta go to my elite office, and roll out my bed and walk into my elite office, you know what I'm saying, and to make some elite sales while I'm on there.
Yeah, funny here, man.
I appreciate it. Salute to you,
I'm
King
gonna smoke
David.
me some elite weed and then
yeah, funny here.
Yeah,
hey man, listen, man. For the chat, man. We always get into it, but me and these brothers, man, we talk off the set, and it's all love. We all brothers, man. You know what I mean? So it might appear like we frustrated with each other and all of that stuff, but that's our job to frustrate each other.
I'm frustrated with you.
Y'all definitely frustrated. That's weird.
I'm frustrated with all y'all. With
God damn, I'm in this bitch sweating. I could be next to my wife in bed.
I'm gonna go lay my elite self in my elite bed.
Yeah. I got a Tempur-Pedic. That's a pretty elite mattress. All right.
On that note.
Salute to you guys, man. I love you guys, man. Salute to the chat. King David, you welcome here anytime, man.
For sure.
Definitely tune in. We appreciate you. Salute to the chat. Salute to my brothers.
That,
no doubt. Stay loyal to the game, and we out of here.